Good morning, or afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are, and welcome to Virtual Kansas Fest 2026. This is going to be a packed day. We have sessions with very little break. I'm really looking forward to learning what everyone's been working on. I want to start off by thanking you for being here. Without your participation, without you keeping the Apple II community and spirit alive, without you sharing your ongoing work with our favorite computer, we wouldn't be here. So thank you for being part of this community. Thank you for helping us create this community. I am Peter. Uh, I started with the Apple II in third grade with the Apple IIe as part of a math class, and I used Logo and Basic. And then eventually I had an Apple IIc Plus at home, used an Apple II GS in school, and many decades later, I came back to KansasFest. I came for the computer. The trip to KansasFest was a few hours away from where I was living, and thought I'd give it a try. But I've been coming back ever since because of the people that are here and the community that we create and the creativity and the spirit. Let me introduce the rest of our organizers. Chris.
All right, I am Chris Torrance, and let's see, I first got an Apple II Plus back in 7th grade when my family actually won it at the opening of the first computer store near us, and I used the computer all through middle school and high school. And fun fact, I never had to type a report or any sort of thing for school, because by the time they started requiring things to be typed, I had my Apple II and I was able to print things out. And so that was great. And then fast forward about 20 years, I kind of put the Apple II Plus in the closet, and then around 2014 brought it out and started working with Roger Wagner to do the assembly lines book. And then that led me to KansasFest, and I've been going ever since 2015. And I joined the committee, I think, in 2019. And I've been enjoying that ever since then. And so let me throw it over to Jay.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. My name is Jay Graham, and my first computer was a VIC-20, and that was when I was, a sophomore in college. And then I saw the light, and my parents, I paid for half of it. My parents paid for half of it as a Christmas present in my junior year. And I was a commuter to the University of Pittsburgh. I live about 25 miles north of there. So I actually got a modem and wrote my Pascal programs, because we were using Pascal at the time, and Turbo Pascal here at home. And then I would upload it to the VAX. And so I wouldn't have to, drive in and use the computing labs in there. So it saved a lot of mileage on the car. And then I came to KansasFest. My very first year was 2013, when Randy Wigington and Wozniak was here. And I always tell this story. It was like, wow, is every KansasFest going to be like this? And it has. I've only missed 2 since then, but planning to go to the rest of them now that I'm retired. Planning to go to the rest of them and for as long as I can. And I'll kick it over to Jonathan.
Hey, everybody. Jonathan Spencer. I'm kind of new here. I just joined the committee a couple of weeks ago at in-person KansasFest. I've been coming to KansasFest since 2024. My introduction to the Apple II was in my elementary computer lab. We mostly played like typing games and stuff. We also had this program I'm interested to see if anybody else encountered it, called Accelerated Reader, where you had to take reading tests on these things. And I keep looking for that in the garage giveaway. If anybody ever comes across it, let me know. But I didn't use the Apple II again until 2024, when I heard about KansasFest and wanted to see what it was all about. So I found some Apple IIs on Facebook Marketplace and drove out to the middle of nowhere, Missouri, and picked up some Apple II GSs from the parking lot of a Dollar General, and then had some amazing fried chicken at this buffet out in the middle of nowhere. So it's been a great experience for me on the Apple II. And then KansasFest itself is just such a different thing. It's like camp for grown-ups. So just experiencing this crazy computer from 40 something years ago, and the people who still love it. It's just been so much fun. So glad to be here. Looking forward to the rest of the show. Who's up next, Ron?
Sure. Hey, everybody. It's Ron. I've been coming to KansasFest virtually since 2020 was at the year of the first virtual.
Yep.
And then I've been coming in person ever since. I love this community. I love what has been built here. I love what's continuing to be built. I think there is a real wonderful group of folks that have come together for the sort of the mutual love of the Apple II, and more than that, just to kind of be a support network for people in the hobby that are needing assistance with things, trying to assist new people to come in who have never messed with these machines before. If it wasn't for other people taking an interest in me and my interests, I would not be part of this hobby. It all started back kind of in the early 1980s. My school was severely underfunded, but we had exactly one Apple II Plus that was in a closet. That machine had logo on it. The librarian took pity on me and would actually set the machine up. It was never actually just set up all the time. It had to be set up each time somebody wanted to use it, but would let me come in and play on logo and things. And that is kind of created this lifetime passion for the Apple II and for computing. And so I just thank everybody. Martin.
Hi everyone, Martin Doherty, and my little rat cat. Get her off the table here. Yeah, my introduction was, I didn't realize how similar it was to yours, Ron. My introduction to the Apple II Plus was a small high school in country New South Wales, Australia, and we had one Apple II Plus in a closet. Luckily for us, it actually was set up all the time, and we even had a printer, but you had to ask permission from the teacher before you printed anything because of cost per page and so forth. But I entered a programming competition for school students in 1982 in my final year of high school when I really should have been studying. I was working on a couple of Pascal programs for this contest, and ended up winning it and received an Apple IIe, which had just come out. It was fresh off the production line, that was very useful in university to enable me to work on those Pascal programming assignments. Unlike Jay, I wasn't dialing in. I didn't have a modem, so I was just using Apple Pascal locally and printing out my results on my ImageWriter 1. After a while, put that aside, got into other platforms, and I think it was in 2003. I just bought a system on a whim from eBay, and wow, that was a good time to be buying Apple II stuff, I tell you. My first KansasFest was in 2018, and I've been coming ever since. I've been on the committee since 2023. Really happy to be working with this fine collection of colleagues to help bring these events to you guys. And really looking forward to the virtual KansasFest today. Can't wait to watch the excellent sessions that are coming up.
I really want to hear everyone else's stories about the Apple II and the personal computer. So please head over to Discord and you can post your story in either dorm lobby or the photo roster channel. 2 weeks ago, we finished up our signature in-person event, and let me share a photograph from that. So we had 76 people at the University of Illinois Springfield, and a great time was had. It was packed with Apple IIs, not a whole lot of sleep. I particularly appreciated Hackfest and the Hackfest entry. So during KansasFest, the in-person KansasFest, we have a programming contest where we ask attendees to create some original Apple II related software just in the space of a few days of Kansas Fest. And it's amazing what some people come up with. And it's, I love seeing the new software, the creativity, the opportunity for people to take a few days out of their otherwise busy life, focus on the Apple II, and create something new. What did everyone else here appreciate about in-person Kansas Fest?
I like just going to the different dorm rooms and seeing what people are working on, the different systems that they brought. Going to Lucas's room, I got introduced to some interesting network hardware that I had never heard of. Going to Matt and Nicholas's room, they told me about a bunch of different storage options, and obviously hanging out in Sark's room is always a party because he's got music going. He's got soldering irons and he's replacing little gears and disk drives and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. So for me, it's walking around and hanging out and seeing what everybody's up to.
Yeah, and for me, Peter, Solder Fest was particularly good this year. We had a lot of new solderers, first-time solderers there, and they all did very well. Jonathan was one of them, and they all did very well. They built all of their stuff, and stuff worked the first time. So yeah, it was really good. We had a big turnout at that. So that was the fest within the fest that I like.
Yeah, and I think speaking of kind of newcomers, it's always fun for me to meet all the first-time attendees, and it seemed like this year we had quite a few. I don't know how many total, but maybe about a quarter of the group was first time, and we had some people who had just kind of found out about it literally like 2 days before. And I remember there was a grandfather and his granddaughter who just happened to stumble upon it and came down for several days, and they had a blast. The grandfather had, I think, worked as an Apple dealer back in the day and had sold apples out of I think somewhere maybe Texas, and they came down and they actually found a lot of fun stuff in the garage giveaway. And I think the granddaughter was going to go back and fix up an Apple IIc and get it going and kind of continue the tradition. So that was really cool.
I really enjoy the featured speakers, and one of them this year was Dan Kotke, who was a very early Apple employee. In fact, he was one of the people in Steve Jobs's garage, plugging chips into Apple I motherboards, while Steve Jobs was in the kitchen on the phone doing deals. And of course, he was the friend who traveled around India for 4 months with Steve Jobs. So just hearing about those early days from the lips of Dan Kotke himself was just fascinating to me, and just the ability to sort of rub shoulders in a way, because Dan actually stayed for a couple of nights at the event. He didn't just zoom in and zoom back out again. So he spent serious time with us, and a lot of the attendees got to have really good conversations with him about those early years. He actually worked as a technician with Apple for some years after the very early start. So yeah, he had a lot of interesting stories to tell, and he had his Apple I replica set up there with an interface to ChatGPT. So that was a lot of fun.
I was also I'll build on what Martin said. It was very cool that there were a lot of former Apple employees there. Jimmy Minch came and did a little talk about kind of his time working on the Apple IIgs project and other things that he did at Apple. Mike Neal didn't specifically have a presentation about his time at Apple, but he did answered anybody's questions that they had about things. And we had other people there that were former engineers and former Apple employees that were always very excited to share a story or answer people's questions kind of about the good old days. But maybe one of my favorite things about KansasFest in general is that people will use it as a place to kick off a product or make announcements about new things that are happening in the Apple II community. My friend Joe from Joe's Computer Museum kind of teased a couple of items that are going to be available, you know, he showed some things off at the vendor fair that'll be available soon, but it's just kind of neat to see things that people are working on and that things that are going to make my experience in the Apple II community better, because people are using their engineering talent and their time to just better things for everybody.
Yeah, thank you for sharing all that. Well, we're all very excited about the in-person event. Of course, we're here for the virtual event, and I appreciate the virtual event uniquely because it allows people from around the world who otherwise wouldn't be able to come to an in-person event to share their stories, their accomplishments, and their interest with the Apple II. We still have 194 people who registered for the virtual event. We may get a few more throughout the day. We've got people from the United States, Australia, Japan, Spain, Canada, France, Switzerland, Brazil, New Zealand, Italy, and Puerto Rico. I think there's a few other countries in there as well, but we didn't capture their country during the registration process. So if I missed you, I apologize. Feel free to post where you're coming from over in chat. I'm always curious about the experiences and introduction in other countries where the Apple II wasn't as popular in my own country. And this morning we have a lot of presenters from, I believe, Europe and Japan. So I look forward to hearing what they have to share. What are other people looking forward to today?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Thomas Cherryholmes talking about the FujiNet. I picked up a FujiNet or a Fuji Apple, I guess, at KansasFest in person a couple of weeks ago. I've been playing with it, not only for the fancy networking aspects, but also to use as a mass storage device. So there are always cool things being released for that, and I'm excited to hear what he has in store.
Yeah, and I'm excited, Peter, for the Apple Teeny. I don't drink, but the Apple Teeny is something I definitely am want to see. It emulates a bunch of cards and a bunch of hardware. So I'm anxious for Henry's at noon today.
I'm looking forward to the interview with Dan Hillman, just because I love the history and I just love hearing the stories from the heyday when Apple IIs ruled the world.
Yep. And yeah, I'm really excited for Joyd Baziar's talk on GS Squared, which is a new emulator that he's just been developing at a frenetic pace over the past few months. And so that's really exciting to have what seems to be a world-class Apple II GS emulator.
I'm excited to see Colin's presentation. If you've been following his posts on social media, this will be a very expanded version of what he's been teasing for quite a while now about the ability to use digital cameras with your Apple II.
Yeah, thank you. That's a lot. Today is packed. In past years, last year we had 2 days worth of sessions, so a Saturday and Sunday plus a Friday evening kickoff. This year we're compressing everything into 1 day. We're taking many of the we're taking all of the in-person recordings. They're available on YouTube right now. We're choosing not to replay those and instead focus on original sessions that haven't been previously seen. All of the recordings from the in-person KansasFest are on our YouTube channel, and recordings from this event will show up there within a couple of weeks as well. Is there anything else we should know about the schedule or how to participate in the virtual event?
Yes, I would like to remind people that if you would like to ask questions of our presenters, to please make sure to make those questions over in the Discord channel for that presenter's session. YouTube does have the ability, you can certainly chat, but for actually asking questions, it would be really great to ask them on Discord so that we can preserve those. YouTube chat is a very ephemeral kind of experience, and we'd really like to, especially if something doesn't get answered, we can follow up with presenters and try to get you an answer.
Yep. And I'd just like to remind everybody that it is a very tight schedule today. So please, presenters, leave some time for questions. If you don't, that's okay. If you go over time, we're probably going to break in on you and stop you there. But if you know, if you go over time too much, because we don't have a lot of wiggle room in the schedule. And then you know, the one thing is, if you know, the Discord channels are always there to ask questions. So if there's no time, and if you go over and accidentally go over and don't leave time for questions, absolutely fine. You can go to the Discord channel and ask and answer questions there.
You should have gotten the Discord joining link in the same email that you got the stream link. If you have trouble finding it, feel free to email me or anybody else here.
KansasFest has a thorough and I think easy to understand code of conduct. You can reach by scanning that QR code or by going to kansasfest.org/conduct. We do not tolerate harassment of any kind. We're here to build community and bring people together around the Apple II. I think we have a great community here, and let's keep it that way. And one thing that we want to note is please don't use AI tools to change somebody's likeness or circumstances. If you need help and you're in the Discord, there's always the dorm lobby channel. You can ask questions there. You can direct message any of the organizers. Over on the website, you can go to kansasfest.org/contact and fill out a form, or you can send an email to feedback@kansasfest.org. Like it says here, we can only fix problems we know about, so please let us know.
All right, thank you. So we've got about 5 minutes until our first session. Is there anything else that the group would like to share?
I think it's worth noting that you know, the in-person Kansas Fest was a great success this year. We had 76 people in person, and one thing that makes it possible to be so successful is the volunteers. And so we just wanted to thank all of the people who, while they may not be on the committee, they stepped up and just did what needs to be done. And so, for example, just calling out one person out of many, Rob Kim, just went out of his way to help set up chairs and help set up the tables for food and just clean the tables after the food. Not that we're messy at all. And I think things like that really, really help. And so we are always looking for possible new committee members. So, for example, you know, this year we added both Jonathan and Ron, but we're also looking for just volunteers. And so if you have any skills that you think might be helpful, and this could be things like video production or advertising or logistics or just helping out at the event, please let us know. And that could be anytime during the year on Discord or as the event gets closer. So we really appreciate all the volunteers.
Yeah, thank you. This wouldn't happen if it weren't for volunteers. Everyone organizing this event, everyone on screen right now is a volunteer as well. I appreciate it that everyone came to Kansas Fest, found something special, and is now volunteering substantial amounts of time and effort to recreate that and share that with other people. I think we've got 4 more minutes, then we kick off with our first presentation from Dan Henderson. Anything else to share before that? Questions from the audience? Feel free to post your questions over in Dorm Lobby or in, at least right now, I'm watching the YouTube chat as well.
I don't see any questions.
We should be good.
No questions. Yeah.
Not seeing anything yet. Somebody is asking if we have a picture of Joe Cohn's estate.
That's something we'll deal with outside of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ron, do you want to say anything about the garage giveaway and the?
I certainly could. I would just like to thank everybody who put in time this year with assisting with the recovery effort in Kansas and helped with the move of getting everything over to Springfield, our new storage location. I would like to thank all of the volunteers at this year's KansasFest who dug through boxes and helped organize and categorize things. And when something slipped through that was a rare or a one-of-a-kind item or something that required additional sort of learned examination, we're completely honest and did the right thing and just brought it to us and said, hey, this is a thing that probably needs a little more examination. And so we were able to do those things. So only through the efforts of everyone were we able to preserve and document and even sort some of the massive amount of stuff that has been entrusted to the organization over the years. And those efforts will continue at future Kansas Fests. There were a few people that were talking in Discord last night about how do I make a contribution? And it's, well, the easiest way to make a contribution is to show up at in-person Kansas Fest, roll up your sleeves, and start digging and looking and categorizing things. And that is the way that we will make it through the things that have been graciously donated to us in for preservation. So.
Just a quick reminder of how the presentations will work and the discussions. We'll be heading over to the virtual Apple IIgs super high res channel on Discord, right?
Yep.
Jay, do you want to introduce our first speaker?
Yeah, absolutely. So first up out of the gate, it's going to be Dan Henderson, and the title is Apple IIgs Super High Res 300 by 220. And Dan's going to take us on a tour today of his favorite 2GS graphic mode. It's not going to be a technical deep dive. It's going to be more of a relaxing meandering through what you can actually make with native 2GS art packages. He'll tip his hat to other artists and wander gently down the super convert rabbit hole, dragging in art from other platforms along the way. Proof that with 256 colors and enough patience, the 2GS was doing Instagram filters decades earlier.
Hi, I'm Dan Henderson, and I would like to take a look at one of my favourite Apple II graphics modes, which is Super High Res 320 by 200. Interestingly, all the slides in my presentation are in that very same mode, and are streamed and captured from my Apple IIgs computer. I have to thank Antoine Vigneault for writing the slideshow programme. Not to be discriminatory, other graphic modes are available, but in my opinion, this mode encompasses all that is great about the 2GS. There are two super high-res modes native to the 2GS. One is crap and the other is this one. 16 colours are available on screen from an available palette of 4096 colours. There is no colour fringing or artifacts stuff happening here, which was the scourge of earlier Apple II native high-res modes, and there is enough screen area to be able to display fantastic images, unlike the historical low-res modes. It is also possible to import graphics from other platforms, as we will see. Several paint programs are available for creating images in 320 by 200, such as PaintWorks Plus, Deluxe Paint 2, and my favourite 816 Paint. Here is a list of some of the good ones. Maybe you have a favourite amongst them. Because the 2GS platform was perfect for art packages, there really are some great ones available. And I spent a whole weekend when I could have been arguing with my wife to bring you these 2 hand-drawn pictures. As you can see, I've heavily used the airbrush tool after I saw some amazing pixel art images online and faithfully copied them over to the 2GS, remembering to compensate for the 16 colours available. I absolutely love drawing fantasy art, and I will continue to do so as long as I have my elf. This next image is taken from my favourite Apple 2GS adventure game, Dream Zone. I've searched through many 2GS archives for a better example of native 2GS art, but this is simply the best. All credit to Mr. Jason Rubin. The 80s comic punk vibe in this picture makes me smile every time I see it. Dream Zone features all these characters, but the mural wall at the end of the game is a complete work of art. Whilst there are a lot of great native drawings and art for super high-res 320x200, we can learn from an extensive library of similar formats from other platforms. We can convert images using a fantastic program called SuperConvert. We can look for the following: Amiga, Atari ST, Commodore 64, boo, Macintosh, meh, IBM PC compatible, Unix or computer independent. You need to check the list of possible file types for each format in the SuperConvert menu, and then search for files and use CiderPress to insert them onto a disk. You can change the file types and attributes if needed. Some tips. Try to get graphic files with a resolution as near to 320x200 as possible for the best results. Use a graphics editor on a modern PC or Mac to scale the image, again for the best results, but also for speed of conversion on the 2GS side. Make sure your 2GS has 4 megs of RAM and acceleration for the best results, as SuperConvert uses a lot of memory. It is also worth noting that it sometimes leaves your system in a less than stable state. Think of a Sinclair ZX81 attempting to access the internet and you'll get the idea. The following images are converted from the Commodore Amiga, which actually passes over quite nicely to the 2GS, as the graphics mode is very similar. This is the load screen from an art program. This one is from an adventure game. And here we have the classic Amiga ball destroying a motherboard, whilst the devil laughs from afar. Ha ha ha. The following images are converted from the Atari ST. Again, very similar to 320x200 super high res, and you can easily achieve great results. A nice tranquil scene here. And this one is from a game, not sure which one. Actually reminds me of a nightclub I once went to in London. It took me a while to realise that Lady Liberty is holding a keyboard in this one. And this is one of my favourite conversions. So these next images have been saved from the Commodore 64, including this picture of the said offending article. They were slightly more difficult to convert, but certainly not impossible. As an 8-bit machine, the detail is not fantastic, but here we go. Looks like a great scene from an adventure game, this one. Escape from Commodore Land. Now this really is great. I had to resize this to get it onto 320 by 200, but what an amazing picture. As it says, this one was drawn with a koala pad. You have to remember this was back in the early 80s, so they certainly don't use koalas for drawing anymore. It's cruel and unnecessary, especially when you consider there's so many kangaroos available. The following images are converted from classic Macintosh. I had help with this from Ron McAdams of Ron's Computer Videos, who I've actually managed to miniaturise, as you can see. The images were a lot larger than the super high-res screen, so I had to use sections and I had to do some editing on the 2GS side. Here we go. This is actually two different images from the artist Susan Kerr, but I have made them into one masterpiece which I've decided to call Fish Trainer. Another classic from Susan Kerr, woodblock, or as we have here, a double woodblock, for when one woodblock just isn't enough. The following images are converted from post Windows IBM PC compatibles. Again, easy to find, but necessary to scale as they are usually absolutely massive compared to what we need. This one happened to be just the right size and the right colour range, so it turned out really well. This one was massively cut down to size. The original is about 8 times as large. The quality of this image is simply quackers. Thank you so much everyone for watching. I hope it's been as much fun for you to watch as it has been for me to make. Have a lovely KansasFest. Apple II forever.
Wow, Dan, thank you so much. I did not realize the 2GS had that capability. I'm going to have to look at my 2GS a little closer. So do we have any questions from the audience? We have about 5 minutes here for questions. First question is, Dan, what sent you down the high-res rabbit hole?
What sent me down the high-res? I'm just interested in all the modes of the Apple II. So I like to concentrate on each of the modes. So obviously everybody knows I'm like heavily into low res, but then I don't know, sometimes I just think, what if you could do this and what if you could do that? So I'm just I went into the high res world and just thought, oh right, you can bring in pictures from other computers and other platforms. That's like mega interesting. So I spent obviously weeks on that, and I thought I'd just make you a bit of a video, just to see exactly what we can do. And I just went into like, well, as you say, a massive rabbit hole really, but yeah, I've really enjoyed it. It's been really good.
Awesome. Thanks. Could GSOS run in this graphics mode?
In the 320 by 200, I think it runs in 640 by 200. Am I right? I'm not sure, Jay. Is that right?
Yeah. I'm not sure either. I'm not an expert in the 2GS graphics mode, so perhaps somebody.
I would imagine it. Yeah, I would imagine it probably could, because an awful lot of applications actually run in 320 by 200. So in theory, it would just need someone clever to convert it, but I don't see why not. Yeah.
How long did the conversions take?
Well, it depends on your hardware or if you're using an emulator. I'm basically using real hardware. So I've got an Apple IIgs at the moment with no accelerator. So, for example, to convert a PNG picture can take up to half an hour, really. But it's okay. You can, make a start on it, and, you can do something else in the background, basically. I think if you're using emulators, accelerators, maybe minutes, or occasionally not even that, actually. All depends on the resolution of the original image and different things like that. But yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, it looks like Philippe in the Discord chat said GSOS runs in both 320 by 200 and 640 by 200.
Okay.
So
I didn't know that.
I didn't either. Can these graphics be done on an Apple IIe with newer graphics cards?
Can the graphics be done on IIe? I'm not sure. You would have to ask somebody who has that hardware. I don't, to be honest with you, but maybe. I'm not sure, really.
Yeah, I'm assuming they're talking about like the A2DVI and some of the modern.
I don't have any of that, to be honest with you. Sorry, Jay, I can't answer that one.
All right, we'll see in the channel there. All right, well, thank you so much, Dan. I think we're out of time here. And if there are, I'm sure there are people going to be asking questions over in the Discord channel. So yeah, and again, if you have questions for Dan,
I hang around.
Yep, hang around there. And if you have questions for Dan, please go over to the Discord channel and ask some questions. Thanks a lot, Dan. Awesome.
Thanks. Okay. Thank you. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm. All righty. Next up, Theo Patsios. He was going to be talking about the Apple II expansion cards with the Intel 8088 CPUs. However, he became a new father, a baby girl, just a day or two ago. So we have a presentation that we're going to run through and let you read, and then stay tuned at the end. There's going to be a demo, and he is going to take a small but mighty look at the 8088 powered cards for the Apple II, told from kind of a collector's point of view. And he's going to talk about and show in the demo some of the undocumented features and whether we can revive these boards as replicas or emulation. So in short, the story of what happened when the Intel chip moved into the Apple house. Somehow they made it work.
Hello everyone. In this short video, we will be booting the PC transporter card into MS-DOS version 6.22. This is my Apple IIe. It has the PC transporter card installed in slot 7, the 5 1/4 inch disc controller installed in slot 6, and the 3.5 inch disc controller installed in slot 5. Connected to the 3.5 disc controller, we have the Apple SuperDrive. In order to boot the PC transporter card, we need the BIOS drivers disk, and as we place it in disk 1 of slot 6 and start the computer. Always takes a while to boot. We're hopping at 1 megahertz. So, by holding down the Shift key and tapping twice on Caps Lock, we may enter the configuration utility. So we select Configure Drivers, Assign Configure Devices, Disk Drives, and as you can see, it has been pre-configured so that the first bootable drive of the PC transporter card is in slot 5, drive 1. This is equivalent to a Pro DOS drive. So like that, right? And this is the super drive, and this is the 5 1/4 inch drive. So now we will be needing a pre-installed disk with MS-DOS 6.22 and reboot. So it's June, today is the 28th, 2026, and it's a bit late. And voila, MS-DOS 6.22. You can also run QBasic. Takes a while. And here we are. We also have, well, no, it's not active. So file, start. And there you go. Whoops. Endless loop. Thank you very much for your time. And apologies for my big fat Greek accent. Apple II forever!
All righty. Well, many thanks to Theo, and he promised definitely that he would answer questions over in the virtual Discord channel between diaper duty. I'm amazed that he can, after being up for that that long, being able to actually type in a basic program and run it with one hand. So interesting. All right, we're a little bit early. We're about 3 minutes early. So I guess we can get started with Jan's presentation. So Jan Rasha, he is going to be talking about recovering this lost source code of chipwits for the Apple IIe. Jan continues his heroic quest to preserve chipwits, that beloved 1984 robot programming game. Having already rescued the Commodore 64 and the Macintosh editions, he's now turning to the 1985 Apple II port, imaging the original floppies, coaxing forth source code out of the disks that are older than most of the audience, and reassembling it byte by byte into something you can actually build. Expect the game running live in emulation, plus real techniques for raising code from the dead, digital archaeology, but the artifacts occasionally still boot. So, Jan, take it away.
Thank you well, Jay. Thank you for your kind introduction. In 1985, Brainpower shipped chipwits for the Apple II. The Mac source, well, that was already found in 2023 diskettes. A fan found them, and the C64 source, well, Doc kept the disk cases around, and Doc is the programmer. The Apple II source was never found. Everybody assumed it was lost, but actually it wasn't. Every disk they sold contains it, along with the complete development system. In the next hour or so, we will see how the disk reveals his secrets. Okay, my name is Jan Rochat, and if you have questions, please mention them in the Discord channel. I will hang around at the end and answer your questions if needed. But first, let's look at what the game, well, if you can find out a little bit about the game. Chipwits, 1984, the cutest way anyone ever learned to program. The game was developed by Doc Sharp and Mike Johnston, and I think, like many of us, we grew up in the 1980s, and this game was quite popular. It actually had it won some prize, and I think many of us learned to program by using this game. The reason for that was because it was different than all the other games. It contains IBLE, and IBLE is an icon-based operating language, which makes it possible to program your own robot, and this robot had to do all kinds of, well, wandering around in all kinds of rooms, and obviously it survives on pie and coffee. As I already mentioned, the game is shipped on 3 platforms: the Macintosh, the Commodore 64, and the Apple II. And all those 3 platforms have one thing in common: the game was built on this platform in Ford. At the moment, there is also a new version of the game, which is being built by Mark Roth. Chipwits has come alive again. And in 2021, Mark and Doc together are started to build the game again, this time in Unity. Just for the curious people, you can see that the current Unity game is much larger than the Ford game. Okay, what did we do so far? As I said already, in 2023, the game of the disk were found, and then the work started on the on the rescue of the source code, or actually how to figure out how this game was built. I first started with the C64 and then the Macintosh, but the Apple II had to wait later, and the reason for that is because there was no source code. And today we will see that that's now an obstacle to get the source code back. Well, why on earth would anybody spend months or actually even years already on a 40-year-old robot game? For me, it all happened when I saw this line on Slashdot that the source code was found. I retired. I know I'm already only 60 years old, but I retired quite early, and I had nothing on my hands to do. And then I hopped in and I thought, okay, this is a challenge for me. And then I started first recovering the Macintosh and the C64, and later on I thought, okay, let's try to rescue the Apple II version as well. Problem again, there was only a disk and there was no source code. Like so many of us, I grew up during the 80s, sorry. And the Apple II, but also the older 8-bit platforms are very important for me. I learned the programming during that age, and well, that keep on coming back. So now I'm retired. I have all the time of the world. I started to do what I like the most, and that is programming 8-bit computers again. And that's how, of course, I also ended up at the Apple II. Okay, the game is programmed in Ford. And what does it take to bring back a game which is programmed in Ford? The normal recipe would be to find the build environment. You have to figure out which forge is being used to build the game, or especially on this platform. Of course, you need a source code. And when you combine the source code together with the build environment, you have to figure out how the build environment in combination with the source code is being used in order to get the image which was originally shipped. A lot of try and error. And after this lot of try and error, you will hopefully end up with a new disk image. And it has to be completely the same as the one which was originally shipped. And that's the challenge. On the Macintosh, it was a fairly straightforward process. I had a source code, and it was found by a fan. You actually found it back. Doc shipped it to this fan in somewhere around 2000. He could still remember that. And the only thing I had to do is to figure out which part of the source code was compiled how. And I also knew that it was compiled using MacFord. So not a lot of a challenge over there. The Commodore 64 was a little bit harder. The disk with the source screens, more about that later, came from Doc himself. And from the game itself, I could figure out that the Superford compiler which was being used was version 2.1. But it was not around anymore. Well, after studying all the disks of that Doc has recovered, I could actually recover the Superford version which was being used to build the Commodore 64 version. And again, that's already a year ago or something like that I recovered this, and you can learn more about this recovery on the devlogs, which are actually on the chip website. But the Apple II disk, which was being imaged by then, was keep on staring me into the face, and was well, I'm not finished yet. I also need to recover the Apple II source code, but I have no source code. So what can we do? Okay, so with no source code in hand, we have no environment which we don't know the environment that was used to build the Apple II version of chipage. We had to deduce it from the shipped disk. So we have to figure out somehow, by looking at the ship disk, if we could see which Ford environment was actually being used. to build this version or this version for the Apple II of the game. We had no source code, and hopefully we can reconstruct it from the bytes which we actually find on the disk. And after we have done the first two, well, it's time to try a lot, figure out a lot, and play a lot, and then rebuild the disk from, using the results from step 1 and 2, and then hopefully we can end up with something that looks like what was actually shipped. Of course, in the presentation today, I'm only going to tell about the lucky part, but you can imagine that before I ended up, it took a lot of thinking, figuring, studying, and so on. Especially before this, I had any experience with Ford, Apple II, Commodore 64, or the Macintosh. To be honest, don't laugh, I used to be an Apple or an Atari fan, and the Apple II was new for me. Well, after this, I'm completely converted to Apple II. Don't worry. So we had to reverse engineer the entire disk, and the disk I was using was this one, the chip-rich brain power disk, which was originally shipped. Okay, the game was written in Ford, and before we go on with the technical stuff, we first need to have a look at Ford, because otherwise it's impossible to understand what's going on. So I will explain a little bit about Ford in about 10 minutes, and after I'm finished, you will be able to understand the remaining part of the talk. Okay, Ford is a stack language, which means that when you type, for example, 12 multiply, it works like follows. It pushes 12 on the stack, it pushes 12 on the stack, and then the multiply actually makes that the operation gets 12 and 12 from the stack, and then it leaves 144 on the stack. It has almost no syntax. You build up the language while you go. The word is a named routine, like a function in any other language. And all the functions or words together are called dictionary. And they lay in some sort of linked list in RAM. And you extend the language by defining new words. Like you in any language, you can actually define functions. And in this case, that's the square root function. And you see over here that it's defined like dup, which means whatever is on the stack, multiply it to actually get it off the stack and push it twice on the stack. So, for example, 12 and then dup means that there is 12 on the stack, and there's multiply. Well, 12 multiply, it will result in 144. So before square is called, we assume that there is one figure or one number on the stack, which is this n, this between parentheses, that's the comment. And after the operation, there should be, well, the square root, or not, 12 get 12 multiplied by 12 on the stack, sorry. And if we do that with 12 squared, we will actually find 144 on the stack, and when we push the point, it will actually print out 144. So this is print. And also important to know that that this is a function, and it compiles a new directory entry. So you actually extend the language while you go. And the source code is not, well, at least not with this kind of Ford from the 80s, is not stored in files, but it's stored on the disk in screens of 1 kilobyte. That's also good to remember. So if you have original Ford, Fig Ford, and later on, you do not have any file system. You have raw 1 kilobyte screens, which are actually blocks on the disk. And for example, 140, you push it on the stack, load will actually make you load into the memory screen 140. So now everybody understands FORT, and we can continue. FORT is different than any other system we know, because it's actually an operating system, an interpreter, and a compiler in one. And you extend it while you're actually building the game. So you start up the game, or you start up the FORT compiler, and then you start programming your game. And while you're doing that, you add words to the existing FORT environment. And every time you reach a milestone, you type in save FORT and you write RAM to the disk as a bootable image. So you extend the environment. That's very important. So it's snapshot. And this snapshotting functionality makes that we also can get it back. But we will learn out, of course, later on. But that's very, very important to remember. Okay, next. Let's see what happens. Well, let's look at the disk and let's see what happens when we actually boot the disk. It boots up normally, and it boots up. Well, of course, we have figured it out by looking at the information on the disk. And when we look at the sector 0 on track 0, for your experts, so you probably recognize that this is a normal, ordinary TOS 3.3 boot sector. For me, it's obvious by the 01, which means that it's only loading one sector. So this is an ordinary looking boot 1 sector, and it keeps the Apple happy. So what happens after that? Well, we found out there is no catalog and no file manager on the disk. Actually, the entire TOC is missing. Well, not entirely. It's not entirely missing, it's half missing. And the reason why it's half missing is because sometimes you need to make a copy of the disk. And remember, I told you, the information is stored in screens, but you sometimes need to copy the disk anyhow. And in order to keep the copy programs happy, there is a part of the VTOC is stored in track 11, but it's not a TOS 3.3 disk. And remember that I told you that the only one surviving disk was actually broken. It could be actually a misconception because of this fact. I did not research into that, but till now we believe that this is the case. But it can also be caused by the fact that it was made by an image software. It was the guy from Apple Source actually helped us a lot. But it can also be that it was a wrong conclusion because it was assuming it was a TOS 3.3 disk because of this half assisting VTOC, that it came to the conclusion it must be a TOS 3.3 disk, but that it actually mistaken that. And that is why it concluded that it's a broken disk. But that's something I still have to investigate. Okay, how does the real boot chain then look like? As we already saw, it will normally start up with the disk 2 boot ROM, then it will start the boot 1 and then the boot 2, and then it will read 166 sectors. And those 166 sectors are actually the image which is stored on the disk, which actually make up our FORT environment. And in this case, it contains the main program or the FORT environment, which was put on disk by Doc when he shipped the game. So when he shipped Chipwitch. So this is the main program of Chipwitch. And after it's loaded, it will do a jump to this address, 0800, which is probably the normal address every Apple II program jumps to when it's loaded. And then it starts the game. So over here we see the disk. Just a short overview of what is coming. We now talked about the boot part, and we talked about the FORT memory image. Later on, we will see and figure out that there is also a mini file system on the disk and for overlays. And what an overlay is, I will tell you, of course, later. The game is a FORT snapshot, And it's like you save the RAM, and with save Fort you save it to the disk. So when Doc was actually developing, somewhere in his development process, he decided to type, okay, now it's ready. He typed in save Fort, and the image ended up on disk. But when Doc was developing, he was actually programming Fort. So he had some kind of interacting interpreter that made it possible. So before he typed save Fort, he altered a little bit the image, and he changed abort, which is a function, we will see that later. That's called by cold, so that means that when you actually boot the game, it will call abort. And what Doc did, he changed the abort function, which is normally being called, he changed that in CW. And CW is the main function of the chip which came. So after this, the game starts working. And so when he now types save Fort, he will end up with a normal working game in kiosk mode. So can you read the source straight off the ship binary? Well, you would not expect it, but yes, that's possible. We will see how. If you look at a word is a dictionary entry. So a dictionary consists out of words, as you remember, the functions of the language. And it's one big linked list. It starts with, in this case, CW, which is the latest word which is defined by Doc when he programmed the game. And every dictionary entry, so for every word there is a dictionary entry, it has the 4 following fields. The LFA, which actually points to the previous word. So in this case, in the case of CW, it's set. The NFA, which is actually defining the name. So in this case, it's CW. We will look into that in a minute. CFA, that's how to run it. And that means that's pointing to the ordinary machine code, which has to be executed in order to execute this word. And there are a couple of standardized let's call it implementations for how a word can be executed. As we saw previous, we actually defined a function with using the squared function, and the squared function is handled by the machine code, which is called do_call, and in this case, it's the value 0f55. We have also some other standard functions. Do_con, which is for defining constants, do_var, which is for defining variables, and you can have your own function. And if you have your own function, that is mostly pointing to PFA, so that's actually the body of the word. So you can have your own, define your own word, which is actually defined in machine code, and then this CFA will point to your own PFA, and that's where then the machine code lives. Okay, let's look at the real one. CW, we already mentioned in the example, as an example. So it links back to a previous word, that's the LFA, and then well, you don't know that, that's also not important, but believe me, this is pointing back to res. A little bit more into the NFA, you can see CW defined. It's defined like 8.2, and 2 is the length of the name, 4.3, and then CW, well, W, you definitely know that's not D7, but that's because that is the add 80, or better said, the or 80, and that's to signal the end of the name. So it's actually coded twice, but that's in the Fort standard. So you have CW, which is a length of 2, and it's ended with, by coding the 80 also in the W. The reason for that is that you can have, some interpreters actually use this field of where the name is defined, which is shorter. So then you have not as many bytes as defined in the 8.2 in this case, but that's not relevant for now. So over here we see the address, the CFA is pointing to do_call 55 or actually 0F55. And then this magic is real magic. This is where the code of CW is defined. And it's actually defined as a thread of functions. We will see that right now. Oh, sorry. Before we are going to the thread, we will also look at the variable. I will skip that for now because my timer is saying that I'm a little bit over time. This is a thread, this is the body of CW, and we can see that it contains a list of addresses of other words in it. Literal, which means that there is a number following. So literal know that the next word will be a literal. So in this case, 1000. And then the function randomize, or the word randomize, is called. So if we would decompile it, it would say CW is defined as init. We will see begin later. It's caused by the fact that there is somewhere a branch back to 1000. 1000, random, drop, and so on. And there are 850 words in the entire executable. So let's see how much we can get back from those 850 words. Well, most of them by simply walking the entire chain. And then because the latest word, which is CW, is defined the latest, and it can only point to words which were already defined before. We can simply start with CW and then walking the entire chain. We have to compensate for the branch functions. A branch function can either go forward and backwards, which actually means that if you have a zero branch, that actually means you have an if-then construct. And like we saw in CW, if you have a branch which is negative, it will begin until. And the example in CW, which we saw, is actually jumping back. So that's why the begin is there. So another example, the update fuel. But believe me, I have all at least most of the words covered. At the moment, I have found most of the words, or actually all the words, but we will learn that later. But at that moment in time, we discovered 421 words, and I will not do that, but I looked also in the rest, and I also solved the rest. Especially this code word, which ends up in code, which means that it's not an ordinary word, but it will end up as machine code. So it starts as a for call, and it will end up as a machine call. Okay. But something strange is going on. Well, looking into the words, I figured out that not all the words were existing in the linked list. That's weird, because I found a dictionary and all the words should be present in the dictionary. So that's why the overlays comes in and the language card. So what is an overlay? An overlay is a dynamic link library, like we know from the modern operating systems. But this, when I started studying Ford, at least the ones that were from the 80s, this was the first Ford that I found that is actually using dynamic link libraries. And there are actually a couple of modules defined as overlays: GM, robot simulation, the workshop, where also the eyeball editor lives, util, and we also found an A and E, and it turned out that it's an assembler and an editor. Remember that I told you it's snapshotted, so every time you go, you develop the game, and while you go, you make snapshots, and then when the game is finished, you make a snapshot and ship that, and I guess that's why the A and E also ended up as a leftover from the development process. So the language card, I don't have to explain what a language card is. I think that's quite known knowledge among you. I already told you about ANI. What's also important to know is that while I'm doing this, I also found some residue. As I said, you save a snapshot on disk, but if you write a new snapshot, sometimes it makes you start writing overlays, and there is already information on the disk, and sometimes your overlay is not large enough to cover what's already on the disk, and then you will find some residue. And this residue can also be used in the entire process to figure out what kind of fault you have, as we see later. So, as I said, the game disk is an overlay of the development process. So, Doc was typing and developing, and I said, okay, it's ready. And then he changed something, and then he went back, and then he changed something, he made an image, and he saved his image, and this was shipped as the game. But is it possible to go back to the development environment? Yes. And the difference between the game and the development environment, at least the amount of bytes we have to change to go to the development environment is about 2 bytes. So it's actually 2 bytes. So how does it work? When you boot up the disk, it's calling cold. That's normal how it's called in this type of fault. We will see later on which type of fault. It will install a reset factor. Even if you reset the computer, it will jump back to cold. And then it normally will call abort. And what Doc did is he actually changed this abort to call CW. But normally, this calls another function. And if we know which function, and guess what? We know. It will start asking for input. So we have our environment back, our development environment back. So it's one cell, and the cell in the case of this fault is 2 bytes, which actually is sitting between us and the environment, the development environment. So this is an overview of the entire process. At the top, we see what happens when you have the normal disk, and below you will see what happens when you change 2 bytes. It will actually, we hope, we will see boot into the development environment. So let's try to reproduce it. We're not going to build a disk, but we do it in a similar way as we will do it if we actually change it on disk. We will change it in a running environment. We will first set a breakpoint on what's called jump W. And jump W, which you may or may not know. If you know Fort, then you know that this is the place where we end up before every first word is being executed. So that's just before anything important happens within Fort. So then we reboot the disk, it will stop, and we will change the place where Doc actually changed it back to CW. We will change it back to this, and this will point to abort between brackets, and that's the normal way Fort works. So let's see if that works. And normally, if it works, then we would actually end up with a development environment again. Okay, let's see. Let's boot the game again to see that you know that I'm not tricking you. So this is what normally happens when you boot up chip page. Comes up with this screen, and it asks us to whether or not we are using a mouse or a joystick. Let's go down. Actually, I could make it full screen. I think you can see it better. I have defined this breakpoint, so you jump to the W, jump W. It's hard to see, I imagine, but believe me, this is breakpoint. So, see what happens. That's weird. I think it stopped. I cannot. Yeah, it stopped at the break. It's a little bit. So now we have changed to figure out where this CW we find it. It's defined at the location of E26. If I'm correctly, I have to verify. Although, sorry, I will run up the entire presentation. Yeah. So let's do that location. Six, yeah. We'll change it. 0 and 1 E. Yeah. Now let's continue executing. Okay, I tried it 100 times. That's what they call the demo effect, I think. Ah, wait a minute. No, I have to try it again. Now I know what I did wrong. Again, let's define the breakpoint. Let's reset it. It will stop. Okay. Let's look at the memory. Let's try it again. 1 E. Add to remove the breakpoint. Oh, I know. No domino effect. I guess just nervous. Let's see if it works. I will clean the screen. That's not important for the demo, but then you can see it better on screen. You see that we are greeted by OK. It actually means that we are in the interpreter again. So when I try to type 2, it's pushed on the stack. We greeted by OK. 2 again. Then I multiply it. We have to multiply. Okay, I can add it. And we will print the result. And we agree by OK. And we also see that it's 4, which is right. We can also type in another command, another word, which will actually show us all the words which are defined. We see the CW and we see all the other words. What actually happened? We went back in time. So we are now in the same situation. Doc, the program was before you actually start saving the game to the. Now can you use this environment to build the game? Well, so fast, because not everything is Ford code. We also have a part of the code that could be assembly. We are not covering everything. So not every word is a thread. As I already explained before, and when explaining the structure of the word, we also have words which can, the CFA can also point to your own implementation. And this implementation is containing normal machine code. And for all the time critical stuff, the game is not using Ford, but it's actually calling machine language makes sense, because if you have to do the graphic engine in assembly, it will take forever. So the graphic engine, for example, is implemented in assembly. How did he do that? He's defining words, code words, but the code word is actually calling back into the somewhere in the on the image, and he's doing that quite clever, because he's only using one higher screen. He's using the other one to store the graphic engine. And the graphic engine is not the only part which is solved like that. Also, the mouse and the joystick driver is solved like that. So where does this machine code come from? Well, as I explained, partly it's coded into the image and being loaded where the image is loaded when it's booted. But that will not cover for everything. So that's where the TLS come into place. As I told you, normally Ford is not using a file system. And what Doc did, which is quite clever, he made up his own little file system, and he stored machine code. For example, the mouse driver, he stored it over there. And also things like, like game information, levels and stuff like that. He stored it over there. So this is an overview of all the assembly pieces I found on the disk. And I use an ordinary compiler or assembly, sorry, to recompile that. At the moment, I don't have any clue if this code is actually produced by Doc himself or that he actually borrowed it from something else. What I know, that Doc and Mike actually run a company which was porting software to multiple platforms. So I expect that Doc had this laying around. One reason for me to do this is because of the fact that Doc suffered some kind of disease and cannot remember the entire process again. So it's quite I said it, rewarding that I'm now actually able. Part of this entire exercise, I wrote a book of 700 pages in detail describing how it was done. And it's also being read by Doc, and he is quite happy with the fact that he now actually knows how he did it again, because he forgot due to illness. Not only the machine language came out of this as a result, but also the assets like the startup screen, game levels and stuff like that. And now we can rebuild the entire system. By using an empty disk, we have the reconstructed Ford. We don't know which Ford, but we have a reconstructed Ford, so that's not important. We can use the system disk or the system or the information which we found back from the source code. So we can rebuild the source code ourselves, and we can use an assembler with the machine code stuff, the machine code parts, and we can build it back, and we can verify that in that it's a working game. And we can prove it because we know now where every byte is coming from, every byte on the disk. We also identified that not every byte is part of the game. We found some leftovers, but we can also see where the leftovers belong to, and that they are part of this process, this snapshot process, and that they came from the original development environment. Coming back to this, those leftovers gave hints on which Ford was actually being used, and they will be very important in the next chapter. So can we do better? So we are actually managed to build an entire system now, but can we do better? Well, we found clues in the leftovers which points in a certain direction which Ford was being used. And we end up at MVP Ford from Mountain View Press. So all those way the overlays were done, and also, well, you start looking in strings and stuff like that, and you start comparing. Now it's easy because I tell you the clue or the result, but of course I had to figure out and compare multiple Ford installation before I actually found the right one. MVP Ford it's a logical choice because it was quite famous back then. And we actually do not use the Fort version, but we will later learn on the meta compiler. And also the Commodore 64 variant, the Fort we use over there, Super Fort, is actually based on MVP Fort. So many Forts at that time, environments were actually derived from MVP Fort. It was quite famous. Okay, but it gets better. It's not only we found Fort, but we found also the meta compiler. What's a meta compiler? A meta compiler is a compiler that builds compilers. And in this case, it's a meta compiler for Fort, for MVP Fort, which actually built Fort compilers. It's actually better. A meta compiler can actually build itself. So you use a meta compiler to build a meta compiler, and you can use the meta compiler to build other Fort compilers. In this case, I also found the disk from the meta compiler. It was together with the MVP Fort. It was open sourced. It comes in two flavors. It can compile a Fort variant in headless and with heads, and that means that when you think a little bit back on the definition of the structure of a Fort word, you saw those names. With those names, so CW is not relevant when the game is being built, is already finished. It's only relevant when you build the game, because then you type in CW and you refer this word. But in the end, it's replaced by a address of CW. Luckily, in this case, the Fort being built by the meta compiler contains the heads, so that made it possible to reconstruct actually the entire game. For the Commodore 64 version, you can go back to the website of Chipwitz and read my article. You will see that I did a little trick, and that made it harder. They actually replaced the names of the words by zeros, and that made it a little bit harder. And yes, by checking, it turned out that it's almost identical. Almost. Why it's not identical? Because I had to change the settings for this particular installation, which was being used by Doc. So Doc used the meta compiler when he started. He generated a Fort version, and he adjusted the settings in the virtual or in the meta compiler to build a version which was actually set, which he could use. Which means that he had to adjust, for example, to skip certain assembly language routines, which were also stored in the image. So that's why we had to change. And if we do it like that, we will end up like with a byte identical MVP Fort. So we're not only able to build the game, but we're also able to rebuild the entire Fort environment. Okay, this is I can now show you. I don't know exactly. Yeah, I have time for that. I will show you the movie. I will do it at twice the speed. It's a video of 4 minutes. I will do it twice the speed, so it ends up at 2 minutes, and it will show you the entire build process from start to finish. It will build the entire game, and it will end up in a running game, and it will start by building a Fort environment. So we're building a Fort environment using the meta compiler. So there we go. And I will stop talking so that you can read it yourself. Oh, maybe I can explain a little bit. The numbers you see are actually the what's being read from the disk. So that's a source number, a screen number, 140, for example. So that's this 1 kilobyte block. So now putting the MVP Fort virtual system, that's a typical computer Fort. Don't worry, those errors are actually okay. They are caused by the fact that there is still no memory or language card. I assume that also Doc had same error when he was building his game. Because of the order, you first build the compiler, then you build the main program, then you build the place, and then you have to again for this place. Because when you build the main program, you do not have the update yet. So now you build the place. So everything, ta-da, and that's the working game. And so I've finished a little bit of demo of the game. Stop chain, I will need run. Okay. Okay, minute. Okay, are we there? Yes, we are there. We can build the entire game, but that's when the fun begin. Because now not only we can build the current game, we have all the source code and we know what's being built, but we can now start releasing a new chip-pitch version. And I talked with the owners, the current owners of chip-pitch, and I'm probably going to build a new version of chip-pitch for the Apple II. But you can also go beyond the Apple II, and you can build, because we have the meta compiler, you can actually build a new meta compiler and then a new fourth version. And you can target all the platforms which even didn't exist back then when the game was being built. And as a demo, I built it for the Commander X16, the C64, which is playable, but if twice or 4 times the speed. But you could also build it and target for any other 8-bit system if you want, using the same processor or another one. I'll skip this. Maybe a little bit of the 50 minutes. Okay, I will go to the next slide. This is what I'm about to show here. I will show a little bit of this, maybe of this video. It's quite lengthy video as well. But we'll do the same process for the X16. And although I know that you are Apple II fans, it's just to show that what we can do. Important to know is that it's being ported as an Apple II game. And what I did do for this, I changed the assembly language. I didn't change the Ford program a bit. So basically, it's emulating an Apple II on an X16. Normally, you would, of course, change the architecture of the game, use the special features of the X16. I do that because this is just a demo. I only adjusted the assembly routines to simulate things like I/O and so on. So you see the ported compiler working. So die komt daar in Dutch. and that is the game. After doing this and making this video, I noticed that I had the cops swap, like if the teacher had actually picked the wrong synchronization. But anyway. So what I hope you take home from this presentation, that although that we only had the disk which contains the running system, that there can be still a complete development system hiding underneath this game, and that you should aim for byte identical, so that it's actually able, that we were actually able to rebuild the entire system, and we were able to prove that it was built like this. I also hope that you learned a little bit about Fort. I learned to appreciate it. I have never programmed Fort before I actually started with looking into chipwidth, but it's quite a nice programming language. It was quite popular in the 1980s and the 1970s. And it's Fort and the weirdness of Fort that makes this entire process possible. So your last platform version may not be lost. It may just be encoded in the product. Thank you. Questions? Let's have a look at Discord. No questions yet.
Thanks, Jan. Yeah, we have a few questions here. So we have about 7 minutes here. How would you compare this Forth runtime versus the old Apple II GraphForth interpreter?
And what do you exactly mean in respect to what?
Well, the version, this Forth runtime here that you were using versus the old Apple II GraphForth, GRA Forth interpreter.
Well, they behave similar. I would say that the reason that Doc, at least this is speculating, of course, I cannot prove it, and I cannot ask Doc because he cannot remember. But the reason, he could also have chosen that, but he chose this, I guess, because he has experience with MVP Fort. Not as MVP Fort particular, but Super Fort for the Commodore was also derived from that. And it really looks like a lot like the Mac Fort that also was being used to build the Mac game. So he actually built first the Mac version, and then in 7 months he derived, which is quite a challenge, by the way, and an achievement. He derived the C64 and the Apple II version from that source code. So by choosing and by picking the right Fort compiler, he could actually use most of the source code. And that was the success after, well, doing it in this amount of time.
Great, thanks. What sources do you recommend for people looking to learn Forth programming?
I don't know if my presentation is still around, but if you look at the latest slide of my presentation, and I will of course share that with everybody on the Discord channel probably. It contains a list of links you can actually go to learn Fort. But if you type in Google or how you do it nowadays, starting Fort of Leo Brody, starting Fort, you will end up at the place where you can learn a lot about Fort. I think that's the most important link.
Okay, great, thanks. So I played along with a lot of exotic languages back in the day in the 80s, like Simula and those types of things. But Forth was one I never looked at. Did you know Forth before you began this quest, or did you learn it as you went along?
I learned it when I went along, and I'm really amazed by the fact that I completely missed it. Because if you study the history of Fort, which I start doing right now, then you will be amazed how popular it was. It was actually, yeah, I cannot compare it. It was, I think, a completely different world besides BASIC and so on. So you had, it's more compared to Python nowadays. And it was completely lost in history.
Yeah.
But if you look the resources on the internet, it's a unique language. It's extremely clever. It's no assembly. It's sitting somewhere in between assembly and a high-level programming language. It's blastly fast because it's almost assembly. So I learned to appreciate it, and I really can't imagine or understand why I completely miss it. But I'm very enthusiastic on it about Ford. I'm going to build next version of ChipWitch, which, by the way, you have already a reboot of ChipWitch. This is called ChipWitch. This will be called, in the future, it will be called ChipWitch Classic. And if people are interested in to program together with me on the Apple II, the next version, it will actually also be released, officially released. The source code will, by the way, will be open source, but it will be released as a game. Please contact me. Also, if you have other products concerning Ford, let me know.
Okay, great. So, do you know whether Forth was commonly used for games? You mentioned that it was kind of an overlooked thing that passed into history, but was it commonly used for games, or have you encountered others since this?
I did not look at other games, but I saw that it was used in a couple of robot projects, so hardware projects, which also had Ford. Because of the nature, it's quite tied to the hardware. And it was originally also built to interface with hardware. So you would not expect it to show up as a game or in a game. But I found others. And if people have other games, they want to that I treat them in the same way I did with this game. So that they need, and they have the rights, of course, and they need the source code back. Again, let me know. I'm more than interested. And I will probably also start looking into that later this year.
Okay, great. We have time for a few more here. Do you think you could write tools to automate your process, or is it too dependent on the individual programmer's implementation? Partly. The way people actually protect their implementation on the disk differs from product to product. For example, the Commodore 64, they got rid of all the names of the words. But for the part that is actually walking the dictionary, so from CW back to, that's quite standard. And if you stick to a particular time frame, so let's say if you stick to the 80s, then all the forts looks like the same. And yeah, then you could actually automate it quite a bit. But it will only help. You still need a human being in the loop to figure out and to draw the conclusions and to come up with the right suggestions. But yes, it can be automated for a partly at least. Great, thanks. I think we have time for one more quick question. Are there major differences in the different implementations of Forth? And I think you mentioned it, kind of half answered this in the last question. Yes, there are, although that they all adhere to a standard, but there are also different standards. And when Ford was starting, there was actually no standard at all. So somebody programmed it, and that was the standard. And the way you did it, you bought the source code, and then you adjusted the source code. Later on, there was a standard. But this guy from MVP actually wrote a book, and MVP Ford. What's in the name? It's called MVP Ford. Hang on, maybe I have it. No, I have it here. It's called All About Ford. I don't know if you can read it, but it's mirrored in my on my screen. It's actually written by Glenn Hayden, so the guy who actually made MVP Ford, and this became actually the standard back then. A Bible. Yeah, a Bible, and you could actually you went and you bought the source code, and then you adjusted your own product to this to fit your needs. And that's also how Superford actually came into existence. So there are differences, and there are also a difference in how they treat a processor. Great. Well, thank you so much, Jan. It seems like you didn't ease into retirement. So thank you so much for this. This was a great presentation. Again, you may see some other questions over in the Discord channel. So I will go over
I will go over all the questions and see which I did already answer and which not. And if somebody needs they can also send me an email. Reach out to me. Go to the Chipwitch channel. There is also a Discord channel for Chipwitch. Let me know if you have similar challenges, because I have time enough. Let me know. And see you probably next year.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All righty. Next on the agenda are our friends Brian Weiser and Bill Martins from Call Apple and Apple's Blast from the Past. Bill is in Japan, and Brian, so he's up really late. So they're going to run through the newest software in the books from Call Apple, the oldest official Apple users group, going strong since 1978, over at callapple.org. Their monthly PDF magazine regularly tops 50 pages, and their back catalog includes 50 plus books, dozens of programs, and a small galaxy of websites covering MECC, Beagle Brothers, and applied engineering and more. So take it away, Bill and Brian.
Hi everyone, I'm Brian Weiser. I'm here for my 14th annual update for the APPLE user group, otherwise known as Call Apple. That's also the name of our magazine that's been around since 1978. Bill Martins and I do many different things and have accomplished a lot over the last year, and I'll share those with you shortly. But first, some quick overviews. This is our callapple.org website, where we post the latest retro and modern Apple II and Mac news. And as I mentioned, we are a user group with the base level membership of $27.95 per year, although we also have a donate option if you wanted to support our efforts in a different way. And part of the membership includes a monthly magazine, PDF, and access to many legacy PDFs, Discord channel, and other member-exclusive software. This is a cover from a recent issue featuring the Byte Shop 50th anniversary, and we do continue to make available our 40th anniversary magazine as a free PDF for you to download and look at what we offer. The magazine is over 50 pages in color. And just in case you're curious what it looks like, here's some articles from recent issues. An article on the passing of famous artist Robert Tinney, and an overview of some pilot articles for the Mac and the Apple II. We feature product reviews, in this case a few games. And we also share programming code and emulator updates and things happening with some of our favorite podcasts. We do offer, as I mentioned, many legacy PDF magazines that we've released over the years, back to Mac Tech Quarterly, Aptalog, an Apple III magazine, and various other issues. And besides callapple.org, we maintain many different websites, Apple Archives, Beagle Brothers, Applied Engineering, Vitno, and others. One of our new resources available for everyone is our Global Computing Events calendar, available at callapple.org/GCE. And it's updated monthly and includes all of the known computing and gaming events around the globe with many details. Currently over 230 events are listed. A fun update that's many years in the making, Virtual Apple II is live once again, and you can play both Apple II and Apple IIgs games in your browser at virtualapple.org. The old site required a plugin for the browser, and thanks to Kegs.js, which is an in-house production, it's a fully qualified Apple IIgs emulator, completely JavaScript based. That means that any platform, computer or mobile, can now play play Apple II and Apple IIgs games, and we're very thrilled with the results. And here's an Apple IIgs game, Task Times in Tone Town. Of course, you can load your own discs too, read documentation and other details, go full screen, and yeah, virtualapple.org. Thanks to Kegs.js, we now have our mecc.co website up and running with that JavaScript emulator. So all of the MECC titles, games, and utilities are available in the browser. And this has been something we've been working on for many, many years. Just go to the software menu to see all the programs and categories. And here's Dog Sled Ambassadors running in browser on our website. And in addition to an overview of the titles, there are manuals as well to help you enjoy all of those titles. I should mention too that we are working on a Macintosh version of this, so that in the future you'll be able to play MECC Mac titles here as well. Our store continues to expand, offering many different clothing items and digital software purchases. And here's a few of the fun items: Beagle Brothers mouse pad, different t-shirts and mugs, just to give you a flavor for it. Our store has also featured many games from Rafael Rosenda over the last few years, and here's some of those previous releases. He's a very talented programmer. We have a few new titles from Rafael. The first up is Space Jockey, where you're a space jockey of a lunar buggy and the moon is being attacked by the aliens. And of course, your job is to prevent the invasion, eliminating all the aliens, while of course avoiding obstacles and mines and so forth on the moon's surface. And another action game, Zion X. You were in a warehouse with a seemingly endless stream of robots of various types attacking you, and you need to move through the warehouse collecting keys and eliminating all the robots that are attacking you. We also have a new tool for games. ZGen converts Infocom Z Machine story files into a bootable Apple II 5¼ disk image in your browser in seconds. And if a game happens to be too large, ZGen even produces a 2-disc set. And this is available at callapple.org/ZGen. And I should mention too that about 12 years ago, information on building Infocom disks was covered by Michael Sternberg and also Steve Nicholas. But with all of the tools available to date, we're limited to offline. Now there's an online solution. And related, if you just want to play your game created with your favorite Z Machine Inform 6 compiler, you can do that too. We have converted Frederick Ramsberg's CrebF player to JavaScript, and that plays existing Z3, 4, 5, and Z8 files. And of course, you can play your own games too. Some that we've offered in the player, as well as those from other authors. And that's available at callapple.org/player. And speaking of Infocom style adventure games, we have some new offerings in our store, starting with Adam 20 Wasteland Survivors, which is post-apocalyptic. You must explore a devastated landscape, gather supplies, recruit survivors, and lead your group north to Sanctuary. Another Z Machine game, based on the classic 1980 game originally published in Byte magazine, Lost Dutchman's Gold Revisited. Welcome to the burning deserts, treacherous canyons, and somewhere among the mountains lies the Lost Dutchman's mine with a legendary hoard of gold. And in the science fiction realm, we have Moonbase Alpha, a journey to the legendary lunar colony. The year is 2157, 15 years after the disappearance of 87 crew members. You have one chance to solve the mystery. And lastly, The Tower, a conversion of the Amen adventure of the same title by Bill Martins, post-apocalyptic. Seems to be a familiar theme. The game is completed, but we're not quite done with the manual, so if you want to check it out, you can play it online in our player that I mentioned earlier, and once the manual is completed, it will be available in our store. We also have an official re-release of this 1982 game that we've done in coordination with author Matthew Jew. Your primary objective is obviously to kill all the ice demons, which will not be easy since they can sometimes breed faster than you can shoot, and it comes complete with the disk image, PDF manual, and disk label. And here's a quick video. And this is a fun addition too. In 2016, we produced an iOS version of the Apple II game Structurus in coordination with author Martin Hay. And the game does bear some similarity to Tetris, but the blocks can aim for you and crush you. And we did have it available in Apple's App Store, selling a number of copies before it became obsolete with the annual iOS updates. But this year we decided to bring it back, and we've rebuilt it completely. But instead of the playing field getting smaller as the levels increase, the block size increases, causing the same effect. And the new version of the game will be available for iOS, iPadOS, and yes, macOS, the latest version. We have also ported and updated the Layerware version of Ultima 3 that was released in 2014. We received the source code a couple of years ago, and we've also received permission to republish this game from none other than Richard Garriott himself. So this is an official approved release. And thanks to a number of folks who contributed to this, we have a full version of the game available for purchase, running on the latest version of Mac OS. And of course, we have not forgotten the Ultima 3 cheater. We have a new version of that too, and both will be available in our store to the Apple App Store. And next, it's time for our books. You might remember our What's Where in the Apple Enhanced Edition that we released in 2016, about 600 pages. We produced that in coordination with publishing legend Robert Tripp of Micro Inc. And if you're not familiar with this book, it's a comprehensive guide to the hardware and firmware organization and architecture of the Apple II, IIe, and IIc, discussing concepts, programming techniques, inner workings. And apart from the guide, there is a numerical atlas and alphabetical gazetteer that guide you to over 2,700 memory locations of peeks, pokes, calls in DOS and ProDOS. And I mention that because we are very proud to announce our first book app, What's Where in the Apple, which contains all of the familiar aspects of those books that I just mentioned. The atlas and gazetteer are of course searchable, and here you can see the name, hex, decimal, type, the machine it applies to for the 2e, and 2c. And if you select an entry, you can see further details and mouse over to see the code type. Another exciting feature is that the entire guide is included, which represents over 300 pages complete with bookmarks. So yes, the entire book is now available in an easy-to-use app on your Mac or your iPad. You can also view 2 pages at a time if you prefer. The app is totally finished and has been submitted to Apple's App Store, where it will be available for purchase, linked through our website. And now back to the world of physical books. You might remember that last year we released the 2nd edition of the WASPAC 2, which was originally published in 1979. This was intended for collectors who wanted to own this early work. The WASPAC 2 was an expanded and typeset version of the original 1978 WASPAC. And I mention that because we have just released the WASPAC Original Edition, which is a reprint of that 1978 book with fully restored and enhanced pages, a new back cover, but it has the original classic cover, also intended for collectors. It's about 300 pages, and if you don't know, the WASPAC was the first official technical resource for the Apple II, with original material provided from Steve Wozniak and Apple Computer President Mike Scott directly to the APPLE user group, and much of it is in the original handwriting of Steve Wozniak. And there's the original contents page, Woz's renumbering and appending of basic programs. And here we have the line number cross-reference and symbol table usage that Woz wrote. And the book is available in paperback and hardback. And you've probably also heard of our WASPAC Special Edition that we first released in 2013, and it's gone through a few updates. And this contains everything from the original WASPAC and WASPAC 2, plus over 100 pages of new materials provided by Apple Legends from their personal libraries. Our special edition also includes forewords from Steve Wozniak, Randy Wigginton, Andy Hertzfeld, Keith Walls, Robert Clardy, Don Williams, and Wendell Sander. And I mention this because we surprisingly discovered a rare early collection and have added 24 pages of original material to it, which brings us to a new 4th edition. And there is so much material in this book that I decided to group articles into logical categories. Many weren't originally next to each other in the original order, and so with this grouping it does make it much easier to find things. And here's part of the table of contents, highlighting AppleSoft, Assembler, code relocation, the keyboard, and other physical elements. And of course the book contains great material like Woz's high-res subroutines and other subjects. And on the left there is a sample of a new edition, 14 pages of handwritten notes from Woz on printer connections, where he writes about printer hardware latch and handshake, printer card and firmware, using the Apple II printer card, and the Apple II printer card connecting to an SWTP40 cable. Further additions include Woz's writing a color graphics program in 6502 assembly, which is 5 pages, and then on the right, another 5 pages from Wendell Sander with his communication card print routine. And this unexpected 4th edition is available in paperback, hardback, and coil. And that brings me to another unique book that we've just released, Apple II Notes, Early Technical References and Notes from Steve Wozniak. And this collection was assembled for some of the first Apple user groups, and it came in a simple brown manila folder, and I drew inspiration from that and designed this new cover for it. We have not added any technical content or literature, and it's in 4 key sections, which is the Apple II Mini Manual, supplemental Apple documentation, WAS notes, and miscellaneous. It begins with the Apple II Mini Manual, about 70 typed pages, covering software, hardware, a few program listings from the cassette tape demos, and I was surprised to see yellow section pages in the original. I'd never seen that before. It includes things like system monitor commands, basic commands, signal descriptions for game I/O, installing your own RAM. And after the mini manual is the Apple supplemental section that begins with the new blue section that I created to keep it distinct and in the same style. And this section includes WAS's 33-page high-res subroutines article, which has always been part of the WAS pack, although this is a slightly earlier printing, and Apple's installation instructions for Apple II memory, along with Wendell Sanders' communication card print routine. The next WAS notes section has WAS's 14 pages of handwritten notes on printer connections that you see on the right. Both of those were just added to the WAS Pack Special 4th edition, so if you own a 3rd edition of the WAS Pack that we released a few years ago, our Apple II Notes book will provide you the majority of what we've just added to the 4th edition. And finally, the last miscellaneous section in Apple II Notes has some fun literature and articles from the day, TV frequencies, VHF modulator, Pixie Verter instructions, microproducts information and EEPROM brochure, a baud rate adjustment program for Apple's serial board, circuit description, and other miscellaneous literature. And Apple II Notes is available today in paperback and hardback in color, printed on 80-pound coated paper. And all of these are available in our bookstore, listed at callapple.org/books. And it's important to remember book discounts. We have a post pinned at the top of our website, which always has the latest Lulu coupon. And buying through our site and Lulu is the best way to support us and the authors that we work with. And that brings me to books in progress, because we never stop working. Last year, we released the books Nibble Disassembly Lines Volume 1 and 2 and disk images, covering DOS 3.3 and ProDOS internal workings, featuring articles from Sandy Mossberg, who had one of the longest running columns in Nibble magazine. The books are 300 and 500 pages, respectively. Well, this fall we're releasing Volume 3, which covers ProDOS 16 for the Apple II GS, more articles from Sandy Mossberg. And after this is released, every single Mossberg article from Nibble will be in book form, something we're quite excited about. And I wanted to give you an update also on my Comprehend Penguin Adventure Development System book I've talked about before. The book is 90% done, contains unreleased developer documentation and accompanying programs. We've made progress with the demo Comprehend Adventure, which is an essential part of releasing this book as a proper tool and tutorial for prospective programmers. It's just taking a little more time to get everything right. And just a few more things. Over the last few years, we've released all 37 PDF issues and discs for GS Plus magazine, working with the original publisher, Steve Disbro. And it was a massive project where we completely remastered the text and graphics, laying out everything from scratch for these magazines. And if you haven't looked at it yet, the Ultimate GS Plus has all of the magazines and disk images in one bundle, although we do, of course, have separate bundles available. And that's available at callapple.org/GS Plus or on our store. And we also have GS Plus t-shirts, hats, mugs, and mouse pads available in our store. We've partnered with Steve Disbrow for another bundle, the complete GS Plus apps. His company Ecosystems published several commercial titles beyond all of the programs that they released on their magazine discs. And they also partnered with Westcode to publish Typeset that was written by Diz and Joe. And they're available in one discounted bundle, Addressed for Success 1.1, AutoArc 1.1, AppleWorks GS Translator for Graphic Writer 3, Balloon 2, and Typeset. And they're complete with PDF manuals. They're also available separately if you just want one. And Diz does directly benefit with all of these from any sales. And, wait. I think I feel a storm brewing.
Hello there, Apple II GS owners. It is I, Steve Disbrow, thousandaire publisher of GS Plus magazine. As you may know, over the past year or so, the fine folks at Call Apple have been working on Volume 8 of GS Plus magazine. This work brings together a plethora of ephemera, apocrypha, and excrema that you may not have seen in the past. This is a huge work containing, I want to say, editorials, advertisements, source code, all kinds of things that were previously lost to the annals of time. Annals. And it can be yours for the low, low price of, what a bargain. And it will be available on, so soon, madness. So visit the Call Apple website today and get yours. The address for ordering is on the bottom of the screen right now, probably. We really didn't discuss this ahead of time. I just said I'd throw something together at the last minute. Sort of like GS Plus magazine. Seriously though, you have to buy this. I get a cut, and I can't keep paying for all of this with feet pics. They're gnarled, they're hairy and hideous. It looks like a hobbit ballerina down there. Oh sure, there are a few guys out there that are willing to pay for that. Paul stat. But that number is smaller and smaller every day. Now it seems like easy work at first. I mean, all you gotta do is show a little ankle, then a little arch, then a little toe. Then the partying and the drugs and the gambling start up, and one day you wake up with one wooden foot and you wonder what the hell happened. So please buy this. Please buy this thing. It's not a huge cut, but hopefully I can make enough money to get Roger Wagner off my back. I still owe him for that bad crypto deal. I mean, who knew applied engineering coin would be a scam? Well, in any case, I hope you have a great event here at the facility. It's absolutely beautiful here, isn't it? Anyway, thanks for watching. Apple II forever.
Thanks again, Diz. Indeed, a new official issue of GS Plus magazine, that's really a 270-page book, is available today in paperback and hardback, printed in color on 80-pound coated paper. And it's designed in the style of the original magazines with new and legacy content, several articles he wrote after GS Plus ceased publication, and a brand new writer's block, among many other things. Here's a fun t-shirt ad that's been updated with additional humor. All of his previous editorials are included. Here you see crawling back to the first 37 writer's blocks. His very important disc readmes are included. And there's one of the articles he wrote after GS Plus. Here's a fun ad on the Zip GS with a quote from GS Plus next to my 7-page interview with Diz that we just did. And the interview also includes a photo I took of the rare GS Plus Mark Twain computer, which seemed like an appropriate addition for this publication and the 40th anniversary of the Apple II GS. Diz's original writer's block for his last Volume 7 #1 issue that wasn't published in the magazine, Antoine Vignau's miraculous timeline of Apple IIgs events and products after 1994, the extremely complete glossary, FAQs, magazine indexes, and documentation for Replicator and several other noteworthy apps, some fun new and old ads, a new section, What Happened After GS Plus, which features some Usenet posts and his website. There's an index of programs by issue, and also a new alphabetical index I created because there are so many programs. And this is available today. And GS Plus Volume 8, #1, 2026 is listed here in our store, and it's also available on the books page. All of our products are on our website, but if you prefer, we have a PDF catalog available that's also on Discord and on our website. And please remember to become a member, support our efforts, and visit our website at callapple.org. Please let us know of any questions. We really appreciate everybody and everything everyone does for the community. It helps us keep all going with this wonderful hobby of ours. Apple II forever.
All right. Thank you, Brian and Bill. So they will be over in Discord, in the Discord channel, answering questions, at least until Bill falls asleep. Again, remember, he's in Japan. So, all right. Next on the list is Ed Enough and Josh Norrid, and they're going to talk about what's new with the A2 FPGA. Ed and Josh are going to drop by with the latest from the A2 FPGA project, including double buffered GS graphics and VidX 80 column support. It's a kind of talk where a field programmable gate array quietly does things your original motherboard never dreamed of. 30 minutes, freshly reprogrammed. Take it away.
There we go. Let's get the slides up. But great to be here. This is I think our third KFest.
Yeah, third one, Ed. Third.
Exactly. So good stuff. Pretty excited about this. I'm hearing a little bit of an echo here. Hopefully. I'm not sure where that's coming from. Let's give it a shot there. Maybe it's on my end? No, it looks like it's coming from you, Josh. In any event, not sure if it's possible, Josh, if you want to switch to headphones, while I kick things off. But in any event, A2FPGA, a lot of people actually ask, hey, what's this all about? Field programmable gate arrays and all that cool stuff. So the idea, and we kicked off this project a couple of years ago, actually in the middle of the pandemic, was to go and say, first of all, this is a technology we wanted to play with for a while. I've been hacking on these things for a while. Josh had as well. Did some contributions to the Mr. FPGA project. By the way, the new GS core on the Mr. FPGA is really cool. So shout out to those guys for releasing that. That's pretty exciting stuff. But our goal was to go and figure out how to connect this to existing hardware, and so around that time, the SciPede company out in China built this Tang Mega 20K module, which was being used by a number of retro projects. Really nice form factor. It's that little module in the middle of the card there. We'll talk about that in a minute. But we decided to go and build this into an interface card, braved all of the intricacies of reading the Sather book and the schematics and all the reference manual and all that good stuff, as well as the fun world of interfacing new hardware with 5-volt TTL logic. And the result was the A2N20 card, which is really all about creating what we call this multi-card, which is basically recreates a number of original hardware projects or hardware boards in a single slot. And we published all the firmware source code on that. It's all on GitHub. So people are able to go and extend it. But, we also partnered with Henry over at Reactive Micro to make this, something that you can go and pick up, and we're really happy that there's a whole bunch of people who have gone and purchased this card from him and have them in their machines. So at this point, we consider, as far as retro projects go, it's been a nice little success. Josh, I think we got you back.
Sorry for the challenge there. It didn't show up on our pre-run, but I'm on headphones now.
You sound great. Yeah, no echo. It's all good.
Carry on.
Awesome. Cool. So what's new on this? Well, again, we're a number of years into this, but a couple of things. We've got an all new set of firmware. And I'm going to talk about what makes that new and makes that possible. But some of the cool things that are going to that we'll get into the detail on. So double buffering. So why is that important? Well, one of the things that when we started this project, we really originally. Not to date ourselves, because I think all of us in the Apple II scene at this point, we're all getting on in years. But Josh and I were originally like Apple II guys, and so didn't appreciate as much all of the tricks and hacks in the GS scene. And so a lot of people, particularly a lot of games are using the are timing their draws against vertical blanking and so on. In order for that to survive we had to do double buffer graphics. The other thing, of course, is that people want to interface with a lot of, they want to connect their Apple IIs onto their networks. They want to be able to leverage a lot of additional devices. In the Apple II world, of course, Videx turns out to be really important. We'll talk a little bit about that. And then we'll also talk a lot about the development process. AI, love it or hate it, turns out that actually has gotten not too bad at retro development. And we've been able to leverage that in our process. And then, of course, we've got some new stuff we want to show in terms of stuff that's coming up. So that's what we're going to run through. So a lot to cover, and let's jump in on that. So we'll talk about the firmware again. In the spirit carrying over from the previous presentation, we'll be very non-specific on dates, but our goal is hopefully in the next week or so we'll have all the stuff on that. We've been getting some testing from this stuff from a couple of folks have tried it out, and so Josh and I have spent a bunch of time over the last few weeks trying to make sure that doing the firmware update is relatively painless, and so we don't want to drop it until we know at least most people won't be bricking their boards, and if they do, that we've got simple to follow instructions for unbricking it. And trust us, we've managed to do that a couple of times in the process of it. Good news is we do know how to recover cards on that. This time around, it's not just the FPGA update. The microcontroller on the board also gets updated, and that's actually where a lot of this cool new functionality comes from. And then just in case, because people are asking, you probably won't be, for those of you who go and get boards from Henry at Reactive, it probably won't be before the fall that we consider all this stuff bulletproof enough that we just want to ship it by the default. But probably by the end of the year, or very hopefully, October, November timeframe, definitely by the end of the year, we'll switch over to that. In the meanwhile, from a DIY standpoint, we're going to make it as straightforward. So let me explain sort of what makes this all possible. So as I mentioned before, the current boards are built on top of this Tang Nano 20K. This is a module built by a company called Sidepede. It has an FPGA on it, as the name would imply. It really turned out to be really in the sweet spot for a lot of retro projects. FPGAs are measured in something called in gates, right? And so what this does is literally allows you to create, software-defined, logic gates, roughly like the transistor counts and stuff you would have on your 6502 or what have you. And generally that's the most important metric when we look at these things, which is why you see that they've got that 20K highlighted there and all that. Well, it turns out this board has a couple of interesting other properties of it that we really weren't tapping into. It has 8 megabytes of SD RAM. And it also has this microcontroller that actually runs at 320 megahertz. This stuff was predominantly being used. The microcontroller was predominantly just being used to let you update the firmware via USB cable, basically emulating an FTDI. That was the default that Sidepede put it on. And the reason why they did it is because this microcontroller, it's a BL616, which is a RISC-V microcontroller clocked at up to 320 megahertz, which is incredibly fast. And it's also a very, very cheap part in China, like pennies. And so they said, okay, we're going to use this as basically our USB to serial thing, and barely utilized. But what happened was, this thing was locked down. They didn't provide any documentation on it. It was just a thing on the board. So nobody really paid attention to it until a few years ago. One of the other retro projects, the NES Tang project, which basically started emulating the Nintendo Entertainment System, they were the first ones to figure out you could do more with this chip. A couple of other projects have picked that up. And so we took a look at it and we were like, wow, there's a whole bunch of extra functionality on these boards that we can leverage for our firmware. And so, what are we using it for? Well, we're using it for two things. The first thing is we're using that 8 megabytes to build a frame buffer. So this solves the problem that we started to get from GS users, which was that people running games like Bugs, Arkanoid, you name it. Turns out there's a lot of GS games that use this beam racing technique, and I'll talk about that in a second, but that, basically were not looking great on the card. They render beautifully, but what would happen is you get flickering. Like you go and see that either whatever your spaceship or whatever, that it would flicker as it moved around, and people were like, why is it doing that? It didn't do that on the original GS. And basically that goes into the fact that we were running the video clock at HDMI speeds. It's roughly 27 megahertz, whereas the Apple II updates the screens and on different clock speed. Actually, it's 14 point whatever. I know I should know that clock speed by heart, but I'm drawing a blank at the moment. And that mismatch meant that software that's following the scan line and precisely erasing and redrawing suddenly wouldn't work when the video pixel clock was different. So the solution to that most retro projects that deal with this, or most emulators do, is they do two things. One is they render at the true Apple II clock speed, or GS clock speed, or what have you, and then they draw output to the screen at whatever the modern pixel rate is. But that requires you to now have two video buffers. This next, if you didn't follow all that, this basically, illustrates that a little bit, which is you've got your Apple II writing to memory at one speed. You've got HDMI or whatever your video output is reading at a different speed. You need an interim buffer, and that's what this double buffer or second buffer is where we do that. Well, that takes a ton of memory, which is why we didn't do it in the first implementation. But it turned out we have this extra, largely unused 8 megabytes of memory. Well, it turns out that's a great place to run this second buffer out of, and so we do. And so the good news is now, particularly GS games, but actually in the way we implemented this, it actually works well for 2E, because it turns out on 2E and 2C that you can also get and read the state of the vertical blanking, which is specifically how people sort of figure out the state of the scan line. There's actually some registers for also in the GS for actually figuring out precisely what line is being read. We actually snoop those, and we use those to calibrate the timing. So our internal representation of what scan line we think is being updated is in sync with what's on the motherboard. And we do that through a couple of different ways. We actually measure, we measure the number of clock signals. As everybody knows, everyone who's an Apple II aficionado knows the 65th clock interval is a long one. So we snoop all of that, and we also look at when the games are polling these memory addresses, and so we actually resynchronize our internal counters, and it lets us get a very accurate view of where where our rendering pipeline is running in relation to what the motherboard thinks it is. Last year when this came up, people were asking us about it. We said we have no idea how we would do that. And it turned out we were able to figure it out. So we're really happy with that. It makes games look really good. And so pretty big deal for GS users in particular. Second thing that actually turned out to be really cool was figuring out, and this was really part of what that previous thing was really just leveraging the extra SD RAM that's on the card. The second part was really directly came from unlocking this microcontroller, which is the microcontroller is directly connected to that USB-C connector that you see on the A2N20 on that SiP module, the Tang Nano module. And it turned out that there's actually a lot of space on that for running a full USB-C host. That is so it previously was being used by default. When you use one of these Tang Nano modules, it operates solely as a USB-C device, but it turns out it's actually what's called USB-C OTG, or on-the-go port, which means it can also function as a host. What does that mean? Well, it means you can actually plug in a USB hub, and you can plug things into it. Now, you got to have the software for that, which is where all the fun came in. But turned out with a little bit of help from Claude Code, that we were actually able to bring up a full USB-C host stack. We were able to bring up USB-C networking. We were able to add USB storage, remote controls, USB-C serial, and so a whole bunch of stuff that we wanted to be able to interface in this was now possible. And so in the past, we were really, this card was predominantly a video card with a little bit of additions, obviously with sound, and then we were doing USB serial, but now we actually are able to connect to a bunch of stuff, and more importantly, we actually are able to go and drive a whole bunch of new functionality that I'm going to show you over the next couple of slides.
This is a huge, I just wanted to butt in for a moment, Ed. This is a huge unlock. So imagine you have an A2N20V2 today, you update the firmware on the FPGA and the MCU, you connect a USB-C hub to it, and then taking a look at some of these items that we have here in the image, with a remote control, you have access to the on-screen display for full and complete configuration and management of your A2 FPGA, including what goes in what slot, what boards are actually implemented, where they are. You have the ability to connect the Ethernet adapter. We'll get into Ethernet 2 support as well as something else here in a second, but you can literally connect anything USB, and we're building out support for each of these items as we speak. So this is a huge, huge new firmware update, and it's going to greatly simplify how you get the maximum value out of your Apple.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is, well, let me jump onto a couple of screens so you can see some of this stuff in action. So one of the things that first thing is, of course, we actually present the menu. This may go through some redesign stuff. We did not apply any particular design skills to this. We went for the functional menu, but we now break out. So a couple of things on this. So first of all, you now have this full on-screen display. Couple of things. You're actually able to update the firmware and the FPGA. You no longer have to do everything complicated with hooking up a cable and all that. You can actually just copy those files once you've done this update. So there'll be for those of you who do the firmware update, you'll have to do the whole thing following the instructions of using OpenFPGA loader and a bunch of stuff. Once you do that, you're actually able to update off of the USB sticks. You just copy the files onto the USB stick. Actually, it gets even better because once this thing is running, it actually exposes an FTP server. So you don't actually have to do sneakernet. You can just copy these files onto the USB storage just via FTP. But once you do that, you'll be able to, from here on in, firmware updates, FPGA updates, just dynamically through the menu. So this is a great convenience because this is part of the challenge, but and it's part of the reason why we didn't do as many firmware update releases, because we'd have a bunch of people who would get it right, and then a bunch of folks who through really no fault of their own would end up sort of breaking the thing, and would have to go through the unbricking process. So this is going to make updates a lot easier. But let me go through a couple of the things. So we talk about this as a multi-card. One of the first things that people were saying was, oh, but I already have something in slot 2. Oh, wait a minute. I want to use my existing super serial card, or I don't want Mockingbird in this slot or whatever. So now all of the slot assignments for the virtual cards are all just dynamically assignable. So in the past, we would actually do different builds that had the cards different configurations. And so now it can all be done dynamically. You want to basically go and say, well, my Mockingbird is on slot 4, my Ethernet is in slot 3, or disk 2, or Super Sprite, or you don't want Super Sprite here because whatever. Like, you can turn these things off, and it's all, you dynamically assigned. It survives reboots. It's all persistent storage as one would expect. So this really brings the multi-card promise, makes that a lot more convenient than it used to be. So this is pretty cool. The other piece of this, of course, with this menu system, this lets us go and do the drive emulation, right? So now we're able to go and basically, support, not just Apple Disk 2 emulation, but also, smart port hard drives. And so we have a full file picker. You're able to go. We support different disk images, DSK format, 2MG, nibble format. We don't support WAS format yet. We will, but that's a slightly more complicated format. And so and just from the standpoint, the majority of our stuff in our libraries was DSK format. But we'll get there. So this lets you go and select and mount files off of the USB sticks. It's really, it's actually quite nice how fast these things are. Like, Total Replay comes right up and amazingly fast. Some of these games, like, Arkanoid, that, for nostalgic reasons is still one of my favorite GS games. because it's what they had in the pizza place, coin op machine when I was in college. But it has an insufferably long startup process that now just goes right through. So
yeah, you're now moving at the speed of the USB bus, which is really awesome. This piece for me was a huge unlock in some of the work that we've done. The fact we've tested DSK, DOS order, ProDOS, CPM, Pascal, and then on 2E and 2GS with no other materials whatsoever, just the A2 FPGA connected to a USB hub with a USB flash drive. Can do HDV images. So if you want to run Total Replay, you're running it off of a stick. No additional cords or wires or other boards or anything. So this is very powerful. Oh, and I'm not sure if you can see it on this image, but we actually do support folders and subfolders, so you can keep your USB stick full of images extremely well organized. And then again, that thing Ed was talking about with the FTP server, imagine never having to remove the USB stick. You can literally FTP images or firmware files or whatever, wherever you like from a remote host, which is very powerful.
Oh, the other cool thing, of course, everything you see here is also married to Telnet. So, which is actually pretty cool for doing like automated updates and stuff, because you can do it all from the command line. So other cool part of this is, again, as we were doing this, the next thing that we tackled was network adapters. Right now we're supporting specific Realtek. I forget which one it is, the 10100. I think it's 5182. Realtek. But we're looking to support some others, but right now for people who are testing, it's in the README file. We're just saying, hey, just stick to this stuff because we know it works. This is a $10 network adapter. So, the whole thing of getting this thing up and running, it's like a $10 USB hub, $10 network adapter. We've tested with a bunch of different USB sticks. That seems to not much compatibility issues there. And then we do recommend, or we've tested with a couple of different input devices. We tend to recommend to use this particular. This is like a $6. These are all off Amazon. $6 remote for going into menu mode and all that. We do actually support gamepads in that, but the reason why we don't tell people to spring for the gamepad is that gamepads support via the cards for the Apple II. There are a couple of mechanisms for that, but there's only like a dozen games that are set up for that. So we have tested with like the common gamepads, but don't recommend that people spring for that just for the purposes of operating the menu, because you're not going to get much usage for playing games with the gamepad. Mouse support though is coming in that because that there is a mouse card that we standard mouse card which lots of programs support that we can emulate. So it's not in the firmware yet, but we'll get to it.
We're running up on time soon.
Oh man, we better keep it going.
Yeah, we've got to accelerate.
Okay, so again, everything is designed to be Ethernet compatible. Let me talk a couple about. Let's spend a few minutes on Videx. Josh, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Videx, VDEX, VIDEX, call it what you will. We have VIDEX video term 80 column support thanks to a wonderful contribution from Brent Rector. And it looks beautiful, works with CPM, works with anything in the Apple II DOS library for targeting the 2+, works with the Apple language system and Pascal. This is native to the FPGA, so it's actually an implementation of all of the logic found on a real VIDEX video term card built into the Apple. And you can place it in whatever slot you like once we have merged it into the firmware. But this is a super unlock also because many of our users are running older equipment that relies on the VidX, and now we have a perfect functioning VidX implementation. It will be probably in the next release of the firmware. Ed was in the process of rebuilding the renderer, as he talked at the top of the discussion today, and now we're going to fold this implementation in underneath the new renderer, so it should look even better than it does now, and it's already looking great. So if you have a 2+, if you have 80, if you want to run something in 80 column mode, you can enable with the OSD the VidX, and it will all just work.
Yeah. So this is, again, very cool, particularly for Apple II folks. It does raise one question, and people can answer in Discord and so on. But as we start to fill up the card with stuff, particularly the stuff in the FPGA, like I talked about how we have a whole bunch of room in the microcontroller, but the FPGA, we're really filling it up. And so it does look like we're going to need to go to separate builds for 2+ users versus 2GS users. And so love feedback on that. Like how many people are, is that okay? Or do people want a card that just comes out of the box with both? Because we really want to put things like VidX. Don't make as much sense if you're running a GS, but make a ton of sense if you're doing, 2+ type stuff. And so we'll create builds that do both. I was told we actually can go a little bit, a few minutes over. So we'll roll on because we got a few more things to cover. I do want to talk about AI development. Look, I know people pro and con, and there's lots of valid stuff. So we're not going to wade into the controversy of that. But what we will say is, look, we did start using the AI development tools last year. For those of you who are using things like Claude Code and such, you do know that they got immensely powerful at the second half of last year, particularly in like the October-November timeframe. And so Josh and I spent a lot of time playing with these things, and we suddenly found that it was making it possible to really accelerate a lot of the development. And so one of the things that we did, and by the way, like the VidX stuff that you saw coming from Brent, he built a lot of that using Claude. Brent's very accomplished software developer. Actually, many of you may have read his books and such. Published author in .NET and all that, but he was able to build a ton of stuff with this. And so what we said was let's actually go and make this stuff a lot easier for people to do. And so for those of you who use these tools, whether it's Claude, ChatGPT, OpenCode, we have a full Agents MD file. There's instructions in there. I know some people love it or hate it on AI, but if you do want to build things, if you do want to contribute to this, what we're finding is like it really is possible for people to go in there with an idea and say, hey, I want to try this out. I want to try this. And the project is now, the open source project is now configured to make that possible. So I want to put that out there. In the past, there was a pretty high lift. You had to add things. You need to be an expert on Verilog and System Verilog and a whole bunch of things about embedded that were, unless you've been really hacking on this stuff for a while, was a little bit esoteric. And now it really has set the bar so that people now can come in and build cool additions. So I did want to point that out. And then, what's new? Well, or what's next? So we are getting this release out. It is a beta release. We're calling it experimental, kick the tires. Right now, more for the people who are DIY. Look, if you're just a person who likes to, and nothing wrong with it, like lots of us just want to turn this thing on, have it work, play some Apple II games and so on. For that, I'd say hold off a few months before you do that. But if you are willing to wade through this, read the README files, maybe send us some Slacks or Discord notices on stuff, and deal with the fact that we're not always the most timely in our responses to that. Then this stuff is, both Josh and I are using this on our daily driver machines. It is solid enough for those purposes. We are going to support more of the devices, USB devices. And as I said, the GA release will be towards the end of the year, but DIY for now on GitHub. And eventually we will cut over, and the new boards will just come with this that Henry sets up. He'll do that, and I think Henry will have something for people who want to send their cards in, who just want to get it updated as well. To be determined. We'll have more info as we get closer on that. Last thing we don't want to leave you on, we talked about this last year. We will have eventually a new card, the A2 Mega. We're building on the Tang Mega 60 and 138. These are bigger cards. By the way, look, this will be a more expensive card in terms of cost. But the idea is really that it's the sort of the Transwarp GS replacement. We are in this particular case where we learned a lot from pretty late in the process, and I'll show you in a minute what the A2 Mega looks like, because we've actually been running the A2 Megas for almost a year and a half now on our machines. But in the process of doing all this stuff on the A2N20 cards, we discovered just all the stuff you could do with USB-C, and we actually sort of went back to the drawing board and went all in on that. The new cards actually use what's called alternate mode DisplayPort. You want to get it to HDMI, that's very easy. There are adapters you can buy, again, $10 adapters on Amazon that plug into USB-C and give you HDMI output. But this is going to let us kick the cards up to 1080p. So we'll be able to really give you a lot more display options. And then the other nice piece of it is we give you networking via Wi-Fi. And so this is the card that we've been running. We showed this actually briefly last year. Run this regularly on our GSs. Works fine. Power draw is fine. We have redesigned the power supply quite a bit from what you see on this card, but actually well within the power envelope. Even though we had a lot of worries about that from what the card can produce. That said, actually, the new cards can draw power over the USB-C as well. So if people are really doing something crazy.
Just to point it out, the 2GS Transwarp capability will connect to the CPU socket via that IDC connector and ribbon cable. So that's sort of the express purpose, and that was job one. Ed really wanted to implement the Transwarp capability. So having that actually running inside of the FPGA and then connected in direct to the socket makes for the most convenient approach. So we're super excited about this, but we're just trying to make sure we get it right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this one, and also during the process of when we were doing all of this stuff, it's funny, actually, we've gone through every wave of supply chain hassles on this. We had the COVID supply chain, there was the post-COVID supply chain, the tariff supply chain and issues, and then of course now, you wouldn't think so, but the memory chip supply chain stuff trickles down to embedded stuff as well. So that's been also part of why we have not been in a hurry to get these things out there. This is the latest card that's over at PCBWay. As you can see, we're actually doing everything via the USB-C, so all the expandability. You'll basically just pull this out via cable out your back, out of the back plane of your computer, and then just plug into a USB dock or hub. So if you want HDMI, all of these little mini I keep calling them dock hubs. Maybe I'm coining a new term there. We'll give you your HDMI output. A lot of monitors and stuff now have just the USB-C video. It'll work fine. You've got your ribbon connector, and then we'll have the option of either putting in the Mega 60K or the Mega 138K. Probably for transwarp, you're going to use the 138K because it just has a lot more onboard memory, and for maximum acceleration, you want to use that. And so like I said, this probably it's early next year before we'll have them in the fall for people who are adventuresome, but our goal is to eventually have both. We'll definitely continue to. This won't replace the current A2N20, because again, this is going to be more of a more high-end hardware configuration, but gives you both options. So anyway, thanks for bearing with us. I see we went over by about 10 minutes, but Ron assured us that won't throw the schedule off too much. But hopefully you guys, all folks out there, all like what you see. But we've enjoyed. This has been an awesome pastime for us, and just continuing to hack on this, and we've had a lot of fun on that, and hopefully you guys are all having some enjoyment out of either out of our presentation or actually playing with these.
Truly a labor of love to be able to do something and take advantage of all of this knowledge and then contribute it back to the Apple II community. Y'all have been really, really great, and we've had a lot of really awesome adoption and contribution. So please keep that coming. Thank you so much. Wanted to wish the Apple IIgs a happy 40th birthday. And we'll leave you with Apple II forever. We love you guys. Take care.
Thanks, folks. Take care, everyone.
All right. Thanks, Ed and Josh. That's pretty impressive. I really enjoyed that. So Ron assures me we have time for like 2 questions. What's the best way for interested parties to make code contributions or participate in the project in a meaningful way?
So everything is up on GitHub. You just clone the project. I do recommend, and again, we've had people who have gone and figured this stuff out. We actually have had code contributions from a number of folks. A lot of the Insonic support stuff. Peter Puchkarish and a few of other folks really kicked the tires on that because people were really interested in the sound emulation. Now, as I said, if you are using things like Claude Code or ChatGPT or any of these, the project is set up for that, so you can just use your code assistant of your choice and actually go ahead and try it out. Thankfully, and fingers crossed, we have not been besieged by a whole bunch of slop pull requests. Everything that people have done has been really high quality. So I do know some open source projects have had the issue, which is lots of stuff with that is AI generated that's not very high quality. But so far, everybody who's been involved in this has thrown stuff that's pretty high quality.
One of the cool ads I would just throw onto that is that if you are using coding agents, some of the work that Ed did to actually implement that Telnet gateway into the microcontroller, actually, if you've hooked it all up right, which is a single wire, you can use your AI coding agent to effectively test live on your Apple II the results of what your coding agents produced or what anyone else produced. So it's actually been a pretty interesting experience. We were debugging a couple of issues a couple of weeks ago, and we were just letting Claude generate code, create builds, flash the firmware, and then it was actually monitoring the results of the run on a live Apple II in a separate session. And then, it even got crazier than that. We connected the agents over Slack and just let them talk with one another, with Ed, where he is and I'm where I'm at. And we've made some really great progress with that. So in our view, being able to contribute to the project is great, but you had to know Verilog. You had to know a lot of the complexities of this stuff. Now, most of that knowledge has been encoded to where a lot more people can contribute. And as evidence of that, we wouldn't have VidX without it, right? So Brent is an incredible software engineer, but he did not know Verilog. Now we have 80 column support. right?
Yeah. So it's very, very cool stuff from that. So again, if you are playing with this stuff, by the way, the other cool thing is it's a good way of, if you're looking for a project to learn this stuff with, it's a good way to do that too. Supporting emulating the Intel 88. So it's certainly doable. This is one of those ones where, well, it's probably not on our plans to do. We'll look into it. I do think that we do have some actually a lot of interest in looking at for example, like the second sight card, which is not one of these types of cards, but was built like them in terms of being sort of classic, or actually, classic VGA hardware. So a lot of things are possible. Like the issue is that we're filling up a lot of the space. The 20K is the number of gates or macrocells that are in there. So at some point, for some of these things, you just have to create like a different firmware build that does it. But as an experimentation platform, there's no reason that it can't be done. But you would probably have to like create a separate build, probably a conditional compilation or something that did that, because you start to get into a lot. You start to get a lot bigger. But it's feasible.
Okay, great. Thanks, guys. That was awesome. So obviously there's more questions over in Discord if you guys want to go hang out over there.
Yeah,
there's
we will
probably
absolutely
3 or 4
do
more
that.
questions over there. So
thanks again for having us.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
All righty. Next on is Henry Asili with the Appletini, the card for everything. He's beaming in from Beirut to show off the new Appletini card for the Apple IIe. This is a single board. It is so loaded with hardware it can pretend to be half a dozen other cards, some of which have never been attempted before. So take it away, Henry.
Hi everyone, I'm Henry Asili. And I'm Carl Asili. And we're here to talk to you about the Appletini 1 card for the slotted Apple II computers. We suggest you watch the Mr. FPGA and A2 Fusion KansasFest 2026 presentations. They're quite relevant to what we're talking about today. This presentation is going to go really fast because we have so much to cover. So later on, feel free to grab it from YouTube and rewind as much as needed. Now, why the Appletini 1? Well, we want you to have fun with your computer as if you'd stacked it with all the best cards you could buy back in the day, and more. And this is the Appletini 1. It is one card with all the cards, but better, because we have a lot of power.
The Appletini 1 is a single-slot, medium-sized card. It's fully integrated and packed with components. My design goal was absolute reliability and quality. At the heart of the Appletini 1 is the Zinc 7020 chip. It combines a solid FPGA at 85,000 LUTs with 2 ARM A9 cores at 766 MHz. The chip is Speed 2 industrial and has 484 pins and 200 GPIOs. We use 150 of them in the card through 12 layers, including 6 fully isolated ground planes. Feeding into the Zinc is 1 GB of DDR3L SDRAM. Very fast, but when it refreshes, it may not meet the timing of the Apple bus. So we have 8 MB of usable PS RAM for this. It's a slow but reliable RAM that guarantees to meet the Apple bus timing. Other types of memory are the 16 MB flash here that will host the firmwares, and an SD card reader at the top with a notch for easy card removal. Moving on to I/O, towards the back of the computer, you have essentially a Ethernet 2 implementation, as well as the DVI over mini HDMI. It's video only. On the other side, starting from the top, is the required 12-volt supply. I made the decision not to rely on overloading the Apple power supply, given our goal of reliability. However, The card will automatically turn on and off along with the Apple II. Plug it in and forget. Then you have USB 0 for connecting to PCs, Mac, etc. This provides two UARTs in addition to host communication. Below it is USB 1, which allows for plugging in any type of USB device, mice, keyboards, even hubs. Then there's the audio. First is the analog jack with its DAC, and second is the optional digital optical connector. The card won't ship with the optical connector, but you can very easily solder one in. And finally, a couple more features: an ambient case temperature sensor and a real-time clock whose coin cell is in the back of the card. That's it for the hardware.
Let me show you my own setup. This is an Apple IIe unenhanced PAL. Inside it is a single card, the Apple IIe 1. It is in slot 3, and as you can see from the PAL motherboard, the aux slot is right next to slot 3, but it doesn't matter, and the Apple IIe can be put in any slot. On the back of the Apple IIe is the Ethernet and the HDMI, and on the front is power, USB 0, USB 1, and audio. The interesting thing about USB 1 is that I've got a splitter cable, which is essentially a tiny hub. On one side is a USB keyboard that I bought, and I will show you in an instant. And on the other side is a USB-C to USB-A converter and a USB-A mouse. That is entirely optional, but having a mouse, well, it's cool. You can play Shufflepuck and other games. And having an additional little keyboard allows you to get into the config menu at any time while the Apple is running and change things in real time. But again, it's totally optional. This keyboard is a couple of bucks on Amazon with a couple of rotary switches that I use to accelerate or decelerate in some of the demos that you're going to see. And I put a few labels so I remember exactly which is which.
Now let's boot the Apple IIe with the Apple IIe. You hear the USB 0 mount beep while the golden boot waits about a second for debugging, then loads the main firmware, and the boot ROM in slot 7 takes over. You can wait until the configurable timer expires or press escape to directly boot into the Apple II, but now we're going to press A to get into the boot menu. I'm in boot mode, so the Apple hasn't yet started and I have full control over it, including the keyboard that I'm using to navigate. And we do have 2+ bindings for that. Having 1080p resolution really helps, and you can see contextual help, and I kind of was looking for a modern look. If you optionally connect USB devices like a multi-button mouse or a keyboard or both through a hub, you can configure bindings to call up the menu when the Apple is running and you don't have access to its keyboard. Swap disks or even change cards. Just like A2 Fusion, we have profiles that save your configuration. They can be assigned thumbnails and they can be put into folders. I thought about keeping acceleration as a one more thing surprise, but no, it's just too good and it will make further demos go a lot faster and I don't have much time. So here we go. We have acceleration, and not just a transport. With a press of a button, you instantly have a fully cycle accurate, video accurate enhanced 2E at 1 megahertz all the way up to over 35 megahertz. And even at max speed, it will be cycle accurate where it matters. Reliability above all, always. Every demo from here onwards will be in accelerated mode unless otherwise specified. Now let's move to the other tricky item of boot, which is RAM. The Apple IIe will happily use your 64K aux RAM card if you have it. If you don't have it, then Apple IIe will provide you with 8 megabytes of a virtual RAMWorks style card, including the 64K of aux RAM. In accelerated mode, the Apple Teeny uses its own RAM for everything, and that RAM is accelerated. Now let's go through the virtual cards that the Apple Teeny emulates. The first one is the classic Smart Port, which is in slot 7, and the Apple Teeny requires slot 7 to operate. It doesn't need to be physically in slot 7, but slot 7 has to be otherwise empty. You can see the drive activity overlay. It will show you which drive is being accessed, read or write, Smart Port, or Disk 2. You can, of course, navigate through the SD card to pick up an HDV or PO, and it will remember which directory you're in, and the SD card can be removed and reinserted at any time. You also can activate a 32 megabyte volatile RAM disk if you like. That will work in ProDOS, etc.
Next up, we'll be demonstrating Disk 2 emulation, which supports WAS and copy protection. We'll be demonstrating a special version of Ultima 5 that is really close to my heart. So here we go. So this is the version that I bought in Paris in 1989, boxed up, and we actually discovered that this version was not available to the public online, so it's a different version. So we decided to rip it directly, and this is exactly the ripped copy, straight from this box.
A mouse card can be enabled in slot 2. I recommend sensitivity to be lowered to about 12% if you want to play Shufflepuck. So go ahead, plug your USB-C mouse into the Apple Teeny, and you can go play Shufflepuck to your heart's content. In slot 4, we have a never-before-seen feature in an Apple II multi-card, which is phaser card emulation. The phaser, if you don't know, is 2 mockingboards in one slot. So you have 12 channels of sound and music and 2 speech chips. This is the phaser demo discs. They come in 4 discs, but I put them all in one. And it's accelerated, so you don't have to wait much. Here we go. And this is all 12 channels playing at once. And of course, we worked really hard to make the Apple Teeny sound as good as we can make it sound. There we go. And finally, the speech. Well, I've modeled the Foreman speech chips.
Welcome to the engineering phaser speech menu. One interface or advice.
The sound here is recorded. There's a lot of screeching that you don't get in reality, so keep that in mind. Now, you can adjust the speech parameters, and it shows you how these are Foreman speech emulations and not samples. that's enough pickled peppers. We implemented a Z80 AppleCard, but in standard Appletini fashion, we kind of gave it a little boost. Since it doesn't need to connect to the Apple II bus, we could make it run in DDR RAM, and so we gave it 2 megs of RAM, and we made it run at a whopping 80 megahertz. A CPM card at 80 megahertz with 2 megs of RAM. The last slotted card in slot 1 is a complete Ethernet 2 implementation. You can modify the settings of the card straight in the boot menu. And to finish, some usability stuff. Here we have, as Carl alluded to earlier, an RTC clock, a real-time clock with a battery. And it is exposed to the Apple as a no-slot clock. And very useful, you can mount your SD card remotely if you connect a PC, Mac, or Linux, whatever, via USB 0 to the card, and you just press enter here, and at that point your your SD card is visible on your PC. You can copy files, you can load whatever, without having to remove the SD card from the Appletini, without having to open the lid of the computer. And once you unmount from the PC, it goes back to normal. Let me show you now what it feels like to be running an Apple IIe with an Appletini running at full speed. I'm going to now launch A2 Desktop, which is a phenomenal Finder-like interface that started its life as mouse desk back in 1985. It got acquired by Apple in '86 because the 2GS Finder wasn't ready. And today, Joshua Bell is doing a phenomenal job maintaining it with the help of the community and adding a ton of features, like, for example, reading graphics. This is a DHDR graphic. You can see it in black and white, pressing the space bar. And by the way, A2 Desktop works on keyboard only if you don't have a mouse. So this is the gesture in double low resolution. Here another fun thing is to see what is in the computer. But in my computer right now, all I have is an Appletini card. I don't even have an aux memory card. And one thing that's quite important is how do you know if the computer has an Appletini? Well, you look at slot 7 at the smart port, and you look at the signature, and you see if there's an Appletini in it. And you can also play music. Now let me show you what happens on a good old Apple II Euro Plus. It actually boots A2 Desktop, which should be totally impossible because the 2 Plus has only 64K of RAM, and A2 Desktop uses 128K. But on the 2 Plus, with the Appletini card in accelerated mode, again, all you're seeing is a 2E enhanced with 8 megs of RAM and the ability to run everything a 2E enhanced with so much memory can use, including A2 Desktop, double high resolution video, whatever, absolutely everything. Let's go through a few more Appletini specific demos. This shows you how fast the Appletini is compared to stock. This is stock speed, and then you can go slightly faster, and you can get to max speed. Now, here's another very interesting demo called Super Sprite. So I'm going to, in real time, while the computer is running, go to the menu and switch from SmartPort to the Super Sprite card inside slot 7. It's as if I removed the SmartPort card and I plugged in the Super Sprite card. And now I've got a Super Sprite. So now I ran the Super Sprite demo. I unplugged it, plugged back the Apple TV. And finally, here's another fun demo called the image viewer, internet image viewer. So I'm going to start at 1 megahertz. And what this demo does is it goes online and it grabs a JPEG and it renders it in a new SHR4 format that Fat Dog and myself have been working on called PAL 256. So here you've got the 256 color JPEG transformed into SHR, loaded from the internet. Speaking of new video modes, the Apple TV supports natively Brooks 3200 as well as the new SHR4 modes. So if you want to load up a 3200 SHR image, just need to load it up in memory and it knows how to display it. Since this machine is a PAL machine, 50 Hertz, we can run French Touch demos. And let me show you the settings that I'm using for the French Touch demo. First of all, in video, I'm using the PAL Accurate TV mode, which accurately emulates the signals independently of the video generator. And then I'm also using ghosting, a little bit of ghosting. That makes it kind of nicer, even on an LCD screen. It does lower the FPS, but we're still way above the 50 Hertz necessary for a PAL machine. I'm not showing a 2GS border because they don't use the 2GS border for demos. And the other thing is the machine is fully accelerated. However, I'm slowing down the floating bus I/O. Otherwise, it would, of course, not work. And here we go. I'm going to run the old school forever demo. That demo showcases how mid-scan lines you can switch modes, and you can see that between the blue lines and the TV. There's a little weirdness there, and that weirdness is actual reality. And it's only modeled in the AccuRepl emulator that also only uses PAL, and I took that from Wiz and I implemented it in the Apple TV. If you hook up a CRT monitor, you will see the same weirdness in those areas. And another classic demo is the Crazy Cycles demo. As you can see, it goes really fast at launch because the machine is accelerated, but then it slows down correctly to display the cycle accurate demo. And that one is using page 1 and page 2 totally cycle accurate and switching mid-scan line. So that's it for the demos. The card is finishing production and should be ready to ship after our own testing in September. The firmware still needs 2+ refinement and 2GS testing, and we'll be working with other members of the community on that. We have set up a reservations page for anyone interested to acquire an Appletini 1. It is at appletini.org, and you will see the URL shortly.
Thanks for watching.
All right. Normal volume. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Henry and Carl. Yeah, let's see. We have a time for a few questions here, and again, there are a lot of questions over there in Discord. So the first question is, which French Touch demo disc is this?
This is the DIX demo that Fenner Narsa put together, which is basically 10 years of French Touch demos in one hard drive.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are there any cards that hasn't been fully emulated yet that have presented a particularly difficult challenge?
Well, every card presents challenges that we need to overcome, and I think all the guys who've been doing FPGA work have the same issues. They have to deal with the same problems. Our difference is that we built a card, Carl built a card from scratch based on the Zinc 7020 processor, which is a pretty beefy FPGA at 85K lots and 2 CPUs. So everything that is better handled at the FPGA level is handled at the FPGA level, especially the Apple II timing sensitive stuff. And then everything else I can offload to the CPUs. Like, for example, the Z80 card.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not doing it in FPGA. There's no need to. I'm using a perfectly fine Z80 emulator core that was written by some guy, what's his name, Lin Qifeng, and I just offload that to the CPUs. Now it's not pretty. It's kind of like, people say it's emulated. Oh my God, it's not an FPGA. It's an emulated thing. But it's who cares? I mean, it works, right?
CPM.
It works. It works. So and the core is running at 80 megahertz, and then with the memory, etc., it's a bit slower, of course, because you have memory accesses and things. Similarly, the accelerated core, because you need an accelerated core when you want to accelerate. You need your own CPU that's accelerated. The 65C02 accelerated is actually 140 megahertz, about 140 megahertz. But then the memory accesses slow it down to about 35. Yeah.
Okay, great. I think we have time for maybe one more question here. I guess I can throw out my Apple IIe and switch back to my childhood 2 Plus.
Well, then probably the next revision of the card, this revision, and this is where we had major issues, is securing hardware for testing. Like we luckily have a 2 Plus here.
We have sorry Henry, we have a 2 Euro Plus, which might not even be the same as a 2 Plus. We don't know that.
Right. So that's one problem. The second problem is we do not have a GX. So we need to work with some people who have GSs to be able to figure out what needs to be tweaked for the GS. Now we purposely don't play DMA games. We don't screw with things. So We try to be as compatible as possible, but again, those are machines. So those are machines that are different. And in fact, we realized that the 2 Plus and the 2E are different in one very important area, is that the 2 Plus has 4 lines: the DMA, the IRQ, the NMI, and the reset. INH, NMI and reset that are that have a 1.1K resistors, while the 2E has a 3.3K resistor. So you don't need so much power to pull it down, and that really is a curveball. And so there's curveballs everywhere, and you don't know which is which. You read the document, you read the manuals, etc. You never know which is which.
Okay. I think we're going to answer some more questions here. Next one is, and is that a per channel mixer for every AD channel?
Right. On the phaser card, we actually went ballistic on the music, because Carl is a big music buff, and me too. So we decided to allow you to do anything you want with the phaser card. Basically, each channel you can pan it independently of the others. We know that there are major issues in some of the older cards where you couldn't distinguish each channel on its own. So now you can kind of like move them any which way you want. And then you can boost the bass, the middle, the mids, the trebles, and you can play with the volume, and you can change the envelope, because some people will say, oh, I want the AYs, no, I want the YMs. And so you know what, just do whatever the hell you want to. Just whatever sounds better for you, just do it.
Okay. Does everything work the same way in his 60 hertz machine?
Yes. Well, so yeah, that's very important. A 50 hertz machine is a 50 hertz machine, and it will, with the Appletini, it will remain 50 hertz all the way through. So HDMI is 50 hertz. Remember, everything is totally, completely cycle accurate. So you've got, as the guys from A2FPGA were talking, it's tricky to do. It's tricky to do the double buffering of the video, et cetera, but you end up having exactly what your computer is. So the PAL computer is going to be 50 hertz 1080p. The NTSC computer is going to be 60 hertz 1080p.
Okay, great. Are there or will there be US distribution for the card?
Yes, there will be. Absolutely.
Great. I need one. Maybe 2.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Great.
We're going to try to work with Chris on that and see what we can do. But definitely. Absolutely.
Okay. I think that's all the questions we have for you guys. So thank you. Thank you so much. Very impressive.
Thank
you. We'll fix the audio on the YouTube. So
no worries. We'll talk about it.
Yep.
Okay, great.
All right.
Awesome.
Thanks. All right. Next up is at 1 o'clock. Colin is going to talk about his quick take project for the Apple II. So I think we have about a 10-minute break here or so that we can hopefully people can grab lunch and come back and join us at 1.
Dad!
Just a second, Martin.
Hey! Mom, come on.
Be out in a minute.
Hey! And you're not fair.
I'm busy, Martin.
I don't care. I'm coming in.
Don't you dare.
An Apple II GS can do over 10,000 things for your family.
My computer.
Maybe even teach them to share. What's the solution to tonight's homework problem?
Remember how determined your parents were to give you the gift of knowledge, no matter how many gifts it took? Today, you have a big advantage with the Apple II GS. Apple II computers are found in more schools than any other computer. Your parents gave you the world. You can give your kids the universe.
Imagine a brain whose left side is as brilliant as its right. A brain as artistic as it is logical, that can calculate and create. Such a brain exists in the remarkable Apple II GS. Brilliant graphics, brilliant color, brilliant sound, to help you use both sides of the most personal computer of all, your mind.
For all you know, your family may have a Galileo, a Beethoven, a Columbus, even a Michelangelo. Which is why Apple created the 2GS to run all kinds of programs for all kinds of people. Programs to stimulate and educate, theorize and visualize. The Apple II GS, because you never know when genius may strike.
If I say the word Apple, you say the word Macintosh. But if I had played the same game just a few years ago and said Apple, you would probably say 2 or 2E or 2 Plus, for it was the Apple II that started this company. But with the recent success of the Macintosh and the Mac II in particular, there have been rumors that the old Apple II was headed for the orphanage. Not so, for there's a new Apple IIc and a new Apple II GS. Today we take a look at the new generation of Apple II computers on this edition of the Computer Chronicles. Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. And Gary, what I've got over here in this little briefcase is an original Apple I computer. Before they thought about cases for computers, this guy put it into his briefcase. This is literally a museum piece, but it's only about 10 years old, and of course it represents state-of-the-art technology at the time for personal computers. Knowing what we know about technology and PCs today, what is the point in coming out with a new 8-bit computer like the IIc Plus?
Well, Stuart, it's important to understand what the Apple really, where it came from. Steve Wozniak is the guy that engineered this thing, and he was a video person as well as a computer person. He realized you could put these two things together. Great for playing games, real low cost because you hook it to your TV set. As a result, they got a head start in a lot of the other PC computer manufacturers. A lot of software was produced, good customer base. This is a sufficient machine for a lot of people to use in education, in the home, and so forth. And Apple said, well, why not service that customer base and give them a new machine?
Well, we're going to take a look at that new machine today. It's the Apple IIc Plus, and we'll see how it has improved on its ancestors. We'll also take a look at GSOS, the new operating system for the Apple II GS, and its new ability to work with a CD-ROM drive. Now, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak were the architects of this early generation of Apple II computer. John Sculley is the driving force behind Apple now, and we're going to start out this program by visiting John Sculley in his office at Apple to find out about the company's real commitment to the future of the Apple II.
Since its introduction over 10 years ago, the Apple II has proven to be a sturdy and persistent computer with a loyal following of devoted fans. There are now about 4.5 million of them scattered around the world. But company support for the Apple II line, at least in the eyes of its owners, hasn't always been evident, as Apple President John Sculley admits.
Well, I think in many ways that Apple II users have felt abandoned by Apple because they haven't heard many messages from the top people in our organization to give them encouragement that the Apple II was important. And to be perfectly honest, this was a very conscious direction on our part as we were trying to convince business users that Apple wasn't in the home computer business only, that we were also able to provide very powerful business workstations. Without the success of the Macintosh in business, we couldn't afford the huge investment we have in research and development and the support of proprietary technologies for Macintosh and the Apple II.
Today, the Apple II has become 3 machines, including the little changed 2E, the colorful 2GS, and the portable 2C Plus. But increasingly, the Apple II series appears to be headed in a different direction from the company's most powerful and expensive computer, the Macintosh.
The best way to really understand the two products is to look at the software bases that they have. The software base for the Apple II is largely educational software and enthusiast software, and it continues to have a tremendous amount of new software as well as many popular titles from the past. The Macintosh, on the other hand, from the start was a computer that was aimed at higher education, colleges, universities, as well as business.
Apple Computer has other reasons beside owner loyalty to keep the Apple II line moving forward. For one, it's a billion-dollar industry all by itself, and the machine has captured over 60% of the educational market. Moreover, the installed base is enough to keep users and suppliers busy for many more years.
There are a lot of businesses that adopted the Apple II a long time ago that already had made the investment in Apple IIs, don't want to give up that investment. They have their files on Apple II computers, and so the Apple II GS has found its way into many small businesses.
As with any other kind of computer product, the marketplace determines whether a computer will live or die. And John Scully believes that customers for the Apple II will be around for some time to come.
We'll do everything we can to make the Macintosh as powerful as we can, but it doesn't mean that there aren't people out there who like a stick shift, who want to have the real feel of the chips. And that's the experience that you get with an Apple II. You're close to the technology.
Joining us in the studio now is Laura Kurihara, product manager for the Apple IIc Plus, and next to Laura is Bill Cleary, formerly with Apple, formerly with the Apple division of Activision, and now out on your own with Bill Cleary Communications. Gary?
Laura, I'd say it's quite an improvement over the Apple that was in the briefcase.
That Apple one.
What are the new features of the Plus?
Okay, just to start off with, we used to have in the 2C a 5 1/4 inch disk drive, and now we have a 3 1/2 inch disk drive. So what that offers is 5 times the storage capacity and 3 times faster than 5 1/4 accessing your programs. We used to have a power supply that was external on the 2C.
We all remember the power.
Yes, the brick on the leash. What we've done is internalize the power supply, and it resides right here inside the case. So we've done the obvious changes to the C Plus so that they're obvious, but they were important features that we needed to do to improve the C.
Okay, just to be clear, that's not part of the new 2C.
No,
Plus.
it's not.
It's the old generation.
It's the old generation, and it is gone away. And
How about
it's
speed
inside.
improvements? Is it a faster processor?
Yes, what we have done is we have a custom accelerator chip that is in the C Plus. And what it does is help perform a 4 megahertz operation function for the user. So instead of running at 1 megahertz where the 2C originally ran at, you are running at 4 megahertz operational mode. And this is optional to the user. So you cold boot the machine and you're coming up in 4 megahertz. And then you can do a keystroke selection and go into 1 megahertz
So those
operational.
programs that are dependent upon timing could still run in the new.
You've got a demo,
Correct.
I think, in which you can show us the difference in those two speeds, could you?
Yes, what I've done is this is going to be operating in 1 megahertz, so you get an idea of where we were at and where we're coming to. So what I did is, this is Math Blaster Plus. It's a popular software application for education. It's a game learning your math. So we'll go into here, and we'll be able to see across here. If you take a look at this little guy running across here, and I turn the volume up, you're going to get an idea of what look and sound of 1 megahertz looks like. Now, if I go in and I reset the machine, I'm going to reset the program into 4 megahertz.
While we're waiting for it to
All righty, Computer Chronicles, gotta love that. So, all right, that was a short lunch, everybody. So we're back here at 1 o'clock. Next up is Colin Leroy Mira, digital photography on the Apple II. He's going to present his quick take for Apple II project, how it started, what nearly broke him, and how he wrestled it to get it working. He's cheerfully warned us, though, that this is his first presentation since 1999. So we're all witnessing his comeback tour here. Digital photography on a machine before digital photography, because someone had to. So take it away, Colin.
Hi. Hello, everybody. Yeah, so it's my first presentation since 25 years, and it's also my first presentation in English. I'm not a native speaker, so I hope I will be understandable. And I apologize in advance if I'm not always. So I made this presentation to explain why I made my quick take for Apple II project and how, because it came with challenges, and I think it might be interesting to share them and my way of solving them. So first of all, why quick take? It's my second real Apple II project after Mastodon for Apple II, which is a C project and depends on a proxy, a modern proxy on a Raspberry Pi. And it was full-featured enough that I could view pictures and images shared by people, and I could also upload some and share some. But I was limited to my awful mouse paint skills because I had no other sources of pictures on the Apple II. So at first, I thought I should try to make something with a handheld scanner that were common at the time. But the problem with those is that they're either SCSI, SCSI or parallel, or came with a dedicated expansion card, which is not an option on the 2C. So I looked a bit more, and I figured that the quick take was a camera with a serial interface. It was kind of period correct, 10 years younger than the Apple II, but period correct. And there were existing open source image decoders for all of the quick take models, the 100, the 150, and the 200. And that was the thing I needed because I'm not very good at image processing. I know nothing about how bytes are compressed with various algorithms, and I couldn't get a raw picture and figure out the format. So the existence of these algorithms in DC raw was something that made me think I could do it. And finally, I wanted to make a project from scratch that did not need anything 21st century to work. No proxy, no fast computer or anything to help the Apple II get and display a picture. So before going any further, I'm going to show you a quick demonstration of where the project is now. So this demonstration comes from last week. I filmed it last week. And it doesn't represent the project at the start. It's where I am now. And I spent, I'd say, hundreds of hours optimizing everything. So what you see here is not what you had at first. So here I'm getting a thumbnail from the camera. And I choose to save the picture. The picture that is going to be saved here is the actual picture from the camera, which is in the same format as the Macintosh QuickTake software would give. You can use this version of the picture to have it decoded by a modern computer in color as on a Macintosh. So this step is the serial downloading of the picture to storage. And now the decoder itself is starting. And the picture is now being displayed. Once it's displayed, you can save it, print it, change the brightness level, etc. So that's it for the demonstration. And now I'm going to explain how I came there. Sorry, it's not full screen anymore. Okay, so there were 3 difficult things. First of all was the serial communication with the camera. Then I supposed that speed would be an issue to decode a picture because the QuickTake was supposed to be used with a 486 68K processor at 16 megahertz or more. And also memory constraints, because there was much more memory available in 94 than in 84. So concerning the memory constraint, the pictures that the QuickTake 100 outputs are 120 kilobytes large in high quality. So that doesn't fit in the Apple II's memory. Once uncompressed, it's even worse at more than 300 kilobytes. And what I need to have in the end is a HDR picture, which is only 8 kilobytes, or double HDR, 16 kilobytes. And I have about 42 kilobytes of main memory usable on the Apple IIc, plus the auxiliary memory. So I made a plan. First of all, the size of the image on disk is not really a problem because I'm not going to load everything at once. I'm going to read from the disk as needed into a buffer that I will size as I can once everything else is in. For the result of the decoding, I plan to have 256 by 192 buffer of 8-bit grayscale values. So that's just south of 50 kilobytes, and it can fit in a file in /RAM, the RAM drive provided by Kodos. And I can't decode everything at once, so I plan to decode band after band, horizontal band after horizontal band. And I chose bands of 20 pixel high, so that the memory pressure is not too much. Also, I am going to scale these bands on the fly and not after having decoded everything. So that also uses less memory. Sorry, and I wanted to say I chose 20 pixels high bands because it can scale down neatly to the destination size that I want. And after all of these buffers, I still have 27 kilobytes, so that's where I must fit my code and my I/O buffer. That's not a lot, but I thought it would be enough. So that was the blocker out of the way. And I then started to talk to the QuickTake and figure out the serial protocol. My possible techniques were to connect the QuickTake to a Macintosh and use a logic analyzer and probes and everything. But I never used that. I didn't have that, and it was kind of scary to go that low level. So I went the way of a USB to serial converter. First, I tried with my mini VMac, but couldn't manage to have the emulator talk to the actual serial port at all. So I changed my mind and used Windows 3 VM and the PC version of the QuickTake software. The advantage of using a VM for me is that it's tools that I know. I can debug and trace Linux processes easily with strace. I can see everything that happens on the serial port, which is mostly write for what the software sends to the camera. Read is what the camera answers. And IOCTL is various serial port settings like baud rate, parity, etc. So I had, of course, to limit my trace to these syscalls on the correct file descriptor in order to avoid getting drowned in data. And I was still getting drawn in data because it's very, very verbose and it needs to be parsed. So I made scripts that help me parse. As you can see, this is not very legible as is. And it's easy to miss details, important details like the line that is highlighted here. I didn't pay attention to it at first, but in fact, it is what wakes the camera up. Without it, it stays absolutely silent on the serial port and nothing happens. Sorry. So once I could listen to what happened, I started reverse engineering, and I started very small. On the official Windows software, there's a Connect to QuickTake button, which serves as a test. You select the desired speed and click Connect, and the computer says camera connected, and you know it's good. So I started with that. I started replicating that. At that point, I was coding on my Linux computer. I was not coding anything Apple II yet. I was doing portable C so that I could more easily debug everything. And then I iterated every operation that one could do in the official software, like getting a thumbnail, getting a picture, deleting pictures, etc. And to figure out the different commands, I took a lot of notes and I made a lot of tests where one parameter differed, like get thumbnail 1, get thumbnail 2, and see which byte of the command changes, etc. Same for flash mode, quality mode. So I put all of that together in a driver that could manage every operation of the QuickTake 100 in C. And once it worked, I put it aside before starting anything on the Apple II. And I started testing my decoding algorithm on the Apple II. The decoding algorithm from this hero is C. but it is using a number of 16-bit buffers. It's using double size arrays. A lot of things that made it very, very slow to test on the Apple II, even in an emulator with a 16 MHz zip chip. And the first time I tried the decoding algorithm on the Apple II, it took 45 minutes, and everything was wrong once it was decoded, because there was a lot of implicit in DC Rose code, 16-bit ints versus 64, etc. And the fact that I had to rework the algorithm for an acceptable speed introduced quite a lot of little difficulties along the way. This was my test image, the image with which I made all my tests. And this is what I wanted to arrive at. So the same one, but in a grayscale. And all of my little bugs made for some very interesting pictures, like this one, where I somehow managed to split the picture in the middle and put the left on the right and vice versa. This one, where it's back in the correct order, but every bound is absolutely wrong. The brightness is wrong, the contrast is wrong, and you can see error accumulating between each bound. So I kept going and started understanding a little bit more about how the algorithm worked. So that's error propagation gone wrong, in fact. I finally arrived there where it's almost perfect. There are still a little bit of error here, and the last bound is off too, etc. So I finally had a decoder that worked after a few weeks of work, and it took 30 minutes to decode an image. But it was a good minimal product, as they say. And I went back to serial, and this time started porting the serial protocol to the Apple II. And nothing worked. I started my program and got pinging camera timeout, and everything was working fine on the PC. Nothing was working on the Apple II, and I could not understand why, because there were no specific difficulties. It's bias. It should have worked. And then I figured that this line that I highlighted earlier, which deactivates data transfer ready line on the serial port, signals the camera to start talking. But when you do that on the ASIA 6551 chip of the Apple IIc, you can clear DTR via the command register. But when you do that, it disables everything. It does not just lower the signal, it disables the whole chip, and nothing more can happen. I had no idea how to fix that for days, and I went and done other things. And I finally realized that on an Apple IIc, you have two serial ports, and nothing prevents me to wire half a serial port with another half of a serial port. And in the end, I made an awful cable where the transmit and receive lines are wired to the modem port of the Apple IIc, and the DTS signal is wired to the printer port. The result was awful, but it was functioning. I could deactivate the printer port to have the camera start talking. And I made a less awful design this year once I learned how to make PCBs. That's a very little PCBs that allows one to connect a modem port, a printer port, to the quick take, with the hack being here. And I also added an image writer port so that it would be easier to print the pictures. So I'm very happy I learned how to do hardware because the solution is much more satisfying than before. And there I had a working project, but it was absolutely not finished. I then spent months when I wanted optimizing everything. So first of all, I learned how to program C in the ugly way, not the state-of-the-art way. I got rid of every array and changed them to working pointers. I removed everything that was not useful, like color decoding that I was not using afterwards. I traded calculations with lookup tables as much as possible with the memory I had available. And I managed to get rid of every 16-bit calculation after noticing that all the formulas for expressing and decoding a picture were in fact 9 bits. It adds two 8 bits numbers together and divides them by 2. So in fact, that's 8 bits plus the carry bit. And that made the decoding much faster. What else? I made a lot of other optimization and had a lot of fun with those. So first I noticed that starting the floppy before I needed to read from the buffer was extremely useful. It removes the seek time, which is about 1 second on the Apple II. And when you read from disk about 30 times, it translates to 30 seconds less in the end. So it's a stupid optimization, but highly useful. I align the buffers. That's something everybody knows to avoid the one cycle penalty on every indexed access. And I had a lot of fun with self-patching code. Code that, like on the PC, your decoder starts and there's an if. It's the first pixel of the line, then do this, otherwise don't. And that if is useless if you know when you start a new line. So I patch branches to avoid testing anything. With all of that, I reached a 30 seconds decode time, which is much faster, 100 times faster than it was at first. For all of that, as you can imagine, I don't have enough memory to have the user interface, the serial protocol for the 100, 150, and 200, the decoder for the 100, 150, and 200, which are also, all three of them are different. And I had to arrange my program in sub-programs. So the first one, the startup one, is the UI. It contains the serial drivers and talks to the camera and saves the original images on the disk. Afterwards, it launches the decoder, which takes that image and outputs a grayscale buffer in /RAM. And finally, it goes back to the UI, which takes that buffer and tethers it with the Sierra-Light algorithm. Also here, I had a bit of optimization to make to figure out the best result in the fastest time possible. Afterwards, you can reopen your images and you can print them, which is very fun. We have quite a few images like this one all everywhere in the house. It's even better if you print it on tractor paper with an actual image writer. That's about it. Now I think I'm done with this project. I'm mostly done with the project because I can't see any other way to make anything faster, and it's quite feature complete. I even asked Peter Furry for help looking for optimization ways, and once he said there's not much anymore, I think I'm done. That's about it. I've been faster than I expected, so you guys will be able to have a little pause afterwards if there are not too many questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Colin. That was awesome. I'm going to have to try that. I just got a Quick Take 100 at the Vintage Computer Festival Midwest last year, so that's something to put on my list and give that a try. So yes, we do have a few questions for you here. So the first one is from Ron: are there any plans to add support for other early digital cameras that utilize serial communications for connectivity, like the Kodak DC-50?
Right, I forgot to talk about that when I said the project was done. One of the last things I made on the project is separate the serial drivers in separate files on the floppy disk, which means that I could absolutely implement new serial drivers, and I did look a little bit on eBay for which camera would fit the bill. It has to have a serial port, of course. It has to have a resolution of 640 by 480 pixels. Anything bigger would be a hell to implement because all my buffers are planned for that size. But yeah, it's possible. I was thinking of the Casio QV1, QV10, which is the first digital camera that I ever saw that my dad had for his work as an architect, and it has a swivel lens. So maybe that one. Apparently, the serial cable is weird. It has a level shifter inside, so it might be a kind of a blocker, but maybe not. And the Quick Take 200 is rebadging of another camera for the Fuji TX7, if I'm not mistaken. So my program already supports that other camera, which is actually a clone of the Quick Take 200.
Okay, great. Yeah, that was the next question. Have you tried the Quick Take 200?
I did. I did it. It was the hardest one to have working because it talked about JPEG images, and decoding JPEG on a 8-bit 1 megahertz CPU is hell. It's full of 16-bit calculation, multiplications, divisions, and sinus and cosinus extra. I started my decoder from an existing one, which is a Pico JPEG, and that is especially written for feeble computers. and I took that much further. I removed support for about every JPEG format that wasn't the one of the QuickTake 200. And there are a few approximations in the code, like the multiplications or and divisions are approximated in a way that is invisible, even on the grayscale buffer, but even more once tethered. It's very forgiving.
Okay, great, thank you. And then Ron asks, seriously, what's going on in France right now that is creating all these amazing Apple II projects?
I don't know for the other people. For me, it's kind of, well, it's a hobby and a passion. I started with the Apple II at 9. I loved it since. And I find that stimulating my brain on complicated problems alleviates the dread of the actual world. So it puts me in my happy place.
Well, we're glad of that. So thank you so much. There's so many cool products. So yeah, so I think right now we're out of questions. So again, head on over to the virtual QuickTake Digital and ask questions of Colin if you have any more. And I think, Ron, we have some stuff to fill the time until 2 o'clock when you and I do the Dan Hillman interview. So.
I'm Ken Gagne, editor and publisher of Juice.gs, the longest-running print publication dedicated to the entire family of Apple II computers. For the last 31 years, we've been publishing one hard copy issue every 3 months, filled to the brim with programming tutorials, hardware and software reviews, and interviews with Apple II luminaries from 50 years ago to today. 1 year of quarterly issues of Juice.gs is just $21 in the United States, $26 in Canada, and $30 everywhere else. Sign up today at our website, juiced.gs, to receive the first 2 issues of 2026 in your mailbox, with more to come.
Hey, gang. Probably ought to adjust my microphone there. What I wanted to do is maybe take a second and direct everybody's attention over to the Vendor Fair channel on Discord. Um, we actually have quite a few people that have been kind enough to create special deals specifically for people watching KansasFest. So if you head over to the Vendor Fair channel on Discord, you can see everything. I know Tom has put some deals out here for his projects, which you just saw an ad for a second ago. But we had a couple of people that didn't specifically submit ads, but it would be probably good to make sure that folks know that they have deals as well. So Mr. Tech Gadget Josh has got some things out here. There's sales on different things. Megan has got stuff up for Nox Archaist. I know that I made a post here a little bit earlier. Megan has a coupon code up that you should definitely check out there. Let's see. Yes, this is the post that I made. If you are familiar with Melissa Barron's work, she does some really nice stuff. Some cool, they were at the in-person event and had some really nice paintings of different Apple II stuff. So if that is your speed, you should definitely check that out. Also make sure to head over and check out the channel where Brian's presentation, he also had this posted there, and I went ahead and I forwarded it over just to make sure that that it got a second mention here. So I know that there are a couple of other things, but yeah, definitely make sure that you check that channel out. And so probably what we'll do is to make sure that we can stay on schedule and we're not running anything too early. I've got some other things that we can watch here. So let's just get to that.
It's best, this KansasFest, that conference, par excellence. This one for them hack men, them crack men at retro pieces. Fly in, drive in July, Kansas City. There's 8 megs in my 2GS, gotta kiss the screen, so pretty. It's too hot, hot damn. Put solder onto that contact, man, it's too hot, hot damn. That old power supply is smoking, man, it's too hot, hot damn. With all those cards, you're gonna need a fan, it's too hot, hot damn. Gotta register some money, break it down, spiffin' the Apple II, yeah. Hacks that are pretty cool, yeah. Keeping alive homebrew, yeah. Cause K-Fest Funk gonna give it to you. Cause K-Fest Funk gonna give it to you. Cause K-Fest Funk gonna give it to you. Pizza night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, come down, come on. Don't believe me, come down. 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 Hey, 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 oh, stop. Wait a minute. Pop the top, put a jumper in it, notch the disc, latch the drive, joystick for the game, swag from Option 8, Juice GS, Ultimate Apple II. If they show up, they gonna show out, with old stock and with new. It's too hot, hot damn. Summer weather in KC, man, it's too hot, hot damn. Hope the AC isn't broken, man, it's too hot, hot damn. That dorm living at Rockers, man, it's too hot, hot damn. Cookout meal, then keynote, break it down, loving on the Apple II, yeah. Amazing things to do, yeah. More retro hacks to you, yeah. Cause K-Fest Funk gonna give it to you. Cause K-Fest Funk gonna give it to you. Cause K-Fest Funk gonna give it to you. Pizza night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, come down, come on. Don't believe me, come down. 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 Hey, 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 oh! Before it's over, let me tell y'all a little something. K-Fest funk you up. K-Fest funk you up. K-Fest funk you up. K-Fest funk you up. I said K-Fest funk you up. K-Fest funk you up. K-Fest funk you up. K-Fest funk you up. You got basic, program it. Memory loss, then ram it. Got machine code, then slam it. Don't brag about it, come show me. Come on, code. Program it. Memory loss, then ram it. Well, it's pizza night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, come down. Come on. Don't believe me, come down. 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 Hey, 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 oh. K-Fest funk you up. 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 Say what? K-Fest funk you up. K-Fest funk you up. K-Fest funk you up. K-Fest funk you up. Say what? K-Fest funk you up. K-Fest funk you up. K-Fest funk you up. K-Fest funk you up. Say what? K-Fest funk you up. 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 Say.
righty, we are back. I think, Peter, you wanted to talk a little bit about the SlackFest that's going on.
Yeah, thank you, Jay. A big part of KansasFest is about creating something new, creating something that people for decades have never thought possible with the Apple II. At In-Person KansasFest, we host a programming competition called Hackfest. The objective of Hackfest is to create original Apple II software in the space of a couple of days. We've gotten fantastic entries from that. Take a look at the Hackfest channel over on Discord. There's also a Hackfest page on our website. I'll post the link here in a moment. That has a lot of the historic entries in there. There's some fantastic software that was created in a very short period of time. During the virtual event, we host SlackFest. SlackFest is also an opportunity to create something original for the Apple II. However, there are no rules, there are no judges, there are no deadlines. Take whatever you've been creating, whether it's finished or an interesting concept, work in progress, and share it with us. There's a SlackFest channel over on the KansasFest Discord server. Right now, we have one SlackFest entry from Qatar. It's the Sonic FPGA emulation that he's been working on. I'm sure all of us have projects in progress, so please share what you've been doing. And again, there's no rules. So if you finish it in a month or feel like sharing it in 2 months, go ahead and add it to the SlackFest channel.
All righty. Anything else, Peter?
I look forward to seeing what people come up with for SlackFest.
Yeah.
I know at my very first KansasFest, I participated in Hackfest, had a fantastic time. Most of my time huddled over my Apple IIc Plus, but I created an implementation of Conway's Game of Life in low res using a somewhat obscure macro assembler, Macrosoft, that was originally published by Nibble Magazine.
All right, great. All righty. Well, then I guess without any further ado, we will jump. Oh, Ron's on. I was going to ask Ron to jump on here, and we will talk about the Dan Hillman interview that you and I did. So
yeah, that's actually quite a bit of fun. We did that several months back, and it was kind of a situation where originally it was we'll try to get Dan there and try to do it for the in-person event, but kind of as time went on, we decided more that it was like in-person event should be dedicated strictly kind of for those in-person experiences, those in-person presentations, and then move pre-recorded things or move remote things specifically to the virtual event. So to our collective benefit, though, that means that we were able to record that months ago, but because Dan had a prior engagement, he wasn't going to be able to be at KansasFest. But now we can get him live in person at the end of this interview to answer questions from folks. But I think what people should remember is that Dan is one of the original engineers for the Apple IIgs project. He also worked kind of on the ill-fated 2X, and also is like the co-creator of the Mega 2 to ensure all the backward compatibility with the Apple IIgs. The original Apple II line. Worked on a million things at Apple and software and ROM and it was tough for us to come up with a list of questions to have something that wouldn't have been like a 4-hour interview. So
it was, and he's the father of FireWire. We wouldn't have FireWire without.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's just all the engineering and technical stuff that this guy has had his fingers on over the years is pretty amazing. So I know that our interview is really great. I know that the questions are going to be really great. I would really encourage people to, even if you're like, oh, he might cover it in the interview, it doesn't matter. Ask your questions. We'll queue it all up. He's going to be here to answer questions. And then there may be, I hear, a special presentation after questions.
Yay.
So, all right. Do we want to roll the interview?
Let's roll the interview.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to our interview. Tonight, we are speaking to Dan Hillman, who is a former Apple engineer with decades of experience in chip design and fabrication. Dan is also a founding member of the Apple IIgs team and the co-designer of the Mega 2 chip that brought Apple II compatibility into the era of graphics and sound. KFest 2026 committee and attendees are proud to welcome Mr. Dan Hillman.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Yeah, thanks, Dan, for taking time out of your busy schedule to do this. So, well, let's just jump right into the questions here. So, your career's taken you from RCA to Zilog and eventually to Apple. Could you walk us through your early professional journey there a little bit and tell us about the education that shaped you and the experiences that built the skills that you brought to Apple?
Okay, my early years, I went to Purdue because I grew up in Indiana. You do engineering, that's where you go. And when I graduated, I got interviewed, and I really liked, one of the classes I really liked was about, chips. Sounded fascinating. And when I got interviewed by RCA in New Jersey, they, it's like, yeah, come do chip design. It's like, ooh, it sounds interesting and fun. So I did that, and I was in the custom circuit group there and designed many different circuits, chips, and worked with a fab. We had a fab actually right there with us to do early prototypes, and I got to walk into, or had to walk into, wear a buddy suit and clean room, learn about the process, how it worked, and everything. And then I got recruited to come to Zilog. It's one of two choices, Zilog or Motorola. I chose as a chip designer. Well, Silicon Valley, where else? And I worked in Zilog for 4 years doing chip design. I was working on a FIFO, a memory product. And then a fellow engineer there who had left and went to Apple recruited me to Apple. He was in the Apple II group. He was the Apple II hardware manager. And so they, brought me over and wined and dined me and talked to me. And so I, accepted, and I was the Apple III hardware manager. I did that, maybe a year, probably about a year. And it was kind of a dead product, so we were working on the 65816, which was new at the time, and we were figuring out in Apple III, and turns out there was no market for it, so we turned our attention to the Apple II and 2X, and that's how it started.
Well, you were talking about how your friend at Zilog went over, became the manager of the Apple II division, and basically got you in there. Do you want to maybe tell us a little bit about what that original hiring process was like, and what the culture of the company was like maybe in those early days?
Wow. So there, the recruiting was pretty straightforward, in those days. I didn't go through a 5 or 6 people to talk to. I interviewed with the general manager of the Apple II group. I talked to him, and then we, wined and dined, me and my wife, and we go, yeah, let's do it. And I can tell you, the early days, Apple II days it was so much fun. And it was good. One of my office mate at Zilog, an interesting thing I haven't shared before, is a guy that was, and my boss at Zilog, were the founder of the programmable logic company, Xilinx, and they they wanted me to work for them. And I said, no, I'm having too much fun at Apple. I probably could have retired a multimillionaire if I had gone, but it was in the early days. So I chose to stay, and, you know, it evolved there. So.
All right. Well, one of the what were some of your first projects and your roles at Apple? You mentioned that you were you were working on the Apple III for a while, but then after that, how did you progress after that at Apple, and did your responsibilities evolve over those early years? You said you were the manager of the Apple III group. How did they evolve?
So I was always a hardware manager. And there were, and I'm saying there was a software group and a hardware group. And we, in the Apple III, we worked on an Apple III Plus, and that was going nowhere. So we spun it into more of a Apple II kind of product with the 816 that turned out to be the 2X. So that's... the early projects, they didn't last that long before I started working on the 2X.
Well, it's I'm you know what, I know that there are people that love the Apple III, and it's a neat machine, and we've celebrated it here at KansasFest in the past. But I'm on one hand, I'm really glad that some of those projects didn't pan out, because it made for some really amazing stuff later. It freed up the engineering dollars, it freed up the talent to make some of the stuff that we especially love. But you kind of more about your life at Apple. You mentioned in the pre-interview that you were sometimes part of the group that was often given opportunities to meet with other companies, to share inspiration for new projects, or to just kind of see what other people were working on. You had mentioned you had some memorable experiences with that, especially maybe around Xerox.
Yeah, so Jobs, so when I say Steve, I usually mean was, and because at Apple, Steve meant Steve Jobs. Mm-hmm. And otherwise it was. So Jobs gave a demo at orientation of the Macintosh well before I was 1982, well before it was introduced, and did the 1984 commercial that everybody remembers, and showed us the graphical user interface and talked about Xerox PARC and how they got their ideas from it, and that was going to change the world and everything, which it did. It definitely did. So yeah, it was my introduction to some of the Macintosh before it was anybody else knew about it. And then I went over to the Apple II division.
Oh, that's cool. So did you actually visit Xerox PARC?
No, I did not.
Oh, you didn't. Okay. All right. So you shared a great story about the office dynamics with Steve Wozniak when he returned to Apple after his accident. Would you be willing to share that story with the KansasFest audience?
Sure. So I'm in my office. I get a call from the division manager, my boss, secretary. Dave wants to talk to you. Okay. Not much on my calendar, nothing really. And go up there, and he says, the founder of our company wants to come back here at Apple and work in the Apple II group. And I said, okay. I said, who are we talking about? He said, Woz. Oh, and we've decided he's going to work for you. It was like, whoa, this is weird. And so I had the conversation with HR about, what's his pay grade? Does he have a super, is there a founder pay grade kind of thing or something? He came back as a principal engineer. And how much do we pay him? And we paid him what principal engineers got in those days. And yeah, once he joined us, and he had a cubicle, right next to me. So we were sort of bosom buddies and talking about stuff all the time. Yeah, he told me, just treat me like any other engineer, which by and large we did. He was just another engineer, although his understanding of the Apple II is what we needed.
Yeah.
And his focus on it, keeping us on track.
Well, it's I can definitely see where he would be an excellent resource for all of that, but
and I could see where he wanted to be treated like a regular guy too. That's just was.
Yeah. It's just was.
Yeah. Earlier, kind of more on the roadmap to the Apple IIgs. It'd been kind of reported that Apple, before the GS, was briefly considering a different machine that was going to be 65/816 based. So the Apple IIX you'd kind of seen, or
right.
You'd mentioned. Did you have a lot of what was your exact involvement with that, and how far did the design get before everything shifted over?
So yeah, that was my project as well, under me, and so yeah, so we only used code names back in the day, and we changed them every month or two. We changed the code name, so if the code name leaked, we know about. They wouldn't know, hopefully, not what the real product was. So we never called it the 2X. We called it Golden Gate. We called it all sorts of names. So yeah, that was what we did. So we started on that, and that's the same time Woz joined the team, and we worked with the marketing guy who knew that we needed to improve graphics and the speed and memory. Apple II was memory limited, so wow, yeah, we had to improve the memory. We had some fundamental discussions about a coprocessor slot so it could run, Windows kind of stuff.
Oh wow!
And we finally, no, this is an Apple II. We're not going to bastardize it with something else. Yeah, so that died. Thank heavens. I never liked it. It was never did either.
So, which speaking still about that earlier, 65/816 project, what are some of the ideas and the design elements that ultimately made it into the Apple II GS?
So, as I alluded to, memory, so we fundamentally had to make it compatible with an Apple II. So we had to have, and the boot ROM, all that had to be compatible, 64K of ROM. So all that had to be 100% compatible. We had to switch between those so that the first 64K of memory was the Apple II memory, it was 2GS as well, but that's where it resided. And so we had to, and that's where we started, was the memory, graphics, and the sound was one thing we wanted to improve, but we were kind of at a loss on how to really improve the sound a lot. Until one of the engineers was a sound guy, he was an enthusiast, and said, "Oh, there's this wonderful chip made by Ensoniq to do that." So we finally, integrated that in to the design. So we had sound.
Well, it's probably a good segue into the next section where we talk a little bit more about the Mega 2 and a lot of the custom silicon that ended up inside that machine. What were some of the biggest technical challenges in condensing an entire Apple II down into a single chip? And how did you and Jay Rickard approach making sure that everything was backward compatible with the existing software library?
So, a couple of things. One is the 2E and 2C were done on 2 chips. Walt Brodner did those chip designs. So we had a good start. Here, take these 2, move them together. Oh, and by the way, then we're going to add all this other stuff into it. But the initial was take these 2. So that was the start of it. And since software had to know about all this, we had to build these motherboards, what we called El Grando, or El Grando, I guess. And those were some boards we had techs to wire all that up and gave them to the hardware people. They had a different name for the board, but that's fine. But we had a physical thing that was eventually going to be the 2GS, which helps, of course, make the chip design. It defines the edge boundaries. Where does one interface to the other, and what are the signals going to and from, and all of that. So that's we ended up having to do 6 custom chips, which the Mac group thought, they're going to fail. It'll never work. And we did simulations on it, and I helped teach people how to do chip design, in essence, on my team that had done it before, and here's the expected results, and here's and so we could grab the breadboards, help us create simulation platform. In essence, you got the inputs here, you got the expected outputs, and so when we put it all together, then you could that's what the all the code was written in Verilog, and we synthesized it with Synopsys, and we looked at Verilog code, and if it was good, bango, and then synthesize it and did simulations post synthesis to make sure it actually did it correctly. But the breadboard helped a lot. For me, it helped me feel good that we're going to make it. It's going to happen. So yeah.
Well, the fab was handled by TSMC. So what was really like working with them in that area, and what were the risks that were involved in trusting all these critical chips to one company?
Well, I think it was more than one. I think we used 2. I think we used UMC as well as TSMC. I think we used both. But yeah, so there was, negotiating with those vendors and talking to them and doing the tape out and everything. That was post layout stuff. Yeah, we actually had a layout designer that I worked with at Zilog come in and do some cells and layouts for and put that into the design, because they didn't. So we create unique circuits to do what we needed to do. So we did what it took to make that happen. And we had two, and yeah, it was risky, for sure.
So speaking,
I'm sorry.
okay.
I was just on a follow up on that. What are some of the original tools that you used for the design? Is it still stuff that is largely done kind of like on paper to start with, and then you move it over to the computer aided tools, or like what was your process on that? Were you somebody that was just like, you know what, I'm just going to get out the engineering pad and sketch out what I want and then convert it later?
No, it wasn't that. So we had the, like I said, the 2-chip solution for the Apple II, 2E, 2C. And so we used that, but the code was all in Verilog. And then it got synthesized, and then we do the simulations in Verilog. And they're like, 10 times faster than doing circuit simulation, very slow. But post synthesis, you have to do that to ensure things are happening. And then post layout, you have to do it again to make sure what they lay out can do what you want it to do. So you optimize it for speed or area. So yeah, those tools I think are still in use.
I'm sure the foundations are, for sure. So
Absolutely.
Definitely the foundation.
So speaking about those 6 custom chips, Dan, Steve Jobs was reportedly unhappy about the cost and the complexity of those. I did a in 2013 when Woz was there, I did a repairing the Apple IIe, and I talked about the socketing of the chips, and Woz says, do you want to know why the chips were socketed? It was because of Jobs. So, Steve Jobs was always for maintainability and that type of thing. So, the cost and complexity of these custom chips, can you walk us through some of the engineering trade-offs that made, all 6 chips necessary? And then what was his reaction when you explained why that number couldn't be reduced anymore?
Oh, wow. You're going back 40 years, so that's hard. All the number of chips. So I remember the fast processor interface. We had to have something that would shift, the crystal speeds up and down reliably and synchronously, cleanly between all that. And as I mentioned before, all the memory stuff. So we had some memory chips and those. I can't remember all 6 chips that we did, but I can tell you that they all came back and worked the first time.
Whoa.
Which was amazing.
Cool.
A side story on this is, we built a 2GS board, and it had everything but all the parts in it, the custom parts. We plugged the last one in and booted it up. And when the screen came up, it was just, wow, off the chart. I remember running down to Dale Yoakum's office, who was the general manager, and saying, screaming, it works, it works, it works. And Debbie Coleman was in there, and I said, come on up and see. We brought them upstairs and showed them, that it's working. And they were like, wow, amazing. So, the risk of the chip also, being an experienced designer, I padded all the schedules so we could put a spin into all the chip designs. And they were staggered when they came in. And we didn't need any spins. We went to production early and made the company some real money.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that was the reason our CEO, Debbie Coleman, was, wow. You can see dollar signs in her head.
But with being able to go ahead and have that quick turnaround on that, how long was the timeline between kind of the shuttering of the 2X project and sort of like, hey, we're going to make this 2GS in earnest, to completed silicon?
To start, okay, you'd ask me that question again, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Bert, I'm going to put a note in our timeline here. 45. Okay. So how long was the timeline from the beginning of the 2GS project to that finished test where you knew that you were locked in on hardware and you were basically ready to go to manufacturing?
It was somewhere between 9 months and a year.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
That's some pretty amazing turnaround. I could see why people were very excited. Maybe not certain people in Apple. Did that short turnaround put you at odds with the Macintosh team?
Actually, it's interesting. Bake came over and talked to me and said, "Steve wants to know how'd you do this? He wants us to know how you did this, because he wouldn't let us do a custom circuit. And if you can help us do a custom circuit, maybe he'll let us do it." But yeah, Steve was never in love with that at all. And when they worked the first time and ramping up all the chips into production and getting schedules and memory and boards, plastic, keyboards, everything. Wow, there's a lot of moving parts. Getting the motherboard to work, that's kind of a small part of the whole picture there. Yeah, you got to monitor everything. All that stuff, that has to come together, and that's a bunch of people working on it, making it happen.
So looking back on 40 years, Dan, what do you feel the Apple IIgs got right and has never really received the recognition that it deserved? And if you could go back and change one design decision on the 2GS, what would that be?
So what we got right was making it 100% compatible.
That is marvelous.
So, one of the demos that Woz did, I think in front of the whole Apple team at the time, all hands meeting, was he came out with a floppy disk, blew off the dust in true Woz fashion, stuck it in the disk drive, and booted it up, and said, "Wow, it works! It's great! Yeah." So, that was one of the things we got right, was compatibility, 100%, and the expandability of the memory, so you can do things, the graphics, 4 bits of color, 4 bits each. That was an amazing change. And so the one thing that I would change, I'm not sure exactly how, but I don't think the sound chip ever got used the way it could have been used.
Okay.
It had a ton of features, and the hope and the thought was they'll get used, put tools out there. I don't think it really happened. So it was, I revisit that, just doing something simpler.
Okay. What do you think the reason for the chip not being used? Was it the complexity of the APIs or the toolkits, or was it just everybody overlooked it?
I think the chip itself had a lot of complexity. It had a bunch of sound generators inside.
Yep.
So programming it was not easy. It wasn't as easy as what they did on an Atari or anything else. It was It had more capability, of course, but it was, I think, way too daunting. That was a decision I would say, yeah, that could have been made easier and more. That could have been made a little, compatible and yet forward enough.
I will say that people that, especially there was some good music software for the 2GS,
Yeah.
and that it came a little bit later. So I think it did take people a little time to kind of get familiar with the tools and the hardware to make some of those better products. But I as a gamer, as somebody that played a lot of games on their Apple 2GS, Sierra Online did an amazing job with like basically the 2GS versions of their games are like the gold standard for the games of that era because of digitized audio, which was not on any other platform that they did these games on. So if you were playing Space Quest or you were playing Police Quest or something on the 2GS, all the digitized audio, in addition to just the baseline stuff that they built into the game, just it blew me away as a kid because we had Apple II machines at school, but the 2GS and stuff that my parents bought was just like just such this evolutionary step forward. And it, for me, laid like the entire foundation of my career in information technology and stuff, because it showed me what was possible. It wasn't just, flip a register on, flip a register off, or, like fake color with, NTSC, artifacting. This was such a jump.
It was. And I know I showed my daughter music construction set, a couple of years ago on the 2GS. She's a musician and she was blown away by it. She said, "Oh my God, I can't believe an old computer like that can play music that well." Yeah. Mm-hmm. So,
yeah. Actually, Dan, I had one last question for you about sort of like, I know you're on the hardware side, but
just a second. So I'm only being lit by the screen.
Oh,
so let some sunlight in here.
Sure.
It's sunset right now. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's okay. Okay. So one last question, Dan. I wanted to ask you, you were very, very involved with the hardware, obviously, but was your team brought in very much to work with like frog design, just on kind of what the case was going to look like? There was so much that was happening kind of at that time with moving away from kind of that HP inspired design of the earlier Apple II machines that even made it into the Macintosh. But the 2GS was just this beautiful platinum box. The keyboard is still the gold standard for the ADB keyboards for Macs. Were you involved at all with, like, did they vet any of that design stuff with you?
Yes, they did. So the detached keyboard and the box. So, we went back and forth actually about a fan. Did we need a fan in there or not? Because there were a lot of chips in there. And worked with the design team for the plastics and design in such a way it didn't need it. So it would work just fine without it. And the detached keyboard, that was like freedom. Especially on an Apple II. That was totally different. The monitor, that one wasn't as difficult. We just had to make it video compatible. And the team, I think it was out in Orchard Parkway where they did that. I made many trips out there. And they, they made a pretty monitor. It looks great.
Yes.
It's on there very nice. So, I did work with, you have to work, with hardware-wise, you have to work with all how that has to fit together.
So I have one last question too, I think, for you, Dan. One of the there's most sought after Apple II GSs right now is the ROM 3 version of it. So there were different versions of the ROMs. There was, you know, the ROM 0, ROM 1, and so forth. How did you develop those, and what was the progression from the original one to the ROM 3, and then I guess there was eventually even a ROM 4 that was saw the light of day, but the ROM 3 is the one that was. So how did those versions of those progress?
So I was not involved at all with that. You may want to cut this out of the interview.
That's okay. So I just threw it in there because I was trying to push us to to 45 minutes. So
you know, the reason is that because I had success on this, I got pulled into a special team. We worked on a new processor. We're putting 4 processors on a single chip, and we designed our own processor.
I heard about that.
To run RGB and the OS. You know, R on one, GB, and OS in the other. So we worked on. I got pulled off on that. It was with the Cray, this Cray supercomputer.
Yeah.
It was in some ways modeled after that, but that was way too ambitious, and I saw it coming. You know, it's like this is like impossible, and you know, part of the reason I saw that was you have to create a whole new operating system for 4 processors.
Yeah.
Software people have no idea how multiprocessor is going to work.
Yeah, that was multi-core before multi-core.
Yeah, multi-core processors, and you know, struggling on how to do cache design and stuff. What's the least recently used? You know, of the 4. Yeah. So I got pulled off into a special project, and I wasn't associated with the 2GS anymore.
No good deed goes unpunished, huh?
I guess that was my success. Was, you know, they pulled me right out and said, "No, we got this other special thing. You did chips. Oh, you got that to work. You can get this to work. We know you can." Yeah. No.
Yeah, certainly. So thank you. We've been speaking with Dan Hillman from who worked at Apple and worked on the Apple II GS. And thank you so much, Dan, for taking the time to talk with us tonight. Very interesting stories, and thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah, a pleasure. I'm sorry I couldn't be at
Dan, good to see you again.
Yep, good to see you again, sir. Dan, can you hear us?
Yeah. Yep. Dan, can you hear us?
I can't hear you guys.
Okay. Yeah. You might just make sure. Well, crud, can't hear.
Check.
Mm-hmm.
Let us know when you can hear.
Yep. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, let us know when can you hear yet, Dan? check.
Can you guys hear me at all?
Yeah, we can hear
I
you.
can't hear you at all. I don't know why. Let's see. Let me turn up my volume here. I heard the other thing just fine. Yeah, volume's all the way up.
Can you hear us now?
Gear icon, bottom. Okay. Audio. Oh. AirPods. Okay.
How about now?
Yep.
Good.
All right.
I'll tell you what, all this darn technology.
Yeah.
It was so much easier in the 2GS days.
I think it was.
Yep. All right.
All
Dan,
right.
thanks so much for joining us here, and thanks so much for doing the interview. I had a great time. That was a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
I know that you had things that would have been a conflict to join us on a live stream during the in-person event. So we really do appreciate you taking time and meeting with us here today. We do have a few questions from folks in the audience, if you'd be so kind.
Sure.
Great. Jay, do you want to lead us off?
I will definitely lead us off. So first question, Dan, we have somebody that's really interested in the Mega 2 chip. And they ask, can you summarize the key decisions behind the Apple 2GS Mega 2 chip, and particularly how the team preserved the full Apple II compatibility, like you talked about in your interview, within a single ASIC, and the main challenges involving timing, power, and software reliability?
Okay, so the compatibility. So before the 2GS was the Apple IIe and Apple IIc. And there was a custom chip made for it, that two different versions, one for the 2e, one for the 2c. And so we took essentially all that logic and made it switchable or compatible between the two, and then we added around what we needed. So we integrated in this chip together, made it, and plus GS, when we had to remap the memory to be bigger and everything. So we did all that, and it really came, the compatibility was somewhat easy in hardware terms, because we had a blueprint. We had circuits that were known working. So we just had to copy all those circuits, which we did. So that's what made it, the compatibility, and what made us feel like, oh yeah, we'll be able to do that.
All right.
What was the second part of the question?
No, that was the question, right, Ron?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You want to take
it's a good summary.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to ask, we did have another person that was curious. Let me bring the question up here. Oh, some of the stuff disappears off our list occasionally.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let me pull that off of there. Okay, here we go. So what drove your key decisions when leading the FireWire design team? What was the original sort of task that was given to you at IEEE, and how did that all come together?
Wow. FireWire. Wow, that's going back a ways. Yeah. That goes back to a guy on my team, Mike Teener, who had a real passion for that, and we wanted to make something faster than Apple Bus, something faster. You could do, multimedia kind of things as well. It had the speed and ability to do that. And the first time that I heard about that, but yeah, we pushed on that really hard, trying to make that happen. It didn't quite make it, but yeah, it was, consumed a lot of our time. And I think overall it, probably nudged the needle forward, technically, uh, attempting and doing that stuff. So,
Well, the early competitor, USB, I mean, it blew
yeah,
that away and was still
yeah.
it was still faster
Oh,
than USB 2.0 for quite a long
oh
time.
yeah,
So, I mean,
yes.
I could completely understand why companies adopted it that were making things like, video capture devices, or
Oh
you
yeah,
needed things that had low latency and things that USB did not have as a standard till much later. So, yeah, I
yeah.
don't. Dan, don't tell my huge collection of FireWire hard drives, FireWire video capture, FireWire
Interface
audio.
cards.
Yeah, don't tell any of them that this wasn't the thing, because they won't believe you.
Well, and
No.
didn't the original iPod? It came out of FireWire only.
Mm-hmm.
So the iPod
Oh, okay,
won.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So yes, it did. It
I had
came
to
out
buy an
that way.
interface
So,
card to use it on my PC, Windows PC. Well, it didn't have Windows support either, but
Yeah, that was a lot of juggling back in those days if you
Yep.
wanted to use it. But
Yep.
yeah, no,
Jay,
there was a lot of very good technology in there. That's for sure.
All right. One here. The next question, Dan, is Apple's early documentation says the S in the GS stands for speed. But the earliest magazine articles about the GS emphasized the sound. And so general belief years later is that S stood for sound. What is it? Which is it?
Sound,
Graphics
and sound. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sound.
The person was, well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So the up until the 2GS, the sound from the Apple II was toggling a flip flop, which was how Woz created the clicks and clacks and all the noises for the games. Was he just toggled the flop, changed the frequency of toggling the flop, and that was minor. But no, it was graphics and sound, not graphics and speed. Sound.
Okay. Yeah. They were wondering if their lawsuit with Apple,
Apple
Records.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apple Records was the reason that they, said speed.
It might have been. I almost got put on a plane to go over to England to talk about it, because the agreement is that we wouldn't create music, and what I says, we're not creating music, we're allowing people to create it.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
That's
difference.
An important designation there.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
no,
Jonathan. Yep. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No.
I was just going to ask. Jonathan was curious. Do you think that there was room for one more iteration of the Apple II? And if so, what new features might we have seen?
Oh, wow, a new generation.
Listen, we're shooting for the moon here. It's got SCSI, it's got a fan. It has VGA compatible output. It's got anything you want to throw at it.
Yeah, interesting. One of the things, I sent to Woz the award and talked to him, via email about it. And he said he goes to KansasFest, but he had a conflict this year. And I don't know if I can bring up his exact quote, but it was, something to the effect of, we should have listened to you about Unix, being able to run Unix on here, which was, I came from a world where before, that's what that was your universe, was Unix.
Yeah.
So and that was for me doing chip design, and to be able to have a personal computer to be able to use for something like chip design would have been, wow, pretty amazing. So you didn't have to have a big old, computer to do it. So yeah, adding more memory, of course, you have to do that. And uh, it had a lot of Apple IIgs had a lot of capability, to expand anyway. So
Well, it's still alive today, as
alive.
this event right here will let you know. So
yeah.
Yeah. So the next question, Dan, is looking back at the Apple II era, how would you describe the day-to-day engineering culture and the decision-making style back then as is compared to the modern day and the modern environments that you see today?
Oh, it was. I sort of hesitate to use the word casual, but it was. I mean, we're all in cubes. Just walked over and talked to somebody. If I wanted to go talk to the software team, I'd go downstairs. We were on the 6th floor, they were 5th floor. I'd walk down the stairs and go talk to them. But in general, and marketing was down there too. Yeah, marketing. They were there, and so we would just, walk back and forth if we had any questions. It was casual. I don't know that we had. I mean, yes, of course we had. I had hardware meetings, but I don't think we had a, meeting. And the head of the marketing guy that was working on it, and software guy Harvey, and Lee, we would get together and talk. But it was all casual in a lot of ways, and talk about improvements or features or trade-offs. A lot of trade-offs usually is what we talk about.
And actually, there's one last question here, and then we have a little presentation that we would like to do for you.
Okay.
It's kind of a two-part. It's our friend Oliver from France. Why was there only one graphic page on a computer that was supposed to handle like this complete graphical user interface?
Only one graphic page. Oh,
Or maybe
40.
another way to put it might be, that the toolbox and quick draw and
Yeah.
mouse function and things like that ends up in that same page inside slow RAM. When
Yeah.
you've got other platforms, you got your fast RAM and your slow RAM and blah, blah, blah. So, but what was the kind of decision? Was it more like keeping costs down or was it more of a just for compatibility or?
It was. I just hazy in my memory, but I think it's more for compatibility than any other reason to do it. Was to keep it compatible. As much as we can, make it that way. So yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Dan,
that was the number one guideline. It was the compatibility, Dan, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, and so yeah, I forgot to mention, one of our members of our team was, we would talk about, enhancements with him, and where we would go, that kind of stuff. So
Great.
was a key contributor to all this stuff. Absolutely.
Excellent. All right, Dan, we've got a little thing to do for you. This is going to take a tiny bit of housekeeping because we got to pull all of our committee people back in. So give me just a second to get everybody back on the call. I know Martin is here, but I think he is indisposed at the moment. So, all right. Peter, take it away, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Since 2010, the KansasFest committee has recognized members of the Apple II community.
You're muted, Peter.
Oh no, we can hear him.
Oh, I can't.
Oh gosh.
Oh boy.
More audio trouble. Do you want to wait a moment to see if we can figure this out?
Yeah, I think so. Hold on one second. Let me make sure. I'm gonna pull you back out and I'm gonna bring you back in, Peter. Okay. Test. Go ahead, Peter.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Since 2010, the KansasFest committee has recognized members of the Apple II community who have made significant contributions to the Apple II, either past or present. And I want to take a moment to thank you, Dan, for creating the computers that we love and creating not just the Apple IIs, but personal computers, everything you've done to contribute to and build the personal computers throughout your entire career. So I'd like to present you with the Apple II Forever Award. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you very much. I am humbled and honored, so I appreciate that. So
Dan was kind enough. He shared a photo of the award hanging on his wall right there next to the schematic, and kind of a cool picture of people from design teams past there.
Yeah. The early days of Apple.
Yeah, the early days of Apple. Yeah, I tell people I worked at Apple, and then I have to say, oh, it was in the 80s. And they're like, oh, really?
Hey, that wasn't that long ago.
Yeah,
it doesn't seem that long ago, and I was batch 3601. So hey.
It's not too bad, and it's probably technically lower than that, because the story that I've repeatedly heard is that there was a point where they just fast forwarded to put more distance. Yeah,
they did that. I don't know, who knows why. So,
I bet it's because that Kodak machine, the ID4 that they had for making the things, I bet you it probably the film stock that they bought had a number that was way down the line, and they were like, well, I guess everybody starts here now. It's gotta I have always thought it's gotta be something silly like that. It was like,
probably.
oh, it's the number's already on here. I guess that's where we start now.
Yeah. So I do have a request for you, Ron, is the video that was played when I joined.
Yeah.
Can I have a copy of that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take some of the other things. I left some of that, some of the things in it just because it's a little color where it's more like a live interview instead of being more stodgy. But I can edit that stuff and send it over to you whenever you like.
Whenever you can. So my sons were asking about it, especially. I have a son here right now, the one that just got married in Monterey.
Yeah.
Congratulations
to him.
Miss that.
Congratulations.
On the beach in Monterey. Oh, beautiful day. Wonderful.
Very nice.
So, he was asking me, so what kind of questions they ask you? And I was like, oh my God, let me remember all the questions.
They wanted to know about all this stuff from 40 years ago.
Yeah. Well, they were incredibly impressed that I got the award. And so was I. I was, like I say, honored and humbled. Moving them.
Well, again, it means a lot. It means a lot to us because, especially for this, for the anniversary this year, and we had at the live event, we had like some like gaming sessions and stuff, and we showed off a lot of things that were 2GS specific stuff. And Martin was kind enough; he brought his 2GS down and had it set up, and just basically it was just like, hey, if you want to hammer away on it, you want to try cards, you want to play around. I brought an image writer. People were in there testing stuff out.
Oh my God, yeah.
So
I'm actually inside a 2GS right now.
Yeah.
He
shrunk himself.
Yeah.
We found a power supply for the Mark Twain there. So
yeah.
So it's so I'll try to make it out there next year for sure.
Well,
awesome. That would be
great.
So,
and we'll. It's on video, Dan. We're going to hold you to it.
All right. I will do my best.
All right. That's all anybody can do.
Yeah. So I have family back in that part of the world, Illinois and Indiana. So it'll just be a good excuse to go visit.
Absolutely.
Great.
Thank you
all
again,
right.
sir.
Thank you. Thank you all.
All right.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time, Dan.
All righty. Next on the list is Michael Morrison with the A2 Vera, interfacing the Commander X16's Vera to an Apple IIe. Michael graphs the Vera multimedia chip, sprites, tile, and bitmap modes, PCM, and multi-channel audio in a speedy SD card interface originally built for the 8-bit guy's Commander X16 onto a humble Apple IIe. Expect video and audio demos, an honest look at the prototype's current state, and future plans for a commercial product using the boards from Joe's Retro Stow on Tindy. It's an organ transplant between two 65 CO2 machines, and remarkably, the patient sings. Take it away, Michael.
Welcome, everyone, to A2 Vera, interfacing the Commander X16's Vera to the Apple II. My name is Michael Morrison, also known as Code by the Pound. We'll start with a little bit about me, then we'll move on to the Commander X16. We'll spend most of our time talking about the Vera and its features and capabilities. Then we'll talk about my prototype card, the A2 Vera, and Joe's prototype as well. We'll have some cool demos, and then we'll have time for questions. You may remember me from a presentation I gave around 2021 on a project I was working on called the DMAC. The DMAC was a DMA controller that was supposed to give the Apple II capabilities similar to what the Amiga had, blitter, copper, audio capabilities. It was a fun project. I learned a lot from it. Unfortunately, like a lot of personal projects, I never quite finished it. But luckily that won't happen with this one because Joe has already got a prototype card available. You might also know my name from Chris Torrance's Apple II TS emulator. I've added a fair number of capabilities to that. Super serial support, passport MIDI, web serial, web MIDI, ImageWriter 2, some graphics support, and also recently added Vera support to that emulator as well, so you should check it out. My opinion might be biased, but I think it's one of the best Apple II emulators out there. If you haven't tried it, it's highly recommended, especially if you're trying to debug a problem. The debugger in there is outstanding. Kudos to Chris for that. Okay, so what is the Commander X16? Well, many here are probably familiar with David Murray, otherwise known as the 8-bit guy. The Commander X16 was a series that he had on his channel where he basically said, I want to design a computer, my dream computer, that had all the capabilities that he wished he would have had back in the day, graphics, sound, etc. And so this is what he came up with. It's a 8 megahertz 65 CO2, also X16, 816 compatible. It has a base 64K with expandable banked memory up to 2 megabytes, I believe. David was a big Commodore fan. He replicated in the ROM the misspelled kernel routines that came from the Commodore 64 and 128 with a bunch of additions, you know, for the Commander X16's extra features. The system has expansion slots, uses PS2 peripherals. They standardized on using Super Nintendo controllers for gamepads. And then, of course, it has the Vera. And they use the Vera for graphics, half the sound, and all the disk. So I guess at the time he looked around and tried to find retro components that would satisfy the graphics needs, and it was unable to find something, so they ended up doing the FPGA Vera for those capabilities. The system also has a YM2051 FM synthesis chip that we'll talk a little bit more about later. And that system is made by Texelec now. And like any good computer, it's already spawned a clone. And that clone is the OtterX, made by Joe Burks. He has a store on Tindy. He's on Discord right now under the name Wavicle. So if you have any questions about that system, you should hit him up on Discord. Okay, so what is the Vera? Vera stands for Versatile Embedded Retro Adapter. It is an open source FPGA originally designed by Frank Vandenhoff. Although I'm not sure if he's still involved with the project, but it's been updated by a number of others over the years. It's a removable media adapter. It connects to the Commander X16 or OtterX using a header. And from the very first time I saw that on Dave's channel, I wondered to myself, I wonder if I could interface that to an Apple II slot. That idea rolled around in my head for a couple years, and here we are now. So this is a high-level overview of the card. We'll go into all these features in much more detail. But basically the card has 128K of VRAM. It supports multiple outputs for your retro viewing pleasure. It has VGA out, S-video, and composite. It supports a number of different bit depths. It has multiple configurable layers of graphics. It supports multiple resolutions through scaling. It supports 128 sprites in various bit depths and sizes, and has what they call FX features for drawing lines, filling triangles, a memory fill, and has a 16-bit multiplier. So for audio, it has 16 waveform channels as well as PCM audio. There's multiple interrupt sources, and it has an SD card interface that's connected through SPI. Many YouTube channels have reviewed the Commander X16, including Adrian's Digital Basement. According to Adrian, the Vera is the secret sauce of the Commander X16, and I guess I would have to agree. The Vera that's shown in the upper left is Joe's Retro Stove Vera, which is called the Vera X. It has some electrical and layout improvements over the Texelec Vera, but otherwise I believe the functionality is exactly the same. Also, for what it's worth, I've never used a Texelec Vera. I'm not even certain if they sell them individually or only as part of an X16. We're not going to talk too much about programming today, but I did want to mention a couple things. First, the card presents itself as 32 memory mapped registers in the 6502 address space. Within that range, there's also virtual registers as well as more registers in the 128K of VRAM. On the Commander X16, this card sits at a fixed location in memory, but of course in the Apple, we need to put it in a slot. And a quick refresher on Apple II slots. So each slot has a device select range and an I/O select range. The device select range is typically meant for programming, command, and control, and is 16 bytes. And the I/O select range is meant for the driver ROM for the card, and it's 256 bytes. Because, who could need more than 256 bytes to write a driver? So unfortunately, since the card has more than 16 registers, it has to go in the I/O select range, which is fine for now since the card doesn't have a ROM on it. But possibly later it will have a ROM to make it the SD card bootable. Also, the 128K of VRAM is accessed through two individually configurable data ports. The data ports have a nice feature. They support indexing, so they can auto-increment or auto-decrement, as well as you can provide a stride value. So if you want to write to every other register or every other location in VRAM, you can do that with a stride value of 2. Okay, let's get into some of the more specific features of the Vera. So the Vera supports many effective output resolutions, and the way it does that is through display scaling. What I mean by that is essentially if you have a monitor connected to the VGA port, it always outputs 640 by 480 resolution, but through display scaling you can get multiple effective resolutions. The way that the scaling registers work is they basically control the ratio of output screen pixels per input pixel in the Vera's source memory. So for those who've seen my KansasFest demo, the opener is a spinning cube. It's a sprite that is 64 by 64 resolution, and the scale registers are set such that it is an effective 85 by 64 screen resolution. And what that means is you can see below that, basically there are about 7 output pixels per input pixel at that particular resolution. And it's a non-integer scale factor at all of these except for the last one. I just picked an intermediate resolution of 360 by 270, and you can see again the screen output pixels are a non-integer multiple of the source pixels. And then finally, when we get to 640 by 480 scaling, the ratio of input to output pixels match. So you can set the scaling factors to basically down to about 4:3 resolution up to 1275 by 956. But remember that you don't actually get 1275 by 956 resolution. It's still outputting 640 by 480. And so it's going to be skipping many pixels of the source when it outputs to the screen. Okay, so let's move on to colors. So the Vera uses indexed color from a 256 entry table. Color index 0 is always transparent. There are 4 bits per RGB component, so a palette of 4096 colors, and it supports various bit depths for each of your elements. One interesting feature that the Vera supports is something called palette offsets. So for instance, if you have a sprite that's using 4 bits per pixel or 16 colors, you're not restricted to just the first 16 colors in the palette. Through a palette offset, you can make it use any set of 16 colors in the palette with some restrictions. So this allows you to more effectively use all 256 colors on the screen at once. Vera supports 2 graphical layers and a background layer. Each graphical layer can be configured either as a bitmap or a tile map, and the layers are composited in ascending order. So pixels in layer 1 overlay pixels in layer 0, and transparency works as you'd expect. So let's go a little deeper into tile map mode. So tiles can be defined using any of the supported bit depths. They're referenced by index, and they can be either 8 or 16 pixels in width or height. When tiles are instanced into the tile map, you have several options. If you're using 1 bit per pixel tiles, these are typically used for text. You get an 8-bit index or 256 entries, and you can either configure it to be 16 foreground and 16 background colors, or 256 foreground colors and then use the background color of the screen. In case it's not clear, a 1 bit is the foreground color and a 0 bit would be the background color. If you're using graphical tiles, any of the other bit depths, you get a 10-bit index, so you can have 1024 different tiles defined. You can use a palette offset, as I mentioned before, and you can also flip horizontally and vertically when you instance it. So every tile can have a different palette offset, every tile could have a different horizontal and vertical flip. Your tile map itself can be any of these power of 2 dimensions in width or height, and you're able to scroll the screen viewport around within that area as well. Okay, so bitmap mode. Bitmaps can be defined using any of the supported bit depths. They can be any width you want, as long as what you wanted was 320 or 640. You don't actually specify a height with a bitmap. It depends on whatever the screen scaling is. So if you look on the right here, a 640 by 480 image with a 640 by 480 scale, you see the entire image. If you have a 320 by 240 image with a 640 by 480 scale, the bitmap will actually repeat horizontally, and anything below the 240 height will be undefined. So it'll be whatever is in Vera's memory at that point. Also remember, you only have 128K, so you can't actually do a 640 by 480 with 8 bits per pixel or even 4 bits per pixel. So the best you could do is 2 BPP at 640 by 480. Of course, all the resolutions, or sorry, all the bit depths work fine at 320 by 240. Bitmaps can have a palette offset. You cannot scroll within a bitmap, and you manipulate them using the data ports that we talked about earlier. Okay, let's move on to sprites. So sprites are composited in a manner similar to layers. You can also specify a Z level for sprites. Sprites at Z level 0 are disabled, and the sprites at the other Z levels are overlaid over and between layers as shown here. There are 127 sprites. Sprites are rendered in ascending order, and sprites on the same Z level, a higher index sprite will overlay a lower index sprite. There's a little asterisk by the 127, and that's because, as it is with most systems like this, there can be a maximum number of sprites per scan line. And what that means is if any part of that sprite overlaps a particular scan line, it counts. Also, if a sprite is off screen but on that scan line and not at Z level 0, apparently that also counts as well. So figuring out exactly what this number is somewhat difficult. It's based on the sprite resolution, the sprite bit depth, what other layers are enabled, what their configuration is as well. But basically at maximum configuration of everything, you're looking at about 8 to 10 sprites per line. At a minimized configuration, you're looking at about 50 or so sprites per line. Sprites can be defined using 4 or 8 bits per pixel in any of these power of 2 dimensions. When instancing a sprite, you specify its address, of course its position, the Z level, palette offset if you have one, horizontal and vertical flip, and a mask. The mask is used for collision detection. So if the Vera detects any 2 non-transparent pixels of sprites that overlap, it will AND these 2 values together, and if that result is non-zero, it will cause a sprite interrupt. Using that method, you can have different classes of sprites on the screen where some will collide and some will not. The final graphical module we'll talk about on the Vera are the FX helpers. They're called helpers because they can best be thought of as new addressing and indexing modes for the 2 data ports. While there is line draw and triangle fill capability, they aren't fixed function operations, meaning you don't set some Bresenham parameters and then hit another register to draw a line. Instead, with these functions, you compute and program some parameters, starting addresses, slopes, and whatnot, and then begin reading or writing to the data ports. As you do that, the ports will automatically index appropriately and move the address to the next pixel in the line or the triangle edge in the affine transform. In case it's not clear, you have to write to the data port for every pixel you intend to draw or fill or transform. While these are pretty fast, don't expect SGI level workstation performance from the Vera. These images come from a repository that is meant to test the Vera hardware and the FX features specifically. I'm not sure where the timing values come from exactly, but you can see it took 5 milliseconds to draw 32 lines, 17 milliseconds to fill 72 triangles at a very low resolution, and a little over 9 milliseconds to perform an affine transformation. So finally, there are 2 non-graphical FX helpers. The first is a faster memory fill operation. So with it, you can write up to 4 bytes of data to the Vera memory using a single write to a data port. The second is a signed 16 by 16-bit multiply with optional accumulate. And that executes on the Vera in 40 nanoseconds, which is less than a single cycle on the Apple II. That doesn't include the setup time to write the values to the card, but surely this is probably hundreds of times faster than these multiplications can be done in 6502 assembly. Okay, so moving on to Vera Audio. So Vera provides 16 channels of stereo waveform audio. Each channel can be configured either as a pulse, sawtooth, triangle, or noise. Each of those can be modified slightly as well, so the duty cycle or the pulse width of the pulse waveform, as well as the sawtooth and triangle can be perturbed using what's called an XOR, so you can make them kind of a fuzzy sawtooth or fuzzy triangle. Vera also supports PCM audio from basically 400 hertz 8-bit mono to an almost unusable 48k hertz 16-bit stereo. I think that's 192k per second, so that would be difficult to fill from a 64k bank. But the way that the PCM audio works is there's a 4K FIFO in the 128K of VRAM. So you write to that FIFO, and that writes bytes to the buffer to be played through PCM. There's also a low watermark, an A-flow IRQ that can be triggered when the 4K FIFO is at a quarter full. The YM2151 is not part of the Vera, but it was always my plan to include it on the A2 Vera, and it is on Joe's prototype, so I'll cover it here. It was a popular chip used in arcade games and home computers. If you've ever played the game Marble Madness, that was the sound system used in that cab. It's a pretty sophisticated FM synthesis chip. It can be complex to program, so we're just going to talk about it at a high level. It has 8 channels. Each channel has 4 operators, and those 4 operators can be combined in one of 8 different ways. So what does all that mean? Well, an operator is a waveform, likely a sine wave. Those 4 waveforms can then be mathematically combined to produce a more complex sound. If you look to the right, there you can see 3 of those 8 different configurations. Also, each of the waveforms can be configured with an attack, decay, sustain, release envelope. The chip contains 2 timers that can interrupt on completion. So this is a very capable chip. And finally, it only has 2 registers, a select and a data register, but internally it has 256 registers. One final note on this part, while new old stock or cabinet pulls of this chip are still available, perhaps because it's seen a resurgence in popularity, this chip is unfortunately broadly faked. That means you will get a chip that's marked as a YM2151, but it might either be dead or rebranded. The chip labeled OPM in the upper right is a reverse engineered FPGA replacement for the YM2151 available on Joe's store. While you might be able to find a legitimate YM2151 online, I would just avoid the hassle and get Joe's part. Now we'll get to some of the final features of the Vera. Of course, it supports a 60 Hz VSync interrupt, and it also supports a separate line interrupt that can be activated on any line of the display. Note that the VSync interval is only a little over 1.4 milliseconds, which is about 1475 cycles at 1 megahertz. So you need to use your VSync interval budget wisely. Finally, the Vera contains a secure digital interface slot. It can accept standard SD cards and is programmed using the SPI interface. As it turns out, when using the SPI interface, you read and write what are called sectors from the card, and those sectors happen to be 512 bytes long, which makes it nice for writing a ProDOS driver. Okay, so I know that was a whirlwind tour of the Vera, but those are the main features. I hope the descriptions were clear, but feel free to ask questions if they weren't. Okay, so let's move on to some stuff that I actually did. So what is the A2 Vera? Well, the A2 Vera is basically a carrier board that interfaces the Apple II slot to the Vera's header. After talking with Joe about the electrical characteristics and the timing diagrams, I did my first prototype using DuPont cables. Then, when that was found to work, I moved on to a wire-wrapped board. This slide shows how I initially interfaced the Vera to the Apple II slot. As you can see, the Vera requires some pretty standard signaling, address, data, chip select, and it provides an IRQ. As it turns out, most of these signals and their polarity and timing were directly compatible with the Apple II bus slot. The 6502 only provides a single read-write line for bus cycles. It's high when it's a read and it's low when it's a write, but the Vera required separate signaling, so I had to take care of that. Joe recommended using the diode for compatibility with the Apple's open collector IRQ. Finally, since the output voltage of the Vera's audio was 1 volt peak to peak, I just ran those signals directly to some amplified speakers. Because who needs additional filtering and protection circuitry for your audio jack? And with that simple circuit, hooray, things seemed to work. I wrote a detect program that was able to find the Vera and was rather easily able to port some learning Vera example programs from Matt Heffernan's RetroDesk YouTube channel. This is showing his tile map and bitmap examples. As a side note, if you're trying to learn how to program the Vera, I highly recommend Matt's series called Learning to Program the 6502, where he uses the Commander X16 and the Vera as a baseline. Continuing my success, since graphics seemed to work, I went on to write a simple in-memory ProDOS driver to access files on the SD card. I was even able to write a simple media player to play back Yesu Joy, the first song I had ever heard played on an Apple II in the program Electric Duet. But then, sad Mike. I started having a rather esoteric problem that took me some time to figure out. Joe recommended that I use a logic analyzer to try to figure out what was going on, and when I did that, the trace looked so bad that I thought there must have been something wrong with the logic analyzer. Writes from the 6502 to the Vera looked fine, but reads from the Vera appeared totally corrupted, and you can see that in the red box over there. I feel like I had to solve a problem that everyone that attaches a fast FPGA to the Apple bus has to solve, which is your peripheral cannot write data to the data bus within 30 to 40 nanoseconds of phase 0 rising. Otherwise, it will cause a bus fight, and that's exactly what's happening here. Without getting into too many details, I used a MUX and Q3 to delay the read and write enable signals. And with that change, the Vera carrier board seems to work correctly in a 2+, 2E, and a 2GS. So it was back to Happy Mike and Happy Joe. Happy Joe because he could make a potential production prototype for the Apple II, and that's exactly what he did. He and I came up with the features for the initial prototype, and that board is shown on the top. It contains a header for a Vera, socket for a YM2151, and all the proper amplification, filtering, and protection circuitry that I left out of mine. I'm sure that since I highlighted that earlier, you thought it would come back to bite me, but it never did. Okay, so the Vera sits in the IO select range, as we discussed earlier, and the YM2151, or the OPM, since it only has 2 registers, sits in the device select range. I think Joe has a few of the original prototypes still available. He'd probably be willing to part with them, and he's also working on a next version of the card, which is shown below there. The features of that card aren't yet set in stone, but the things we've talked about are adding a ROM to make the SD card bootable, and a auto-polling controller to poll Super Nintendo gamepads. All the rest of the features listed there are just wish list. If you have any interest in either one of these boards, or have ideas about additional features that you'd like to see, talk to Wavical in the Discord. Okay, before we get to the demos, I wanted to give you a bonus section on porting. Since most, or actually all, of the Vera code you will encounter currently will be from the Commander X16, I wanted to go over some of the things from my porting notes. So when the Commander X16 boots, it sets a default screen mode and configures the layers for text. During that process, it loads a default font, of course, and that is the Petsky character set. Some games or programs don't always completely configure the Vera before they begin to render under the assumption that the user has already selected a video mode. That video mode is going to depend on whether you're outputting to VGA or one of the other NTSC outputs. Of course, on the Apple, there's no ROM to configure the card or load a font, so you will always need to set the DC video register to output, probably to VGA, but maybe composite, depending on your configuration. Also, note that CA65 will output different characters for text strings depending on your machine configuration, so you may need to convert from Petsky to ASCII in your code in order for tile map characters to be rendered correctly. And just in case it's not clear, you will have to load your own font as well if you want to use one for text mode. Moving on to input, the Commander X16 provides ROM routines to read the joystick. It provides a scan routine that's typically executed in the 60 Hz interrupt to actually read the joystick buttons, and then there's a get routine that provides you with those values. If you don't have a joystick plugged in, the Commander X16 provides a keyboard fallback that is registered as joystick 0. I've been using a Super Nintendo gamepad interface for the Apple called the SNEX Max because it was the only commercial product available for the Apple when I started this product. It was designed by a guy named Luke Casey, and it's available on Reactive Micro. It goes in a slot and allows you to pull 2 gamepads in about 450 to 500 cycles. And if you're familiar with the Apple II's joystick port, you know it takes around 2,000 cycles to pull a single joystick. So this is a big win, and it provides the same inputs the Commander X16 game is likely expecting. As for keyboard input, the Apple II's keyboard input was reasonable for its day, but the 2 Plus and the 2E don't provide key up and key down sequences that would allow you to hold multiple keys at once, and many modern games would like you to be able to do that. So I guess my only recommendation here is to use the any key down functionality if you're using an Apple IIe, but just be aware of the fact that the ASCII value provided at C010 isn't updated at the same rate as the any key down, so don't run into the same bug Prince of Persia had. Okay, so interrupts is something that you will have to become familiar with if you want to program for the Vera, because it uses interrupts extensively for various functionality, as I've already described. When using interrupts on the Apple, you basically have 3 choices. You can go through ProDOS, you can hook the vector at 3FE, or if you don't need ProDOS and you're using the language card, you can simply hook the 6502 vector at FFFE yourself. The ProDOS routines expend a lot of energy saving 0-page areas, setting up interrupt return methods and whatnot, and those routines are very expensive, as you can see. I've estimated at 400 cycles. I don't really know how many it is, but it's something close to that. Part of that cost is going through the ROM. If you hook the vector at 3FE, then you're still going through the ROM, but you can bypass ProDOS. Now the ROM is also pretty expensive because it spends a lot of time putting the machine into a known configuration with all the banking and language card attributes and whatnot. And then when you return from your interrupt, they put it back in its original configuration again. The quotes I have say that that takes 250 plus cycles depending on the machine configuration when the interrupt happens. If you don't need ProDOS, once your game is loaded, you can simply hook the 6502 vector for interrupt at FFFE. That's probably your best choice if possible, because then it's all your code that's executed when the interrupt happens. One final thing to be aware of is that the default semantic for the Commander X16's interrupt routines is to jump to the previous handler's address after you've determined the interrupt is yours and serviced it. On the Apple, the default is to do an RTI, or return from interrupt. If you jump to the previous address, you will probably be jumping into ProDOS's spurious interrupt handler, which will cause it to crash. You will also need to get familiar with the Commander X16's ROM routines for file I/O. Those will probably need to be converted to ProDOS, of course, to load the files. The methods are pretty straightforward. Set name sets the file name, set LFS sets some parameters that are based on the way the Commodore DOS works, and load will load the file directly into memory. There's also an open and a close, but most of the software I've seen just uses load to load the entire file at once. There are a couple things to be aware of here. The first one is that files on Commodore DOS can store the load address as the first 2 bytes of the file, and DOS will use that as the load address for that file under certain circumstances. Also, the Commander X16's load routine has been modified to allow it to write directly to Vera memory, so you will probably encounter programs that have a strange load address because it's loading the file directly into Vera memory. You'll likely need to take care of one or both of those things in your ProDOS conversion. Okay, so wrapping up the porting notes. Sorry I couldn't think of any cool graphic to put on this slide. Okay, the Commander X16 has an 8K banked memory address range starting at address A0000. It banks all of its auxiliary memory through that area. To set the bank, you write to address 0 in 0 page. I'm not really sure why they decided to take 1 byte of the most valuable memory on the 6502 address space to change the bank register, but I guess that's how the Commodore 64 and the 128 did it. I mentioned that only to show how the Commander X16 does this, because it's going to be a significant porting effort for any software you try to bring over from the Commander X16. Finally, for audio, if the program writes directly to the PSG or PCM on the Vera, everything will be fine. But most software I've found uses an audio library called ZSM Kit. That library provides a unified way to write to the Vera's audio, as well as the YM2151 audio, and it even supports MIDI. It's a pretty neat library, but because of the way it uses the banked memory and its default loading semantic, makes it kind of difficult to port to the Apple. So as a result, I haven't actually tried yet. There's also a standard called VGM, which stands for Video Game Music. It basically stores a sequence of the raw registers and values that you would need to write to your audio chip in order to set up patches and play sound. Files that use VGM can be ported more easily because the VGM format understands the YM2151 and its registers. It's finally demo time. So here are the demos I'm going to show. Other than the 2 that I wrote, which is the KFest demo and the start of a Rally X game. You might ask how I determined what games to attempt to port. Well, basically it had to do with the biggest bang for the buck, how much banked memory it used, and whether it shut off the features of the Vera and the OPM. Chase Vault by Matt Heffernan is probably the most complete of all these. The others are missing some features, sound, input, that kind of thing. But I'm going to start with my KansasFest demo in case you haven't seen it, and then we'll move on to the others.
All righty.
Hello,
Thanks,
everyone.
Michael. That was great. I'm hearing a little bit of an echo. I'm not sure where that's coming from, but I think we're good. So we have a few questions.
Oh, wait, before we get started on questions,
Sure.
Somebody asked in the chat if I could go over what I added to Apple IIts. Can I do that here real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. That was one of the questions.
Yep. Can I share my screen? I need to ask you to do that, right?
Should be able to here.
Can you guys see that now?
Yep.
Okay, great. So this is Apple IIts. For those who haven't used it before, there's a configuration option down here that lets you set the machine configuration. I added a Vera option here, so by default, of course, it's no Vera. And you can replace since all the slots are filled by default in Apple IIts, we had to replace something. So either you can put it in slot 2 and replace the passport card, or you can put it in slot 4 and replace the Mockingbird. I have it in slot 4 here now. And so over here, I added a new tab. There we go, that says Vera Monitor. So this is my KansasFest demo. Hopefully everybody isn't sick of this yet. But so this is the Apple II screen loading over here, and unfortunately inside of Apple IIts the screens are swapped from how they are on my desk. So the screens are backwards here. But I just wanted to show, so everything seems to be working here. Depending on the, and you can hear, I don't have YM2151 support yet, so all you're hearing is the Vera PSG audio. Anyway, so you should consider this. This is running, you can see this is running at full speed, but it's still, I would consider it to be beta because the performance, depending on what else you have going on the screen, isn't as good. All right, let's stop. Stop sharing my screen there. Okay.
Okay. I think we have a few questions here. One person built Mad Hack BT said, sadly, most of what you just presented went way over my head. Curious to know if this has an HDMI output support, or am I way off base on what this will do?
So the current Vera card and the one that's shipped, as far as I know, with the Commander X16 has VGA, S-Video, and composite. I know that Joe has an adapter board that will allow you to use HDMI, and perhaps the next versions will have HDMI as well, but the current one is just VGA, S-Video, and composite.
Next is, any chance of it snooping the Apple II high-res graphics or double high-res graphics pages for composition?
No, I would say no. So it's not really meant to be that kind of card. I mean, there are cards out there that do this, of course, and then output to different formats, but this is more meant to be like in a secondary adapter card, kind of like the 3DFX card was in a PC. Hi, Frog Boots, by the way.
And next, can you discuss what Vera functionality is? Oh, you already did. You already just mentioned that. So there's one more question that I see here. I noticed that the music and animation seem to briefly slow down a few times in Chase Vault. Also in the Asteroids clone, it looked very high res. Was it using 2 bits per pixel, 4 colors?
Honestly, I don't remember what each of those uses. I think they're using at least 16 color. Yeah, so I mean, there's definitely some performance issues. that's why I said it was about 98%. I mean, the code still, I still need to go and take a look at why it slows down in certain circumstances. The asteroids game, I really kind of wanted an asteroids game. There may be other ones for the Commander X16. That one looked nice, but it doesn't really run well at 1 megahertz. It's running at less than, it's running at like 20 frames per second, and it still overruns its budget. So anyway,
Okay.
By the way, I didn't. One other thing that I didn't mention in the demo, of course, I have a bunch of source code that I'd like to publish as well. I have a GitHub that keep watching the channel. The Discord, I will publish where that is in there, and we can go from there. Give me a week or so to recover from KansasFest and get the things cleaned up, take out the hacks and whatnot, and I will have some code published.
All righty. I think that's all the questions that we have.
All right,
No
great.
more. Yeah, so thank you. Very impressive. Thanks, Michael. All right, Ron, we have a little bit of stuff that we're going to play here for the next 7 minutes or so. And then we'll get started with our next talk, which is going to be Inbar Raz talking about zero-knowledge cracking of the 1983 Apple II hardware copy protection dongle.
Years.
School's out, I run home. Mom tells me that it's time for me to go and study. Screw that, I got plans. Gotta type the notes, invite him to assembly. my peeps are up to naturally. Hey, wait, another crack. Gotta be the back here. Copy. Product kind of job, but you're up to my another kind of thing. Shop and dedication, boy, you don't know what you're missing. Apple works and mouse test. Pinball instruction set. Busy counting BDS. Flipping copies is the math. Transfers for another time. Green screens, come alive. All these awesome things that you can do. And move reports. If you have to. There's so many things that you can do. So fire up your old Apple II. Nothing you can say and nothing you can do will take me away from my Apple II. I'm older now, and that's okay. Cause now I've got friends that I know are here to stay. They get me, we got that. We share all of the bits and bytes of yesterday. So maybe I'll see when I take myself to KansasFest on holiday. We're making magic. Listen to the floppies. Copy. Product kind of job, but you're up to my another kind of thing. Shop and dedication, boy, you don't know what you're missing. Apple works and mouse test. Pinball instruction set. Busy counting BDS. Flipping floppies is the best. Transfers for another time. Green screens, demo live. All these awesome things that you can do. And move reports. If you have to. There's so many things that we can do when we fire up our old Apple IIs. Nothing they can say and nothing they can do will take us away from our Apple IIs. There's so many things that we can do, so let's fire up our old Apple IIs. Nothing they can say and nothing they can do will take us away from our Apple IIs. So many things that we can do when we fire up our old Apple IIs. Nothing they can say and nothing they can do will take us away from our Apple IIs. There's so many things that we can do, so let's fire up our old Apple IIs. Nothing they can say and nothing they can do will take us away from our Apple IIs. There's so many things that we can do, so let's fire up our old Apple IIs. Nothing they can say and nothing they can do will take us away from our Apple IIs.
All righty, we're back. And next on the agenda, Inbar Raz is going to talk about zero knowledge cracking of a 1983 Apple II hardware copy protection. Inbar has cracked hundreds of copy protected titles, but every single one of them has been on the IBM's PC. Boo. So when a fellow collector handed him a hardware dongle protected 1983 Hebrew program for the Apple IIe, he dove right in knowing absolutely nothing about the machine, its architecture, or even the operating system. This is a story of learning an entire platform from scratch just to defeat its copy protection, and he may even demo a recreated dongle. So, Inbar, take it away.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for hosting me. It's a pleasure. I did not grow up playing Apple. My friend had those. I had something else, but this is kind of the challenge, and that's why we're here. Why am I actually here? Well, first of all, who am I? I'm a geek. I'm a reverser. I'm a hacker back from the day when it was still a good thing. I'm 51, if anyone is interested. I'm a retrocomputing collector and restorer. I'm a little bit too curious for my own good, and I learned by challenging myself. It's like at the beginning of The Princess Bride, the grandfather says, when I was your age, television was called books. So when I was a kid, the internet was called books. And that's how I learned stuff. How it started, so this is Hebrew, so we're going to translate that. I am a moderator of one of the Facebook groups that deals with retrocomputing in Israel. And I got that message. with a moderation notice that I needed to approve it. And it says help needed in removing copy protection from a 30-year-old software. You guys can probably read it faster than I can read that. But I found myself in a bit of a pickle because Facebook is not very supportive of stuff like that. So I had to reluctantly say, I'm sorry, I can't approve that post because it's going to get me in trouble. But I have many years of software hacking on PC. That's how I learned reverse engineering. I'd love to try it on an Apple. I know absolutely nothing about Apple. So that would be a good opportunity to start. And I asked him whether he had tried finding the authors. I'll say that now he knows the authors. I could question the authors. I chose not to, but apparently he found the authors. So the story begins with me getting these two images of the two floppies, and that's all I had. At this point, I know absolutely nothing about the Apple. I mean, I have a couple running here because I'm a collector. I don't know how much you can see around me, but there's a bunch of old machines here. So I do have a running Apple IIc and a IIe and some of the old stuff, but I didn't know anything about it. I was less than even a regular user. So I made a decision. I said, well, I'm going to do it just like I did back in the 90s. And shout out to the guy who mentioned on Discord that he read my article from 94 about anti-debugging tricks. That's from back then. I'm not going to use any new stuff. I'm just going to do it just like I did back then with as little help from, I don't know, modern solutions. And let's just see how it goes. And so we begin. I started by analyzing the disk images. I'm sure most of you are familiar with this device, which you can actually see right there because I'm in the middle of archiving a bunch of stuff. And that's what I used in order to extract the files from the disk image, because among the other things that I didn't know anything about was the file system of the Apple II. So I did a quick analysis. It looked like the images were done correctly. And then I just chose to dump the file system contents. And I got this, a simple dump of all the files. I have no idea what I'm looking at, but you know, whatever. Let's start with that. You can look at the dates, kind of cool to see. I have to say that I actually noticed that later because I was more focused on the file names, but it's very unusual for files on my drive to have this date stamp of 1983. So it was kind of cool. So now I have it mounted locally, and let's see what we can do. Now, I didn't know anything about the Apple. I didn't know anything about the operating system, if you can call it such. I know that when you talk about computers, then usually things like the Commodore and the Apple are not considered to have an operating system, because if you don't do anything specific, they will boot into BASIC, which was what I knew at the time. But still, I looked it up, and it turns out there was a bunch of operating systems for Apple II. And I said, okay, nice to know. Let's move on. And apparently, one of the files in the dumped image gives us a clue as to the identity of this particular file system. So that is nice. Now, I was looking at the binary. I was trying to determine the version of the operating system because that would help me, I don't know, look it up. And I couldn't find a version string in the binary. And I didn't know why. So I was trying to cheat for a second. I said, I think this was Claude, judging by the color. I said, can you tell me the version of this ProDOS? And turns out that, yes, it's a ProDOS 101, dated January 1st, 1984. And apparently, it indeed says that it was some high ASCII encoding, which I knew nothing about. But if you look at the binary, you can actually see the non-standard encoding. So no wonder I didn't find that string when I was looking for it. And then I started looking for an emulator. The first one I found was this one. I didn't know what I was looking for. I think it was like the first first one that I found, and looking for when you do cracking, you sort of have two approaches. You have dynamic reverse engineering and static reverse engineering. The dynamic one is when you do a debugger. In this particular case, I chose to use an emulator because the computer that I have that was actually working a while back stopped working, and I figured I don't want to waste time on reviving an Apple II, so I don't mind settling for an emulator. But in any case, I would need a debugger, and again, I knew absolutely nothing about the platform. So the first one was looking promising. I loaded the images, and absolutely nothing. Like, this thing didn't move, did absolutely nothing. I really have no idea what was going on, and I said, okay, that's not going to work. Let's try something else. And then I found this one. So everybody is obviously familiar with that. I just saw it mentioned in the previous talk. I, of course, had no idea what it was. It looked like an Apple II emulator in TypeScript, which was kind of cool. It had a lot of features. I will tell you now that this is something like the list that you see here, I created when I created the presentation. I did not necessarily know all of it, but I did know that it was working, right? That's what it looks like. It has the web-based version and the local app. So I said, okay, let's try that. Let's see if it's running. This is a little video, and I'm like, oh, this is cool. This is working, which is much better than the one before. And this is, by the way, where the program gets stuck because the protection doesn't work. We'll get back to this later. At this point, I'm already feeling happy because it's working, but I'm also feeling a little bit stupid because if I had done that first, I would have seen the operating system version number, which is staring me at the face, but I didn't do that. I was sort of, it's kind of a struggle when you're approaching something you have no prior knowledge of. So you kind of attack it from multiple directions, and not always you pick the fastest one. So this would have given me the version number faster, but it's usually not the first step that I take. So now we move to the static reverse engineering, which is basically the disassembler. Here, there wasn't much of a question. I've been using Ghidra for a long time. It's an open source and free disassembler. If you guys are not familiar with it, it is actually written by the National Security Agency, and it was released to the public. It's a very good, very configurable, extendable tool. And I've been using that for a while. I have some other projects that I've used it with. So now I have to find the right binary. We were looking at the dump of the floppy disks, and there was a bunch of files there, and I don't really know which one of the files is relevant for the protection. So I have to find that. So the initial information that I got from the guy that gave me the floppies said, I think it's in seg.00. I don't know if it helps or not, but here's my Gemini chat. And I didn't open that because I didn't want to get any clues, any hints, unless it was absolutely necessary. I just wanted to tackle this by myself. So I had zero knowledge in ProDOS. I didn't know about the boot process, where files are being loaded, nothing of the stuff that I knew or spoke fluently for PCs back at the day. The first attempt, just load the binary into Ghidra and look at the code and try to determine the memory location. When you first load it into Ghidra, you load it into offset 0, and then assembly languages, for those of you who are not familiar with it. So some of the opcodes can have a fixed value, which is not relative to where the code is running. It's called an immediate address, and you will be looking for an actual number which points to somewhere in memory. So if you look at the code, then it's you can see some of the offsets here. there's like a 00C here and 1060C. So looking closer, you can see in the range of 1000 and a little bit up. And let's ignore the last line for a second. But yeah, I found absolute addresses. And this is starting to look like more or less not being loaded at address 0, maybe 1000, right? Because the addresses look like they're in 1000. So what you can do in Ghidra, you can relocate the image that you have already loaded. And it's very useful because at this point, I still haven't done any actual analysis. I haven't given any names. I haven't put any comments. But if it happens to you at a later stage, then it prevents you from needing to redo your entire analysis. So here, all I did was just said, instead of having a base address of 0, I'm just going to change it to 1000. And now we're looking at it again. And it sort of looks okay, but not entirely. Some of the addresses are okay. Some of them are in some very weird addresses. And again, maybe you guys know what's going on here, but I did not. I had no idea. I'm trying to figure out what's going on, and I have no idea. I tried to take the shortcut at this stage. I said, okay, let's ask Claude. And I was very specific here. I was trying to figure out like one thing. I noticed that I didn't ask it to do any work towards the analysis of the protection. I just needed to know where to look, like which file is being loaded and where it's being loaded. And to be honest, I got a very, very long response over a number of iterations, which, again, to be honest, it was too much for me. I was like, yeah, I'm not reading that. That's, I mean, I might have done that in 1994, but not right now. And as the narrator would say, all the answers were there, but I didn't actually read them. I was looking for something else. So some old truths from back in the day and still today, they do not change. Read the freaking manual. If you don't read the manual, you're going to miss stuff. So I said, okay, let's read the ProDOS manual. And I was looking for any clues, and it says here that system programs are always loaded into memory starting at location 2000. And I was like, okay, that's a good clue. So let's try setting a breakpoint in the debugger and have that breakpoint point at 2000. If this is indeed the loading address of binaries, then I might, get a stop at the beginning of the binary. And I had the first halt, which was only the Apple IIe header. And then I ran it again, and I got to this, which is the DOS thing. And then I ran it again, and it didn't come back. It froze. That's the screen that you saw earlier when I was showing that the debugger or the emulator was actually running. So at this point, I know that there are two executables that got loaded, right? Because the first one was loaded when I had the first breakpoint at 2000, and I ran it, and then there was another breakpoint at 2000, which would be the loading and beginning of execution of the second binary, and then nothing else happened. So I'm assuming that the second one, which hangs, is where the protection is. And it's a fair assumption. It is still an assumption, right? I don't know for sure, but it makes sense, and it's a good lead. So now what I have to do is repeat the thing in the debugger, and when I make it to the second stop, I need to find a file that begins with these bytes here, right? We're looking at the address 2000, and this is the beginning of the second binary. And I looked at all the files that were in the image of the first disk, and lo and behold, appleworks.system.sys is the file I was looking for. So this is the actual binary that I need to look at because it matches the bytes. So it is not seg00. which, by the way, was kind of telling me, you see, you told yourself you're not going to take any clues, and indeed the clues were wrong. So, stick to your methodology. So now I'm finally loading the right file. And the first thing that you see is a jump to a very far address towards the end of the file, right? We're loaded to 2000, and this is 3895. And if you go there, it kind of looks like there is relocation code going on. And I'm sort of jumping into a conclusion here. If you guys don't have experience in reverse engineering, then, I was reading the code, trying to figure out what I'm seeing here, trying to give meaning to memory locations. But to make a long story short, the code here is relocating parts of the loaded binary somewhere else. And the best way to corroborate that is actually, let's go to the debugger and try to see whether this is indeed what happens. If you look at the memory locations that are being used by the code, then you can see that location 9E has the value 1000, which is the destination address. And the word coming after that at A0 contains the value 2000, which is the source address. So we are copying something from the beginning of the binary about 1000 hex bytes back in memory. And the copy is proceeding until the destination address hits 2A00. So, starting at 1000 and ending at 2A00, the block size that got copied is 1A00. And if you convert that to back to decimal, it's 6656, which coincidentally is exactly the size of the file. So what we know by now is that the first thing that the file does is it moves itself entirely to memory location 1000. And that's something to remember. So got to go back to Ghidra, relocate the code again, because I do have the right file now, but if I want to disassemble it in the appropriate memory addresses, then I have to move it again from 2000 back to 1000. So let's do that. Now, this is where we go back to what I was doing back in the 90s as a kid. I sort of developed my methodology of dynamic reverse engineering. It would be, I called it zoom in. I probably didn't invent it, right? I started reversing when I was 14. That would be 1989. So, others probably did that already, but I was living in Israel. There was no internet yet. So I thought I was king of the world. I was not, but nonetheless, zoom in is a very simple way of finding what you're looking for. You step over, you start the program, you step over, step over, step over. And whenever there's no return, or you get like a negative result, like maybe it's an error message saying this disk is not original, you cannot play the game, then you're like, okay, what was the address that I was tracing over and didn't come back? You go all the way back to it, and then you step into and you repeat that. And when I did that as a kid, I had like a long sheet of paper, and I would write all these addresses right before skipping them. I still have them somewhere here. But that's what I did here. Again, no shortcuts, stepping over, got stuck, step into, and so on. That's relatively easy. You can see all the breakpoints that I was putting. The benefits of using the emulator with a built-in debugger was that instead of actually having to write down the offset on a piece of paper and then doing everything manually, I could just set a breakpoint right before stepping over, and you can see that it took me a while, but eventually I got there. So I found the point of no return. This is the function at address 2336. It jumps to a subroutine at 23AB, and it does not return. So now I know that this is the best focus that I have so far on the protection. at this point, I'm like, okay, let's do something else. One of the things that I also developed in my youth, and that relates to static reverse engineering, is that when you load a binary into a disassembler, and in the beginning, we didn't have stuff like IDA. That came out late 90s. I was working with debug and turbo debugger and then there was like Sorcerer and things like that. But this methodology I used more when IDA came out, or IDA, some call it. I call it leave no stone unturned. You have your binary, which could be at any size, and what you want to do is make sure that you've gone over its entirety, and at the very least marked code as code and data as data, because unanalyzed places actually interfere with the proper analysis that the tool can give you. You will miss jump tables, you will miss subroutines, and the automatic analysis makes sure that once you mark a piece of code as code, if it jumps anywhere, that place also gets marked as code, and it's sort of increasing your velocity at doing this leave no stone unturned. There are some exceptions. You don't always need to do everything, but as a rule of thumb, especially on smaller binaries like this one, less than 7Ks, that's what I do. And I try to also give names to things. It helps you, especially when those pieces of code are being referenced by other places. All of a sudden you see names in the code instead of addresses. So it's very useful. And one of the best anchors at this early stage is strings. When you find strings in the code, you give their location a meaningful name, maybe even the string itself. And one more thing that I like to do is add a repeatable comment, which means any place that makes a reference to that address will have the comment appear next to it. So if I put the string itself in the repeatable comment anywhere in the code that points at that address, I will immediately know that it points to a string and what string it is, and that will help me understand the context in which this reference was found. Now, looking at the binary, once again, the Hebrew here is encoded. If at the beginning we had the high ASCII, which I knew nothing about, here I pretty much knew that I was not going to be seeing Hebrew characters because that wasn't very common back then. In fact, machines sold in Israel had this switch installed at the front of the computer, which would change the character ROM to include Hebrew. And usually it would be at the expense of having the two character sets, the lower and the upper. But here you can see that these are strings. I know they're in Hebrew, and I need to make sense of the encoding. I need to figure out the encoding so I know what the string said. Now, unlike 2019, which I was doing another product, I was reversing a payphone. It was a long research. There's a YouTube talk about that. The Hebrew strings were also encoded. Now I have Cloud Code, and for this really stupid task of figuring out the encoding, I allowed myself to take the shortcut. So as you can see in the message, I told Claude, the following text is originally in Hebrew, find the encoding scheme. And the first thing that Claude does is tell me, no, sorry, you're trying to do something that goes against our usage policy. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, because this is not hacking, not cracking. This is an encoding. But maybe they were thinking that I was trying to break some code, like an encryption, which I was not. Whatever, let's use ChatGPT instead. And I gave it the exact same prompt. This is in fact, actually, at this point, I already added information, and I said, the following text comes from an Apple II binary from the early 80s. It is some encoding of the Hebrew language, probably a simple substitution, but I'm not sure. And at the beginning looked promising because it immediately said, yes, it's very likely a simple monoalphabetic substitution cipher. And I said, okay, let's get on with it. But then it sort of started doing this long analysis, trying and trying again. And even though it would display what looked like correct analysis, the conclusions kept being wrong. I don't know how many of you speak Hebrew. I know Jonathan probably does, but bottom line is when I asked for the result, it was wrong. Like the mapping that you see here on the left is just pure wrong. So again, I was a little bit ADHD, and I said, okay, I don't have any desire, or well, I do have the time, but I have no desire to debug why ChatGPT was making this mistake. I don't want to get into this interaction. If you want something done well, do it yourself. And after all, I did promise myself I was going to do it like it was the 90s. So, you know, let's do it. Again, exceptions apply. So doing it myself, I basically broke the code. Now, I know that it sounds fancy breaking the code, but this is like the level of kid puzzles on the weekend newspaper, right? This is simple substitution, probably sequential. So there was not a lot of stuff to guess here, but I did do it like one step at a time. And indeed, eventually, I figured it out. And if you read the Hebrew alphabet, you can see that this is indeed a sequential conversion. Just the first letter is the tag, or whatever you call that, and then everything else is just sequential with the ASCII. So it's really not something complicated. So now that I had the encoding, I needed to be able to translate all the strings that I was seeing back in Ghidra, and I was not going to do it manually. And one of the things that I really like in my MacBook is the Apple Automator, which lets you create your own scripts that can run in a context-sensitive place. So I just I took an old script that I had that translates English and Hebrew, because one of the things that Israelis like to laugh about is that when you start writing but your keyboard is in the wrong language, and then you get like a whole string and you're like, oh, and you erase everything and you start from scratch. So I created back then something that will just translate it to the correct language, and then you can change your language on the keyboard. So I took the same thing. I only needed to change the little strip that you see here, like the conversion table. This is what it looks like in the Automator script. It looks nice with all the colors. It's an Apple script thing. And when you run it, it looks like this. That's it. Obviously, it's going to be inverted because the Hebrew is written right to left. So the order of the letters here is inverted, but the script is working. And it's great because it means that now I can go back to Ghidra and I can start naming all the locations and giving them the repeatable comments, as I mentioned before. And you can see that it turns out that these are actually Pascal strings. There is a 1 byte that represents the length of the string, and then the bytes of the string, so you can use built-in Ghidra data types. And I did that. And the only exception was the last one, which said that it was in the length of 2B, but something wasn't working very well there. It was overriding some table, and I just decided to ignore that because at the very least, I knew what the string was saying, and I could give it a name and a comment. And I actually found the table itself in the binary. Now, this is the Hebrew keyboard mapping. And what you will see on the right, the binary only had the alphabet in the sequential order of its mapping to the Hebrew alphabet. So if you look at the first one, which is T, T is Aleph, which is the first Hebrew letter. So this is just a conversion table, and it was later used in the code. It was nice to see that. It was sort of a reaffirmation that I was on the right track. And then came something that I really didn't like. I had seen that once before in that same project that I did, it's like 7 years back now. In 2019, I was reversing that payphone, and the payphone was using some obscure CPU by RCA 1802, something like that. And it was the first time ever that I encountered compiled code, or I'm assuming this is compiled, where immediate arguments to functions were put in the code following the opcode of the subroutine call. And it's very annoying. It means, of course, the subroutine needs to handle the stack and fix the return address. But the problem with this, let's call it convention, is that most of the debuggers and disassemblers can't handle it. I had no easy way of I could write specific scripts and maybe modify the CPU definition of Ghidra, but I was not going to do that. Instead, what I did was I started reading the code for the functions, and at the very least, I wanted to figure out how many bytes of data come after each one, because when you're trying to disassemble this, if you don't know how many bytes are code and when it is before it turns back into code, you're going to get a lot of mess. You will be disassembling code or jumping over code because you thought it was data. So it's very important to know exactly how many bytes of data you need to skip, because then you know, for example, if you look at this image, if I know that the function print receives 4 bytes of arguments, then I know that I can skip 4 of them, and I can force the disassembler to treat it as code back in 2487, because otherwise it might not do it on its own. So it's a little confusing, very tedious, and I didn't like that at all. But then there's another one. You can see that this is the mem move. I found a piece of code that moves pieces of memory. There's really no difference between mem move and mem copy, at least not in the computer world. But we did have 2 different functions here. And this one, as you can see, takes a longer piece of argument chunk, because you have 2 bytes for the source address, 2 bytes for the destination address, and the size of the block. So I did that, and that's at that point I'm like, okay, I can't keep doing that manually. So I said, let's create manual data types, which I can then assign to the memory location. And at the very least, it will help me organize the disassembled code, and maybe it'll make it easier for me when I look at something and now it's going to be a number. If I can make that number be treated as an offset, then, for example, when it calls print and there's a number there, which is the offset, I will immediately know which string it is, just because of the way the disassembler is putting things together. So these are the custom data types, not the ones that have a hammer next to them. Those are built in, but you can see the ones that I created. I called them args underscore. You have memop for memory operations. We have the MLI, which I think stands for machine language interface. I'm not sure. And there is the print, and then there's an enum for MLI commands. It was before I didn't know that I was not going to need that, but as I was collecting information, I created that. So here's an example for one of the data types. For memory operations, you can just see here that there is the first word would be the destination, the second word would be the source, and the third word would be the argument size, the argument of the size of the block being copied. This is for printing a string. You get the screen location, the X, the Y, and you get the string itself. And that was the MLI, which, as I said earlier, I ended up not really needing because it didn't play any role in this project. Now we're getting to the part which I really knew absolutely nothing about. Normally, disassemblers know roles of specific memory locations when it comes to CPU. So I did know a little bit of assembly for the 6502, which was enough to do this project. Of course, I had the PDF of the CPU open on the other screen, so I could make sure I wasn't making a mistake and I could catch up on my assembly. But some memory locations have specific roles in specific architectures. And because I know absolutely nothing about the Apple II, I don't know what those roles are. So whenever the code that I see is accessing some memory address that has a specific role, unless I map that, I won't be able to read the code and understand what's going on. So we need to do the mapping. I looked it up. I found a page with this big table. At this point, I did allow myself to take the shortcut, but this is just for the grunt work. I asked Claude to read that page and generate a script that I could execute from within Ghidra that would just create the memory addresses. That was really nice. And this is the result. We have labels, and my script also added a repeatable comment. So for example, here you can see the memory is called KBD, and the comment says KBD is the last key pressed, plus 128 if strobe not cleared, access type read. This is very useful information for someone like me who is not familiar with the dedicated roles of all these addresses. And then there's one more thing. So I had been, this whole project took roughly maybe a week and a half of on and off work. And I had already been working with these tools for a few days. And all of a sudden, I discover this feature. It turns out that Apple IIts has a save memory feature that dumps the entire memory to a file. And I'm like, excuse me, like what? I was trying to copy stuff. I was trying to figure out how everything was relocated and what addresses contained when they were in higher memory, and trying to track the code that put those bytes in high memory, when in fact, for the entire time, I could have just saved the memory and then just load the entire RAM into Ghidra, because this is not like the PC architecture where you have segments and offsets. This is one 64K contiguous memory block. And if I just load an image of the entire memory at the time of the execution, that's perfect. It saves me figuring out a lot of things. And I'm like, okay, I like that. Let's do that. So yeah, what I did do is I did give the segments name just so I know. At this point, I have no idea whether there is any significance to the fact that some of them are at segment D000 or E000, F000. Again, like I said, I have no idea what the memory map in Apple II is. I only know what the code is. That's the second line. That's the file that I loaded from disk. And I put some RAM and the special addresses like in the IO and the slots, and that's it. But that was, I felt a little bit stupid, but people my age really only read manuals when they have to, which of course is why this acronym exists in the first place. Read the freaking manual, and I didn't. I could have saved myself some time. Now it's time to actually find the protection code. So a quick reminder, what we have so far, we know that this address, if you try to step over it, it does not return. So let's dig in. You can see here that if you go into it, there is a call to some function in higher memory, and then it prints the welcome message. Now, the welcome message is something that I never got to, so we gotta dig in again. Now that I have the contents of the memory,
I think we might have froze.
Yeah, I think we had a little technical hiccup there with the presentation, but we'll give him a couple minutes to come back in. We were very near the end.
Yeah.
So
very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I like Martin was saying, it's this is a very clear explanation of kind of a very complicated thing. I've always been on the receiving end of people's expertise in this area.
I know he was just getting to the good part too.
Yeah,
how to break it.
So in a worst case scenario, we will be sure to have him record the tail end, and we'll edit it all together so that way that it'll actually show up as part of the edited version that ends up on YouTube. But that's this is kind of the nature of the game with live events. It's sometimes stuff happens and you just have to fill in the gaps, right?
Yep, exactly. Somebody in chat said the NSA noticed he was using Jidra.
Oh no!
Oh, there he is.
All right.
I don't know what happened. Sorry.
It's an imperfect world. We're all just doing our best.
Yep.
All right, back to here. So I'm looking at the code and I'm seeing a function that accesses the annunciator, which I had no idea what it is. And I looked it up, and it turns out that this is related to the serial port. This is what the Apple II architecture calls the, I don't know, the electric mechanism that is the serial port. And it's great because the one thing that I do know is that the protection or the dongle is communicating with the computer via the paddle or the serial port or whatever it is. So let's step into that function, see what happens. And yeah, it looks exactly what you would expect. It is sort of enabling the serial port and reading the value. And there's like a BPL branch plus, and if not, increase. So a little sidestepping the way the Apple II, as I read it, I didn't know that before. The way that the Apple II implements reading the joystick or whatever it is, there's like a capacitor which is fully loaded, and then they just measure the time it takes the capacitor to discharge, and that is based on where the stick is actually at. So normally, if this was an actual paddle, this little piece of code would measure the location of the stick of the paddle, and you would know the location of the paddle. But since there's no paddle here, this is doing something with the measurement of the discharge of the capacitor. So I'm assuming that the hardware protection plug, the dongle, is controlling these values, and the code here is expecting something very specific. So yeah, I'm very happy at this point because now I know for a fact that I found the location. I still don't know how to deal with that, but that's a very good start. So I jump on that and I start reading the code, looking around in Ghidra, all the relevant functions. and I sort of managed to get this high-level function call graph showing the flow. So what happens here is the code is indeed encrypted. Right before checking the dongle, the code in the high memory decrypts the code, calls the code, and then re-encrypts the code. So if you look for that code in the binary, you're not going to find it because it's encrypted. So now it's time to crack it. Looking at the function that is called, well, I called it that way, but the one that does the dongle verify. If dongle challenge returns no carry, this is bad. Now, what would make it be bad? It means that the second input, because the code reads the input twice. So this means the second input was bigger than 0x20, which is 32. I don't know what it means, but that's the value. And if x is lower or smaller than the same number, that is bad. X gets filled with the first call to this dongle input. So now I know that these two tests have to pass, and only if both of them don't trigger, which means BCC doesn't jump and BCS doesn't jump, we get to the RTS. And RTS, routine return from subroutine, that's good. So that kind of tells me at this point that I just need these two tests to succeed. Or I could just not do them and just overwrite the first byte with the opcode to return. Because if I did that, I wouldn't even check the dongle. And every time that somebody called dongle verify, it would just work. And I tried that. So I don't know if you can see, but at 1D11, it says jump subroutine 1B30. And I just changed the byte into RTS. And now let's see it running. And this is a screen that I had never gotten to before. So yeah, that worked. I managed to crack it, which is really cool. So I had to, of course, summon Elvis Costello. So now I need to patch the disk image because it's cool that I did that on my computer, but I have a friend waiting for a solution and I need to make it work on his computer. So we found a bypass and you only need to change one byte and it's not even in the encrypted area. And not only that, I don't know if you remember, I mentioned at the beginning, because this is something that I was told, I didn't know it, that the protection is checked upon loading, but then also at random points later, because the authors were kind of naive and said, well, you know what if people tried to share a plug, then you would put the plug in, you would load the program, and then you would give the plug to somebody else. No, we're going to check for it randomly later. But because I overrode the routine that checks for the plug, then it doesn't matter, because whenever you choose to call it, you're just going to get a successful result. I wish I could say that was deliberate, but it was just a byproduct of the way I decided to hack it, but it did work. So how do we do that? Again, looking at the code, we're decrypting the block, we're calling the verify, and we're re-encrypting the block. And now, if I was doing that in the encrypted code, it still wouldn't be a big deal because the encryption is just a simple addition of a number. So, you know, I could manually do that and it would still work. Nevertheless, it never came to that. All I need to do is just change it. So that's the patch. I'm changing one byte from the first call to dongle verify into return from subroutine. And this is the string in the file. And let's try loading and booting. This is again the Apple II TS. Now loading the cracked image from disk. And this is where you usually get stuck. And there you go. You can see the mangled Hebrew because I didn't have any character ROM for this emulator, which was really cool. I was very happy I could send it back to my friend. He got really ecstatic. He was almost in tears. This is the group chat. Jonathan was also there. And he's like, guys, you don't get how excited I am. Inbar, you're a wizard. Which of course I'm a very, where is it? I'm a Potterhead. So, you know, you're a wizard, Inbar. And it was kind of a moment for me. And then I decided to give back. I was so grateful for this amazing tool that I went back to the website and I made a donation of $100, even though I will probably never use it again. But I was so grateful that really it was natural to me that this is the right thing to do. And then I wrote to Jonathan and I said, listen, this is a great tool. I found it. And then Jonathan is casually, yeah, I know the author. And I was like, what? So tell him that he'll be featured in my talk when I make one, because I sort of knew that I was going to make a talk if this thing succeeded. And also I said, well, tell him that I want some features added. And he sort of said, tell him yourself. So hi, Chris. And thank you for convincing me to submit. And thank you for your amazing tool. And that's it. Jonathan just created a Facebook chat, added both of us, and that's how it came to be. And I immediately, you know, asked for some modification. So I helped make the tool better. Looking forward, I said that I'm gonna see myself and raise. I could have stopped here, but I said it doesn't look like the implementation of the plug should be too difficult to imitate. I did have photos of things that look like the plug, and theoretically speaking, if I gave it enough time and effort, I could probably reverse engineer whatever it is that we're seeing here. A bunch of, I don't know, I guess transistors. Yeah, right. You can see the 222A. That's a regular transistor. I could probably figure it out, right? But I said no. I want to do it differently. I want to figure out and implement it with whatever, an Arduino, a Pi, something that will act in a way that will satisfy the software. Now, there is ample documentation that I only found, of course, at this stage, which explains exactly what I was seeing in the code, how you operate the serial port and how you read the values and what you expect it to be. And I sort of knew where I was going to take it. And then the problem was that at first I couldn't fix my Apple II, because in order to test the dongle, I wanted it to run on an actual Apple II. So I went to a friend and I got an Apple II, but for some reason the Apple II that I got was running the uncracked version as well. So of course I couldn't hack it because there was nothing to hack. So I'm at a point where I'm still struggling to find a machine that does not run the uncracked version. Once I find it, I'll continue. Maybe I can come back next year and show you what I did. Bottom line, cracking is fun, preferably when legal. First of all, there's the statute of limitations. This is like 40 years back. Plus, the authors gave me permission. Methodology, what worked for me back in the 90s, still did work for me now. And you learn by doing. And this is it. Thank you for listening.
Hey, thanks, Inbar. That was awesome. So we have a few questions here for you. We have about 5-6 minutes to answer those. So the first one, what was the something else computer that you had when you were young? Martin asked that.
So I got my first two computers from my grandfather, who was living in Haifa in the north. And back there, Israel was mostly influenced by the British market. So my first computer was a Dragon 64, which is also a variation on 6502. I think it was the 6809. And later I had the Amstrad PC 1512, which was a PC compatible made by Amstrad.
Awesome. Have you looked at other hardware dongles, you know, even in the IBM world or the Apple world? And if yes, do they all use the same protection scheme, or are there differences in the scheme?
So to be honest, I was cracking those back in the day of PC, and there was sort of an evolution. The first one, we're just doing sort of a challenge response, which of course, regardless of what methodology it was using, there was a compare jump zero at the end. When the makers figured out that we were doing that, they started taking pieces of the code and putting them inside the dongle. So during runtime, the code would fetch the missing piece of code from the dongle, and only then you could execute, which meant that you had to at least have the dongle once and grab the extracted memory before you could continue. That was stuff that we did back in the day. The guy that I cracked this for said he had a couple more old software. I kind of forgot to mention, but one of the things that we're doing, a bunch of collectors, is trying to archive the history of the Israeli internet scene. So every time we find something like that in Hebrew, for us, it's a big thing, and cracking those will be a challenge for me. I enjoyed this one immensely, so I told him, whatever you have, throw at me. I'd be happy to try.
Great. All right. This is so interesting. Amazing explanation of your thought process and methods. Reminds me strongly of Don Lancaster's teaching into machine language code, legendary 1982 article. That was Martin again.
Oh, thank you, Martin. Did you guys record this by any chance?
Yeah, we're recording it.
Awesome.
If the dongle is doing encryption and decryption, does the cracked version run faster than the protected version?
That would be a strong positive yes, because I overwrote the actual interaction with the dongle. So even if there were no encryption, I'm still saving a bunch of clock cycles just on the code that's doing the decryption, testing, and re-encryption. It's probably not too much talking about 1 megahertz, but still.
All righty. I think that's all the questions we have for you, Inbar. So
Thank
I'm
you
sure
so much for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you so much. Sure, there'll be some over in Discord, so I'd go take a look over in Discord, and thank you so much.
Happy to. Have a great day.
All righty. Next on the agenda is Thomas Cherryholmes talking about FujiNet, a multi-platform look. Thomas shows off FujiNet, the Wi-Fi adapter that's been quietly connecting Apple II and a whole roster of other retro machines to the modern internet. He'll walk through the features across the platforms: file transfer, AppleSoft Basic integration, online high score tables, cross-platform games, with an eye toward what the Apple II could steal from its neighbors. Yes, he gave a 40-year-old computer Wi-Fi. No, it does not need to check its email. So take it away, Thomas.
Hi, my name is Tom Cherryholmes. I am one of the founders and one of the firmware engineers of the FujiNet project. This talk actually is a bit different from the talks that I usually give at these conventions, because instead of being either an introduction to FujiNet or a sort of state of the union of where the current project sits at this particular moment, this particular talk, since it is at KansasFest, and KansasFest is primarily centered around Apple II users, I wanted to focus this particular talk on now that FujiNet is a mature cross-platform project, how can we take and bring some of the things that we can do on some of the other platforms that FujiNet has into the Apple II community in a way that makes sense for Apple II developers and users? As such, it's kind of broken up into a few different parts. We'll start with what is FujiNet as quickly as I possibly can, just kind of give a quick run over of its basic features. Then we segue into integration, where we take and compare the integration between the Atari and the Apple II, so you can see how using FujiNet on the Atari differs from using it on the Apple II, and how we can take and try to bring some parity between the two and to do things in ways that make sense. And that segues into, as far as showing the integration, okay, what are the gaps that still exist for such integration, and the things that we could potentially do to address them. This is one of the things that I would definitely like questions on and to talk with people in Discord about, so that maybe we could take and fill in some of these gaps. Finally, we have essentially what resources are available for Apple II FujiNet users, which include our documentation, links to our website, where the TNFS servers are, etc., so that you can see where files are stored and how we can take and bring certain things together. And finally, a reminder that we are indeed a public project. Everything that we do is compulsively public. The hardware that is designed, the firmware that is designed, all the software, and everything is available on GitHub for you to use. So with that, let's get started. Well, what is FujiNet in the first place? FujiNet is a network adapter, and for the Apple II, it looks like this. It is essentially a little device that plugs into your floppy port on your Apple II, directly into the back of a 2C or a 2GS, since it has a smart port, or into your smart port card, or if you're using SoftSP, into your Disk2 controller with SoftSP providing the smart port functions. So of course, if you have a native smart port, this is what it looks like here, connected to the back here. It's completely self-contained. It can get its power from the Apple II. So basically, unless you're either needing to look at debugging information from the back, or you want to keep the FujiNet powered all the time, you can just hook it up like this and you're done. Stick the SD card on the side and you're ready to go. So what can you do? Well, first and foremost, you have a virtual disk, so you can take and load software from the network. So up here, you have a list of hosts that you can take and connect to. You can edit them and move them in. Once you connect to them, you can traverse the directories and go into certain sections. Okay, fine. Take that HDV, a total replay, mount it in a smart port slot, and then boot it. It's taking and streaming that total replay across the network, and the Apple II is none the wiser at this point. So it's just there. And so now at this point, anytime it needs a block from the disk, it can take and do so. So it provides a very easy and very straightforward way for you to take and load Apple software or store Apple disk images and the like, either on the network or via your local SD card. They can be read and write depending on the permissions of your file server. We support ProDOS ordered images and 2MG for ProDOS. We do support DO for DOS 3.3. However, for DOS 3.3, you need Disk2 emulation on certain configurations. So, for example, an example of a working Disk2 emulation setup would be a SoftSP card connected to your disk and having the FujiNet connected to your Disk2 controller. We also provide, in addition to the virtual disk, we have a network device which connects to a wide range of network endpoints. And to that end, we have a whole host of protocol adapters that run on the firmware of the FujiNet to provide all these different network protocols, including TCP, UDP, FTP, HTTP and HTTPS, TNFS, NFS, SMB for Windows file sharing, and yes, even SSH. This is an example of a FujiNet program called Cater, which provides a VT100 terminal emulator for the FujiNet network adapter. And I'm using it here to connect via SSH to my local Linux box. and it's providing the VT100. And as you can see, it's able to do that quite nicely. The FujiNet is handling all of the encryption, and the terminal program is essentially doing nothing more than opening the connection, checking for bytes available, reading from the channel, and whenever you type something on the keyboard, it's taking and sending it back through the same channel. And all of this is essentially happening over the smart using smart protocols. So there you see the VT100 emulation basically showing our top display right here. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward, but I hope it gives the point across. Not only that, but it also supports SSL and TLS encryption, which was kind of implied by the HTTPS support up here. So that means you combine that together with the fact that it also does JSON and XML transformation on the device. It can basically connect directly to modern internet APIs and endpoints and deal with the data that they send back to you, parse it, and then transform it into something that can make sense for the Apple II, the Atari 8-bit, whatever platform that you happen to be wanting to run FujiNet on. We're supporting a lot of them now, and more being added every day. We also have this concept of a cross-platform game lobby, which is really just a way of saying, okay, I have a multiplayer game over here on a server. I want to advertise that that game is available for users to play. It supports X number of players, and I have those players ferried off into a number of different rooms, and you can connect to it. The lobby does the work of taking the publication requests from those servers and saying, hey, I've got a game available, I'm ready to be used, and providing an easy way for users to take and bounce right in. Just press L to get to the lobby from config. And at which point you're immediately presented with a list of games. Now, I want to show you something right here that's not immediately evident. You'll see that it automatically took and gave a name right here. And what actually happened here was that it grabbed that name from the FujiNet itself. Every FujiNet program has the opportunity to store what we call app keys, which are just basically bits of preferences and configuration items on the FujiNet itself. And this is used in a few different contexts, including storing user preferences and, in the case of the game lobby, storing and ferrying game state across so that you can take and connect to the game directly. So you can see right here, we've found a game that we wanted to connect to, we've connected to it, it booted it over the internet, and now we're playing that game of Battleship in under a minute. Furthermore, because we have this network device and because we're connecting to a wide range of different endpoints, we have essentially every one of these protocol adapters has the same interface: open, close, status, meaning how many bytes are available, are we still connected, was there an error that happened at some point, and read, write, etc. Because you have all of these bits and pieces, you have the same interface for all the endpoints, and that gets you into some interesting gives you some interesting possibilities here. And to demonstrate this, I'm going to take and give you a preview of what I'm going to be talking about in a few minutes, which is the basic system extension. So here I've loaded the AppleSoft basic extension for FujiNet here, and I'm doing a network catalog of my local file server right here. But I can also do a network catalog of my local OneDrive. It does all the authentication, bam, there we go. It's providing all of that as well. But I am also doing a list of my Gmail inbox and all the messages that are in my Gmail inbox using the same interface. Now, you may argue this may be a crazy way to take and look at your Gmail inbox, but I'm trying to show you that it brings the point across that it makes creating things like a Gmail client for an Apple II to be very easy, or an IMAP client for an Apple II to be quite easy. I hope that's evident. So we also have this concept of a virtual printer. And this is one of the gaps that we really need to take and solve, because we have this virtual printer that can take and emulate all these different classic printers, and it takes and ingests all that data. And what it does is it spits out a PDF that you can pick up in the web interface. And you can see right here, this is something that was printed in Print Shop on the Atari 8-bit. And the emulation is such that it's printing everything all the way down to the individual dots themselves. So the gap that we really need to find out here is we want to try to find better ways to make this virtual printer more available to Apple II applications. And I'm going to show one of those ways that we do that through the basic system extension later. We also have a number of other devices here. We have, for example, a real-time clock that gets its clock information from NTP, the Network Time Protocol, so it's always in sync. And we have a ProDOS driver for that works out of the box. But because we have all this excess CPU power sitting on this 240 megahertz microcontroller that is ironically many hundreds of times more powerful than the Apple II it's connected to, we have a CPM emulation as well. And on the Apple II, you can get to it as another one of the network endpoints. This is a CPM implementation that has its BIOS and BDOS entirely implemented high level, as well as a complete Z80 emulation. And because it's high level and because the CPU is so fast, you can see right here that we just blew right past the Mandelbrot set and calculated that many times faster than any of the other existing Apple II CPM solutions. But because we also have working VT100, all of the existing CPM pieces of software such as WordStar work just fine as well. And also, finally, thanks to Rob Justice, this also works on the Apple III. He has done a wonderful job basically taking and making not only the ability to take and boot the configuration program on an Apple III, but he's also created SOS device drivers to provide access to the network device as well. So you can do network calls entirely from Apple III Business Basic if you want. It works. So with that, that's kind of a whirlwind tour. I hope this kind of gets across some of the unique functionality that we have here on the FujiNet and what sets it apart from other network devices available for the Apple II. So now that brings us into the meat of this particular talk. We're going to be talking about integration, comparing the experience of using the Atari and Apple II tools here. And essentially what we're going to be walking through are 3 different ways to use the network functionality on the Atari and the different ways of using that same network functionality on the Apple II, kind of in a Rosetta Stone type situation. I'll bring up the talk back in just a second here. But to start, we'll take a look at things on the Atari 800 here. On the Atari, it boots right into the FujiNet configuration program. And you have a list of hosts that you can take and connect to. And what we're going to do right here is I'm going to go on to one of these TNFS file servers into the Atari 8-bit folder. And we're going to boot a disk operating system. In this folder, we have a number of different Atari 8-bit disk operating systems that we provided, all of them with the special check that they all have the FujiNet tools included on them. Because there were so many different disk operating system variants and users that liked them all, we decided to take and put them all on here. We'll pick the most plain of them all, Atari DOS 2.0 here, and just press Option to take and boot in. At this point, it's booting that disk operating system over the network here. Oh, apologies. Slight little glitch there. I accidentally pushed the wrong thing. I'll just do that again. Figured there was going to be at least one glitch this presentation. No big deal. Once again, Atari 8-bit into the DOS folder. Atari DOS 2.0S. I'm going to mount this particular disk as read only. This is what I did wrong here. At which point I can then take and boot into it. Now, one of the things that it did here was it also loaded a handler for the network functions here, which we'll show in just a minute. But for now, let's go to the disk operating system menu here. This is what's called the disk utility package on the Atari 8-bit, and it's how most Atari users interacted with disk files on their own system. Let's look at a disk directory of what's on this disk. We see our DOS files here, but we also see a number of utilities. Such as the different F utilities. And these all are separate command line utilities that represent the different things that you can do inside of config, such as moving around host slots, looking at what you have mounted, looking at what hosts you have available, mounting things into slots, etc. But you also have a set of network utilities for accessing network resources. And that's what we're going to focus on here. You can, for example, I have a local file server that I use for doing software development work, and I'm ferrying things back and forth. I'm going to take and open a window here to show that directory. It's just this file server right here and all the files in this directory. I have it exported over a TNFS file server, and I can get right to it. We provide a URL which has the protocol, host name, and the path. I'm just going to use the root. I don't need a path here, but we can see right here, here are the files for that. Here are the files on that file server right there. But at the same time, I can go look at something else, such as my OneDrive. And for that, we'll go over here. And I have my OneDrive right here. And I have a folder called OneDrive here. And because it's a folder right here, bam, /Atari. Once again, it has no problem connecting to these different endpoints, because from the Atari's point of view, it's just opening a connection. The FujiNet is doing all the hard work in taking and negotiating all the protocols from its side. And it can do that because it has that extra large microcontroller that it can deal with. Now, of course, thinking about this from a utility perspective, transferring files. I'm going to take and create a work disk right here. Blank disk. This would be the same as if I had stuck a disk into a drive and formatted it. There it is, ready to go. And at this point, I can take and I can immediately take and do, for example, load in copy, which is a tool that basically allows you to take and copy things from one network endpoint to another. We're going to say from in colon, which specifies that this is a network location with the protocol of OneDrive in the Atari folder. And I'm going to move chess.com over to D2 as chess. This is moving from the network to a physical disk called chess here, Atari DOS 2.0 file system. It does all the negotiation, does everything that it needs to do, and once it's ready, it then takes and copies the file over. So now it's taking and just writing that file over to the disk. And give it a moment to complete. And now, yeah, on retrospect, I should have told it to take and turn off verify after write, and that would have made it run a little bit faster, but hey, whatever. So now it's taken and copied that file over, and if we take a look over on drive 2, it's sitting over there. And we could just as easily take and load it from that point, sure. But let's do one better. I'm going to recall that we have these files sitting here on the network in my OneDrive here. I will take and use the nload utility to take and load them directly off of my OneDrive and run them. Yes, I'll go ahead and clear. And at one point in OneDrive, Atari chess.com. And now that it's made the negotiation, it just takes and does the load. There it is. I just booted that game directly off of OneDrive from over here, bounced it all the way over onto my Atari. So now let's take it a bit further. I'm going to take and cold reset again, or actually do a warm reset. And we're going to boot back in. And this time we're going to stay in BASIC. And recall that we had that in handler loaded in BASIC. And because we now have that in handler loaded in BASIC, and because the Atari ROM operating system has this concept of devices, device handlers, and being able to deal with device drivers and whatnot, you now have the ability to do things like this. Instead of typically you would want to do something like this to load something from the disk drive. However, since we have a network device, we can do this. Atari Basic doesn't know anything about the network. It doesn't care. It's just talking to a device handler and getting what it needs back. But you can see right there that we just took and bounced that off of OneDrive. This could be from OneDrive. It could be from TNFS. It could be from a web server. It could be from a Windows file share, an NFS share on a Unix machine. Doesn't matter. Even a raw TCP socket will work fine. So you have this idea of integration here. Now, we'll take and add something here. And I'm going to go ahead and save that back. And see, there it is. Bam. We've just now saved that file back. So it goes back in both directions. You can take and move things to the network. You can move things from the network. And depending on the level of integration, you can even take and run things directly from a network resource. So now let's see, we can take that even one step further. And for this, I'm actually going to take and do a cold reset back into config. One thing that I want to point out here is that we have, FujiNet has emulator support. So AppleWin, and we have special versions of emulators that combine AppleWin with FujiNet in one application, which I'll be showing in the next part of my talk, that basically allow you to take and use FujiNet either on your PC or on your Android device, which is how I'm able to take and do these particular presentations, with the added benefit that now you not only have this top class network adapter that you can use from your emulated Atari, but you have all of the first class debugging tools that your emulators provide out of the box. Great for software development. So now I'm going to take and switch over to what we call NOS, or NOS. NOS was basically us asking a basic question of, okay, what happens if we don't care about at all having disk drive support? What does that mean? Well, if you do that, then you wind up with an operating system like FujiNet NOS here. And that provides a lot of the functionality that you've seen in these individual utilities, but now integrated directly into the disk utility package. So now I can go directly in to deal with my files directly over the network like this, or I can take and load stuff directly from off of the network, directly from the system itself, etc., etc., etc. I'll take and reboot once we get in here. So now, some of the other things that we can do, for example, we have this concept of a command line in NOS, and it provides all of the end utilities and whatnot, but there are a few things that we were able to do in NOS that are very special to it. For example, there's online help, and online help for the operating system gets all of its information directly from GitHub. So we update the documentation in GitHub. It's instantly available for anybody that's running NOS. And you've got a whole bunch of different things inside of NOS that are just intrinsic commands that you can use, such as being able to deal with traversing network resources, creating directories, removing them, etc., etc. These are all things that are just calls that you can make to the network device and just use as part of the package. All of the heavy lifting is done on the FujiNet itself. The Atari here is basically just acting like a shell. But it was enough of a disk operating system here so that we could actually take and do useful things. Now, an example of some of the more interesting things that you can do, let's take, for example, I'm going to go ahead and use the cd command to go over to apps.errata.online. And it's going to change. It's going to be like using the prefix command to change where the default path is currently in ProDOS, for example. So apps.errata.online, Atari. And so I'm going to just say here, sorry. I glitched my type. There we go. Now when I do a directory, we can see we're right there. We've got this file called gpl.txt, right? Well, that particular file is in Unix format. That means that the line endings are with line feeds instead of carriage returns, or carriage returns with line feeds, etc. And we need to take and translate them before we can actually take and view them well enough. We can set what's called intrans to say, okay, what's our text translation mode? Not a problem. Say, okay, I want mode 2, which is line feeds, which is what Unix systems use. And at that point, I can literally just take and type GPL text, and it's taking and fetching that information directly off the server. Now, mind you, I could just as easily have done it like this. I could have cleared that, and I could have just taken and done that. Works as well. It doesn't really matter. So, okay, let's see. Where are we right now? So you kind of get an idea of some of the bits of integration that we can potentially do to try and take and bring things in. So now that you've kind of seen in a way how things are possible on the Atari 8-bit side of things, let's see how this compares on the Apple II side of things. We'll take and quit here. How we doing? Okay, nice. I think we're doing good for time here. And for this, I will actually use a fusion of an emulator that we call FujiNet Go, which combines an emulator with FujiNet directly in one easy-to-use application. For the Apple II, we opted to use AppleWin. So you get your Apple emulator, you get your FujiNet, and you get a nice little easy to use emulator that you can quickly set up for a particular machine configuration, very straightforward. But you also get, on the desktop version, you also get a debugger. And a debugger that can interpret things in memory, looking at different low-res and high-res text pages, et cetera, et cetera. So it's the start of some interesting development tools as well on top of all of this, all in one easy-to-use application. Let's start with going to much the same way. Instead of Atari 8-bit, though, we go to Apple II. We have our little folders for different things, but we have FujiNet right here. And these are all FujiNet tools of all shapes and sizes. And what we're going to be looking at here is a disk that I called Net Tools. This is kind of the start of the same types of utilities that you've seen on some of these other disks. We take and mount it into a slot. And once we have it, we can take and then hit escape to boot. You'll notice that we also took and put a work disk into the second slot. So if we take, I hope it's okay, I'm going to take and switch over to 80 column mode here. And I'm going to take a look to see what we have here. We have ProDOS and our Net Tools, which we'll see in a minute. And we have 2 example applications for taking and getting something from the network to put on the local system and putting back or going back the opposite direction. Meanwhile, I have on the opposite side here, I've got this little work disk that we're going to take and use as our little scratch disk for messing around here. So if we start, let's say, for example, we wanted to grab something from somewhere else. It's not a problem. I'll take, just as an example here, I keep using OneDrive here just as an example, but it also works with Google Drive as well. We have a Google Drive protocol adapter as well, and I'll kind of show some of that later. We have this Apple II folder right here in which we have placed Hello 1 Basic here. And I've been copying it back and forth. So it's over here on this scratch disk as well. I'll take and write a quick little program. And I'm going to save it. Darn it. Okay, second glitch. Not a problem. It got mounted accidentally as read-only. Not a big deal. I'll just quit and bounce back in again. You can never avoid just there. See right there? It was mounted as read-only. Not a problem. I'll just take and mount it. We select W to mount as read-write so that we can write to it. Not a problem. We'll boot back in. So now what we were doing here, and I'll save that as work hello 2. We do cat hello 2. Okay, fine. We should be fine. Oh, the volume's not called hello 2. Come on. Oh, type correctly there, Tom. Come on. Okay, hello 1, hello 2. Sure, not a problem. Well, recall we have this tool over here so that we can take and put it over here on the network just fine. We can call it using typical way that we do it. Okay, great. I'm going to answer this question here that got thrown into the chat here. How hard is it to make a connection to another cloud storage system such as pCloud? The answer is not hard at all. You make another network protocol adapter that runs on the FujiNet firmware. Easy. And then anybody can use it across any platform. End of story. So we're going to go ahead and say source file name. Well, it's over on work. It's hello 2. And we're going to put it on OneDrive in the Apple II folder. Call it hello 2 basic. And once again, it's using the same calls. The difference is on the Apple II, this is happening over the smart port, but it's making the same calls to the FujiNet to do the protocol adapter. And if we now look, we'll see our new Hello2 basic file sitting over there on our OneDrive. Just fine. It works fine. Conversely, I'll just take and rename it. I'll call it Hello3. Why not? And I can grab it back using NGET. This is an example of how to do such things here. So source URL, opposite direction. See? Destination file name, work, hello3. Now, because we're bouncing this back, we need to take and provide the destination file type for this case. Since it's an AppleSoft basic program, I think that's FC. And the aux type is just 0. So with that, now we can take a look. We can see that we've NGET that file. And if we go over to work, we can see Hello3 right there. And we can potentially take and load it and new clear, etc., and load it in. Okay, fine, whatever. So that gives you an idea of just the most basic level of saying you got a tool. Okay, great. You know, get or put that you can put on a disk and you can run really quickly. You can take and transfer files across to and from your Apple II just fine. Let's add another layer on top of that. If you recall, there is a NetTools system file over here. And if we load it, we see that we are presented with something that kind of looks like Copy 2+, I guess. We'll go ahead and set local prefix so that we can point that over to our work disk real quick. Scan our devices, find all the stuff. Okay, we got our RAM disk, our NetTools, and our work folder. We'll just put it over there. But we now have our network prefix, and I'm going to show you something. Now, I booted this NetTools disk from a public place, yet it's got pointers to my local file server. It's got pointers to the things that are useful to me, for example. And that's because NetTools itself creates app keys for every single one of these slots. So when you take and edit one of these, it takes and sets an app key on the FujiNet, and the program in question just takes and fetches them back. So you store your local preferences on the FujiNet, and they don't pollute the remote disk image at all. But we can see that we have the ability to take and edit our slots. Okay, fine. Let's go take a look at a catalog. You can see our local file server from which we saw before. You have the ability to take and create and make directories, traverse through them, etc., etc., etc. And our good old friend OneDrive works just fine too. And just to show that it actually does work on the Google Drive, this is the top of my Google Drive. And because I've had my Google Drive for like 15 years, it's huge and it will scroll down forever. And I've got tons of pictures and photos and things just kind of stuffed in here. But it kind of gives you it gives you the point that this is possible. Just not a problem. It's just another protocol to the FujiNet itself. But you also have the ability to take and copy from the network to a local machine, and you have the opportunity to take and copy from the local machine back to the network. So if I take and say I want to copy, I'll take and rename this yet again. And we'll go to OneDrive, and I'll go to Apple II. And we will take and select. You have the opportunity to take and tag multiple files just fine. And when I select, it's giving them the opportunity to say, okay, what destination file type do I want to take and use? And I provided some basic ones here just to start with. including Apple Works database, word processing, and spreadsheet here, just because, as well as the opportunity to take and provide your own custom type and aux type for files that you want to bounce across. Well, in this case, it's an AppleSoft basic file. Okay, no problem. We select it, and then it does the copy. Once the copy is done, it lets us know the copy is done. And if we now take a look, we can see hello world, hello basic is now sitting in that file right there. And so that's the net tool. So you've got the NGET input tools that I did as examples, and I've got the net tools as an example of how to take and evolve that further into a more usable utility. But now let's take that a step further. Or as they would say in telemarketing, or these late night commercials. But wait, there's more. You just got to take and come back, and I'm actually going to take and actually I'll restart like this. Okay. So we're going to come back to apps here. And one of the newest things that I've done here is I did, as a proof of concept, a basic system extension to show what it would be like to add FujiNet commands directly to AppleSoft Basic itself. It takes and hooks in, does its own parsing and whatnot. And because of that, it has some unique syntax constraints, but it doesn't suffer from the partial tokenization issues that can arise from doing an ampersand extension, that sort of thing. But what do we have here? Well, we have this basic extension installed here with 20 new commands ranging from inopen to intype. It's found our FujiNet network device at unit 11, and it's found our FujiNet printer at unit D. So you can start typing FujiNet commands at the AppleSoft prompt, such as ncat. Sure. Well, I'm going to go ahead and go PR number 3 so I can get a nice 80-column display here. And I'm going to use in-catalog, because you have ncat and in-catalog, which does 40 and 80 columns respectively. And I'm going to say, okay, our good friend InDrive, in-catalog, OneDrive, Apple II. These are in quotes because of the unique ability for URLs to have spaces and special characters that AppleSoft just doesn't want to parse here. So it was easier to basically say, okay, to hell with it. We'll put the URLs in quotes, right? Okay. So you have the ability to do that, and you have the ability to take and deal with anything that is on these that's on these particular network resources. Like, say, for example, I can take and do a new program here. Now we've taken this, and you saw me basically doing this, saving this onto an intermediate disk here. But because I've got this AppleSoft extension, I can do this in save. How about that? So, and of course I can see it's there. Oop. Oh, come on. Oh, it's not Ender anymore. It's in catalog. Ncat. My bad. So there it is right there. It went and saved it. Bam. Ready to go. It just works. Cool, huh? And then we can take and load it back. Sure, not a problem. There it is. And yes, I want to take and add nb load, nb save, nb run to do much the same thing as well. That's on my list of stuff to add here too. You've got all these great little bits and pieces of things that you can do. And I'm going to take and finish out this part of it by basically showing you some of the interactive features that you can do with the network adapter to show you how to use it. And you can use this from your AppleSoft Basic programs. We'll start by basically opening up a web API. If we go into our web API here, we'll say, I'm going to take and look at this particular API right here, api.chucknorris.io, jokes/random. And if we pretty pimp that, this is a JSON document. It's a structured document that has keys and it has values of things that we want and values of things that we want. Well, the thing that we're really most interested in, I guess, is the joke. So we can just take and grab that. We start by basically opening a connection using one of the channels. You can open a particular channel. You can have more than one channel open to different network resources. And say, and notice I'm using HTTPS here. So this is just API, Chuck Norris IO, jokes. Remember that this is case sensitive. So, and I want to take an open for read and for write, and I don't care about the translation, but the same thing that you saw with ntrans before allow you to take and change whether or not you want carriage returns, line feeds, that sort of thing. We really don't care in this case. And we can then take and in JSON parse that resulting data. Well, that data is now sitting in the FujiNet and ready to be used, and I can query for it. And I'm going to say jokes, and the value that I'm looking for is value. So it's here at the rooted document. We're looking for the key value, and we want what's part of that. So we just grab it. You see what just happened there? Bam, it took and parsed that data, sent it back. And all of this can be done. Basically, you're doing it as DOS commands inside your favorite AppleSoft Basic programs. It works just fine. Communicating with sockets is also just as easy. Watch this. I can take and do a network connection, and I'll wait for a network connection on port 6502 of this machine right here. Not a problem. I can take and do a network open, give it a TCP connection to my TMA port 6502. And I want to do read and write, and I want to make sure that we're dealing with Unix line endings just fine. Boom. Well, now you can see right here, connection received. Bam, it's working. I can write to that port. With a maximum string length. And you can see right there, we just wrote to that socket. Boom. It's that easy. Running and checking back. Hello from the PC? Sure. In the variable response? Sure. Maximum 255. It's that easy. Boom. Great. Straightforward, to the point. And once we're done with the connection, we can take and close the connection, and we're, none the wiser. We can see that we have on here, one of the things that we do have, the relay server is currently down, but otherwise I would actually show it. It's a version of QBasic Gorillas. So you're basically your gorillas and you're throwing radioactive explosive bananas at each other in a pillbox fashion, angle and power, bam, boom, boom, boom. And what makes this special is that this version of Gorillas has been ported over to the Apple II, to the Coleco Atom, and to the Atari 8-bit, all talking the same network protocol. But it gives you an idea out of the box how to take and do network stuff even from AppleSoft Basic. I've got 10 minutes left, so I really have to take and hurry here. So I'm going to take and end this particular chunk of the presentation and move on. We'll go back into our talk. Sorry about that, fellas. Let me take and increase this size just a minute. And yes, for the presentation, I've been using Apple Garamond as the font here. I figured it would be a nice touch. I'll come back into org tree slide mode. I did not intend to take and close that. That was my bad on my part. So what resources are available for Apple II users? Well, if you're looking for real FujiNets, we have a section on the website specifically for actual FujiNets, vendors that sell them. Everybody from Future Vision Research, KMac Vintage, Joe's Computer Museum, and so on and so on and so on. You see who sells them and the hardware that they like to specialize in, but you have every opportunity to take and get this thing from multiple vendors, and we really don't want anything else in return. We don't ask for any compensation. But you also get, in a big way, you also get the ability to do what we call FujiNet PC and FujiNet Go. So you can take and have emulators running on your local machines or on your Android or iOS devices to be able to take in the FujiNet experience with you in the palm of your hand or as part of your desktop experience. And in fact, the emulator that you've seen for the Apple II has been one of these versions of FujiNet Go. In addition, we also have a great bit of documentation. There's a manual section. You need user manuals, you need developer manuals. And we have user manuals in the house style for each of the target machines, including a wonderful getting started with FujiNet for the Apple II, showing you how to take and set up your FujiNet for your Apple II. But we also have, I'll take and move this out of the way now. We also have a programmer's manual. If you want something to say, I want to do 6502 assembler, I want to see how to talk to the FujiNet using 6502 assembler. We have a complete manual for showing how to do smart port calls to the FujiNet, what devices you can talk to, what those things can support, and culminating in a complete example application listed in the back of the manual. A simple terminal emulator that allows you to take and do interactive terminal sessions, just as an example. But you also have a basic system extension manual. So even the basic system extension that I was showing here is fully documented, complete with an example program right on the cover of the book showing you how to take and get your current public IP address from AppleSoft Basic. All in good time here. But there's even more, because we also have bits and pieces for writing cross-platform FujiNet applications in C using our FujiNet lib C library and C65 and CMOC and Z88DK for the Z80 platforms, Wattcom for the x86 platforms, and so on and so on and so on. So, okay. Finally, we are basically a public project. This basically means everything that we do is compulsively public. We have our main website, which gives you access to all sorts of interesting stuff. But we also have GitHub, so you can look at the firmware. Somebody was asking about protocol adapters. Well, they're all defined. They're all defined as part of network protocol here. So you can add one. You've got some for Google Drive, for Gmail, for dealing with IMAP servers and the like. So all you'd have to do is implement one of these protocol adapters. And it's all very well documented inside the code. But you also have access to all of the FujiNet manuals that we're taking in typeset. This is all being typeset in a language called Typist, Typst. So you can take and ostensibly take and work on these and localize these to other languages even. That would be a wonderful addition. And even the AppleSoft Basic extension is available as a repo inside of our GitHub as well, complete with source code and everything. Coincidentally, the source code to that basic system extension is in the back of the basic system, is in the back of the manual. So with that, oh yeah, that's pretty much it. But I did skip over something. Now that I've got like 2 seconds left, I think I'll just show it as a, now, okay.
Thanks, Thomas. Let's see if we have some questions here. Oh, did we lose them?
Yeah, I think Thomas was switching his OBS source and accidentally disconnected. So
disconnected.
But
Okay.
we'll give him a minute to come back. Maybe he can answer a couple of questions. Something that I threw in here is that I know that people talk about the hardware and they're very impressed with all this other stuff, but I think that the thing that is best about the FujiNet is that the community that's popped up around
Absolutely.
it, because there's all kinds of people and that have made additions to the project and stuff, and I like the ability to go on and you can kind of chat with people online, like through the device and all that. So there's this whole group of people that have kind of popped up that are are out there actively not only doing the development, but have created this kind of cool community of people that you can kind of connect to within the device and do stuff. So I know Jonathan made a joke where he was like, I want this to be the new eWorld. And I was like, yeah, I mean, or CompuServe, whatever. It's fine.
Yeah. CompuServe, Genie.
Yeah. So maybe Thomas will come back here in a second. Or maybe he might be like, nope, my time was up. But we will see. Yeah, here he is.
There he is.
I'm getting out of your way.
All right.
All
right, Thomas. Thank you.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Sorry, did I accidentally did I lose the last 30 seconds or so of that by accident?
You did, but that's okay. We we'll give you a second or two to talk about that there.
So, okay. Yeah, apologies about that. I didn't realize that I had accidentally closed the browser window. Sorry.
No worries.
Okay.
Well, do you have time for a couple of questions?
Yes.
All right. Let's go ahead and we'll do a couple of questions. Have people done proof of concept of API calls to Linux Raspberry Pis from the Apple?
I would guess so. I mean, it's for us, it really doesn't matter. A network endpoint is just a network endpoint. So, just as long as you're talking the same protocol.
When disk images are streamed to the FujiNet, are they cached, stored there?
No, they're not.
Okay.
They're literally, the sectors are pulled as they're needed. And a more native chat interface for the lobby. Yeah, sure. Come help us build it.
Okay. I guess you could telnet to a BBS, but are there plans for a more native chat interface for the lobby?
For the lobby, yes. And like I said, yeah, sure, why not? It's just, yeah, come help us build it.
Yeah, okay. Do you know which platform is most active in the lobby? Games.
We don't keep any of that information, but it's a mix of all these different platforms. We've got lobby games for the Atari 8-bit, for the Apple II, for the TRS-80 color computer, for MSX, and for MS-DOS. And it's kind of a mix or match. So I guess the two most active would be the Atari 8-bit and probably the TRS-80 color computer at the moment.
Okay. And I think that's it. Ron, well, I don't know whether you heard the comment or not, but he said, while the hardware is impressive, he feels the real draw is the community around that. So it's more of a comment than a question.
Understood. And thank you. We very much appreciate that, because that's a big draw of what we are essentially and what we're trying to accomplish. We're trying to bring all of these disparate retrocomputing communities together into a cohesive space so that we can do interesting things together.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Thomas. This was awesome.
No problem. I'm just curious how much of the presentation actually had gotten lost.
I
couldn't
think
have
it
been
was
much.
the very last little bit. You were,
Okay.
it was the very last little bit of it.
I think I was trying to show connecting to my Google Mail inbox and reading a message. Oops. There are plenty of videos floating around for that. So
Okay.
anyway.
Perfect.
Anyway. Thank you guys.
All right. All right. Last but not least, we have Javed Bazar. He is going to show us GS Squared, a complete Apple II, Apple II Plus, Apple IIe, and Apple II GS emulator for Mac, Windows, and Linux. Javed demos his all-in-one emulator that takes a deep dive into composite video emulation, explains why he insisted on covering every Apple II model in a single program, and lays out the road ahead. One emulator to rule them all, and it runs on the operating systems the Apple II politely refused to acknowledge existed. So take it away, Javed.
Oh, KansasFest. It is a pleasure and an honor for me to be here to share with you my project, GS Squared. I'm Jawed Bajar, and I have been writing a full-featured emulator for all the Apple IIs, for all the modern computer platforms, Mac, Windows, Linux. So Apple II and all the way through that series, and Apple II GS. Some of you may know me, some of you may not. So those who do, you're going to have to suffer through my brief bio here. I was the guy, basically the guy at ProScience Software back in the day. Produced probably the thing most people know me for is GNOME, which was a Unix-like multitasking environment for the Apple II GS. Other notable projects include Switchit. I also worked for Sequential Systems for several years, where I was involved in creating the Second Sight VGA card for the Apple II, as well as, I worked with other products they had, the RAM-Fast, CD-ROM drives. I wrote encyclopedia readers, things like that. And then I started Forethought.net, a regional internet service provider that I ran for many, many years. And after selling that, I decided to come back to programming full time and do a little YouTube just for fun. It seems to be what all the kids are doing. And so this is what I've been up to. Some of you may be asking, why another emulator? Well, that's a good question. I felt like I had unfinished business. I had attempted to write an emulator in the mid-90s. I abandoned it, and eventually, I lost the original source code to that. So I felt like that was something I still wanted to do, and I'm stubborn. The kind of a second thing was I was going through my collection. I have like 1,000 floppy disks between 2E and 2GS stuff, and I wanted to start preserving that. And I felt like an emulator would be a good way to hopefully kind of streamline the process of cataloging those disks and testing them. I also wanted to get back into learning C++. Now, I'd done C for years and had done a lot of programming languages in the intervening years, but not C++. And I felt like this would be a good way to get into it. It's systems level. It needs to be high performance. So yeah, let's give C++ a shot. And so the challenge was, I decided to write an Apple II emulator from scratch. And I'm sure I asked myself, well, how hard could that be? Right. I had, before I started on this endeavor, surveyed kind of the emulator landscape that was out there. And none of them really suited kind of what I was wanting to get. Either I wanted something cross-platform because I use Linux, I use Mac. When I'm forced to, I use Windows. So, the main issues for me were some of the emulators out there have kind of older user interfaces. They don't have a modern feel. They're a little maybe clunky to use. For me, if they work great for you, that's awesome. Again, this is just from my perspective. Some are Windows only, some are Mac only. There were the ideas I started getting though were like, I can take pieces of these, I can take ideas from these and help create for me, right, the best, by my view. So there's been a synthesis of ideas from many of these platforms. And it's great. They're all great. And I applaud every author of every single one of these. Don't take any of this as a criticism. You guys came first and paved the way. And, at the end of the day, I didn't want to have to constantly switch back and forth between different programs, like, this program on Windows and this other program on the Mac and this different program for doing GS stuff. I really wanted it all in one program that worked the same on any platform. So that was it. Those were my goals. Cross-platform, like I just said, I wanted it to run the same on all three major platforms. I wanted to support all the Apple IIs, including a GS. I wanted to focus very strongly on accuracy, that both the video and audio, just the way everything works, all the little quirks of the Apple II, and to have a user experience that where the UI didn't interfere with the Apple II experience. When I'm not using the user interface, I don't want to see it. I don't want to be immersed in just the Apple II screen. Kind of like going to the movies where the whole rest of the world is blacked out and the only thing in your field of vision is the film. I wanted the same kind of experience for reminiscing about the Apple II. So I started the project, like all good projects, in the middle of a hurricane. In this case, Hurricane Milton in 2024. My family and I were sequestered at a shelter, which was a middle school. And as long as the internet held out, it was great, fast fiber internet. And I worked on the 6502 processor. I felt like that was the place to start. Made some pretty good progress on it. Didn't get it, fully running. I think I had a few instructions running and the general framework. And then after the hurricane, was distracted with things for a while. We didn't have any damage, but it's still very disruptive, you can imagine. So I picked the project back up around Christmas time and finalized the 6502 emulation. It passed a test suite. And then I think at the end of that week, I had posted a video with a basic text display, showing it booting the Apple II ROM. And I kept going from there. That was, almost 20 months ago now. So today, I think the key differentiators are, what makes us different from all of the other many wonderful Apple II emulators out there, are again, it's a consistent user interface and functionality across all major platforms. It supports all the Apple IIs. It's highly accurate. The video and audio are very accurate, and you can mount up to 32 hard drive images. And there's even a feature where you can write a little file with a list of hard drive images, drag that in to the emulator, and mount all of those instantly to make it easy for developers or people who have got, like what is the Apple II GS kind of library is like 7 32 meg volumes. You can just click, boom, mounted. And fully support WAS floppy images, both for 5.25 and 3.5. So all these copy protected games for the Apple II and the 2GS work just fine. In terms of performance, I think C++ did the trick. The Apple IIe can run in unlimited mode at 250 megahertz, and the Apple IIgs at 180 megahertz. And this is on my Mac Mini G4. Not so useful for Apple IIe software, but surprisingly useful for Apple IIgs software. I support a bunch of different, emulated add-in cards, things people are used to expecting from other emulators, but also things like the Second Sight and the Host FST, which I have found very useful. It's not a card per se, but it lets the emulator access files on your computer's hard drive, making it really easy to get files in and out of the emulator. It's also ridiculously fast. And then there's some quality of life things. Again, you can write text files with custom system configurations, so you can, specify the cards and what, the serial ports are hooked up to and what disks are mounted, and then just drag that in, one click, boot it. So you can have all these different configurations and switch between them easily. And then gamepad and joystick support was very important to me because I had to do a lot of testing of games. That's a big part of the Apple II experience, at least for me growing up. So pretty much any gamepad or joystick you might have works just very seamlessly with this. And then coming soon, we're going to be supporting profiles like Mike and Neil demonstrated on the A2 Fusion card a couple weeks ago at the Real KansasFest. All right, well, enough of that. It's demo time.
All right, so let's check out the 2E. One of the most popular things people do with Apple IIes is total replay. So let's see how you do that. I'm going to open the control panel here, and this is a brief overview of this. This is the slots display. It tells you what's in each slot. This controls the emulator speed, the display type. We can do beep, beep. Okay, so we've got green screen, amber, white. This is just low-res graphics mode. You can see the color blending here. This is how NTSC does it, and this is all calculated with math, basically simulating actual ones and zeros coming out of the Apple II, and then simulating how a composite monitor would interpret those signals. So it's not, it's not a table I built by hand or anything. It's tons of math, which I barely understand. Anyway, so let's go back in here. Let's mount up Total Replay and fire up Total Replay. So I'm going to zoom this up here. Hopefully that still looks good for everybody. Now I'm going to turn on the old gamepad here. And you'll see there was a little note, hey, I saw the gamepad connected. And now we're just going to fire up, if I can spell correctly. Oh, there it is. Choplifter. You'll see, if you can see here, there's all the appropriate, little weird shadows from the NTSC. So it's not just one color influencing the next, but there's like echo of signals. It is pretty accurate as far as I can tell. Some people complain about the colors being a little oversaturated. Of course, on old monitors, that's all dependent on your settings, and I've got settings in here where you can change the saturation. Let's see here. There we go. There. So I just reduced the saturation, turn the brightness down a little bit. So that's all adjustable. Okay, great. So we got Choplifter there. Very back up. There's Mockingboard stuff. Golly, Skyfox is a great little Mockingboard test. Now the gamepad has okay, I'm going to turn that off. These controllers have analog joysticks, but they also have what's called a D-pad. And this is very much just like, they're just button presses, right? And so there's some Apple II games that supported something called the Sirius Joyport, which let you plug in an old Atari 2600 joystick into your Apple II. So I emulate that. There's a mode for that. And then you can use the Joyport, various games that support Joyport with the D-pad here. And, it's much better gameplay for those games than trying to use the old analog joystick. Okay. So, so let's talk about the GSRGB mode now that I got some of this stuff up. Well, I'll just turn that on here. So you can see that looks different. You can see these letters here are much kind of crisper. This is all based on algorithm from the Apple IIgs that was extracted through a long chain of events. Someone at Apple was doing the Apple IIe emulator card for the Mac back in the 90s. So they got their hands on a Mega 2 chip and ran it through every possible input, captured all the outputs, and then generated a data table that they used in the 2E emulator for the Mac. And this is the card, right? Not an emulator, but it's the 2E card for the Mac. And then when various several Apple employees, including Mike Neal and Dave Lyons, worked on the Gus emulator, which was a first Apple IIgs emulator. They got their hands on that data table, and then I got my hands on that. So this rendering of high-res, how high-res is done on an Apple IIgs is exactly how an Apple IIgs actually does it. The GS does it with presumably some sort of circuit and algorithm, but I do it with this data table that was extracted directly from the Mega 2 chip. So there's that. It's very GS-y. I think you will agree. All right. And of course we can switch back there to regular high res, which looks better with games. A lot of people complained about the GS high res rendering when the GS came out, and then forgot about it because super high res is better. All right. So let's take a look at the system configuration editor. So I'm going to do new. And you see here, I've got, different system types here. So I'm going to say I want an Apple IIgs, and I want a BAS fast hard drive controller. So the hard drives now showed up. The GS, of course, has these floppy drives built in. What else do we want to throw in here? Oh, if we wanted to, we could throw a Mockingboard in. We can put in a second site. We can put in a Ethernet, and why not? Let's put in a modem. So this connects serial port in slot 2. And you can use, terminal programs like ProTerm or Spectrum to basically make telnet connections to computers on the internet, as if it was going through a modem. Here's the speed settings and stuff. And when we're editing these, I can also say, hey, I want to pre-mount, right, total replay. So I can say, there we go. Reply, total reply. That's not right. All right. And then we'll save that. I've got total replay, system configs. And then we launch. There we are. And boom. And there's my GS with, you know, the cards I put in it and the modem setup and total replay. So that makes it, again, really easy for you to just set up different configs for different, you know, things that you want to do that day. All right. So next, I'm going to show some stuff for the 2GS. So I'm going to fire up my 2GS disks if I can find the folder. Yeah. So this is what is the Apple 2GS? Someone put together a collection of a bunch of games onto something that's like Total Replay, but it's for the GS. And so this is a PMAP file, and this is just a text file that lists these other files, but I can mount that, and then all of those other hard drive volumes are mounted instantly. And I can, you know, I can point to that from the config, right? So I can easily have a config that just has like, you know, 20 hard drive volumes on it. So here's this. I think everyone's favorite demo is, you know, no hard feelings. Let's talk about the speed here. So I just bumped the speed up to 7 megahertz. I can go up to 14, and I can go up to what I call ludicrous speed, which is represented here as infinite. I'm not going to do that for this purpose, but I'll show you that in a minute in GSOS as we wrap this up. But these things here are very just easy to get to. And again, they just disappear automatically when you're done using them. So again, they don't take up room from your Apple II mind space. There we go. So here's some awesome fill mode demo. If you haven't checked this out before, definitely check it out. All right, let's go ahead and boot up basically my hard drive from when I was still actively developing Apple II software. If I can find the folder. Oh, that might be this. All right, so I mounted up my GS partitions from back in the day. I did them all with the PMAP. And this is running at 14 megahertz. Now, I want to show you the host FST where I can access files from the local file system, but I don't have the driver installed on here yet, the FST itself. So I figured a lot of people are going to be in the same boat. So I added this thing here. It's just file, and it's just mount driver disk. So there it is. So here's the host FST files. It's easy to get at them there. I think I'm going to make it so it's like a GS installer, but man. Okay. FSTs, host.driver. I bet that goes in the drivers folder. And then this is going to go in the FSTs folder. And let's reboot. Now, when I reboot this, I'm going to bounce this into ludicrous speed. And there's ludicrous speed. Is that fast enough? And here's host. So here's my Mac. This is file system on my Mac. Now this is not creating a virtual like ProDOS image. This is actually accessing files on my Mac live. So this is great for developers. It's great for getting, lots of files in and out of the system. This is also really, really fast. So I've got this A2 desktop stuff this is 32 megabytes. So I'm just going to duplicate that. And then you can see how fast it is to copy 32 meg. Oh, well, it's already done. Anyway, so it's way faster than the emulator trying to do ProDOS, even though ultimately it's the same disk. That the interface is just way more efficient than trying to do a block interface. So anyway, there's that. And of course, one of the reasons I did all this was so that I could run GNU here at lightning speed. And here's GNU. Oh, it's lightning except for waiting for the floppies. There we go. All right. Wow, that is actually really fast. That's almost like modern fast. This is my multitasking environment. I don't have top. I have PS. I got, VI. Yeah, that's really fast. This is all running at an effective. Oh, I need the HUD stats. 170 megahertz. So again, great for developing, just everything lightning quick. There you go. Apple IIGS stuff, I showed you some of that. Apple IIe stuff, I showed you some of that. And let me know what you think. It's time for Q&A. We should still have a couple minutes left here.
Hi, Joade. Yes, we do have a few minutes left. Sorry for butchering your name at the beginning, but yeah, so let's see. We do have a few questions here. First one is there support for passing the emulated serial port through to a USB serial adapter?
Not yet. I was actually looking at that yesterday, and I expect it will be there before 1.0.
All righty. Next. How would you rate the sound emulation on the 2GS side of things? What has the feedback been like from people with bat-like hearing, like Ron and myself?
Oh, like my daughter, who doesn't know anything about any of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, my hearing is not great either. No, the audio was one of honestly, the most difficult parts of this whole project. And it's been an evolution. I think I went through 5 revisions of the 1-bit Apple II speaker. And then that needed a tweak again for the GS to support changing the volume while you're playing tones, which is something the GS ROM does and gives it the distinctive 2GS bonk. In terms of the Ensonic, with the release I put out just earlier today, I think I've resolved all of the outstanding Ensonic issues in terms of sound reproduction, interrupts, a lot of complicated stuff. But in my testing with various games and demos and things that I've gone through, I think it's up to snuff now.
Awesome. Well, I think you're going to see a lot of downloads here from GitHub in the next couple of minutes.
Great.
I'm at least going to go get it. So thank you so much. I don't think there's any other questions, but I'm sure people will think of some and put them over in the Discord channel. So.
All right. Thanks for having me.
All righty. Okay, I think that is it for the sessions for today. And I think everybody from the committee who is still here is going to come back on, and we're going to do a wrap up. Peter?
Yeah, thank you. That was a lot. I have a long list of notes, almost a page of things I want to follow up on, presentations I want to read more about, links I need to follow up on. It's going to take me a while. What did everyone else really enjoy? What stood out to you personally?
Really
Well-
liked. Oh, sorry, Jay.
Oh, go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, I liked Jan and Invar, how they had like a procedural walkthrough of their process. Like, in addition to the technical material, which was fantastic, they really helped me understand like why they made the decisions that they did and how I might in the future, once I learned what in the world they were talking about, go about those things myself. So yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, for me, it looks like I'm going to have to save up some pennies because it looks like I'm going to be buying some hardware cards. But definitely the thing that I'm going to definitely play around with tomorrow is my FujiNet. I didn't realize it did everything that it did, so I got some playing around to do on that with that.
I very much enjoyed the presentation about kind of hacking the copy protection and stuff, because again, I've always been on the kind of the receiving side of everybody's expertise on that. So it was really nice to kind of see how the sausage is made, especially from someone who hacked some games that I had back in the day.
I'm just like you, Jay. I've got a random list of things that were just sort of comments in passing in many cases where I'm like, that sounds very interesting and I need to learn more about that. So I've been looking up the Prince of Persia keyboard bug. I've been looking up what is a spurious interrupt handler in ProDOS, and I'm just sort of going down random little rabbit holes. I saw that there's I think it was in Jawaid's presentation, that there was a title screen from a game called Narnia. I'm like, oh, there's a game called Narnia. I got to check this out. So, yeah, I got a list of about 10 things I need to check into.
Thank God these are all recorded.
Yes. So you can go back and you can watch it and dig through and get even more meaning out of what things, because again, there's a lot of these where there was a lot of ground covered in a very short amount of time. Yeah. So
yes,
it's kind of nice to be able to go back and just redigest and kind of like follow up and be like, okay, wait a minute, now I'm going to pause this and I'm going to go and look at this thing. So.
And I'm like you, Jay. There are all these cool cards that I want to try out, like these multifunction cards that are supposed to keep me from having to need a bunch of cards. But now I feel like I need a bunch of computers to try out the cards that keep me from needing all the cards. Right?
Yeah. Circular thing there. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was particularly intrigued by the use of FPGAs. I've been aware of the technology for a while, but don't know it in depth myself. And I'm impressed with what multiple projects are doing with it. There was the Mr. FPGA implementation of the GS that we saw 2 weeks ago, the Apple Teeny and the A2 FPGA just this week. So that's something I want to learn about, and I realize it's a complex topic. So I appreciate that everything's still archived. We still got the Discord, so I can start to figure out what that means and how to approach learning it.
A lot of stuff.
Yeah, it is.
Was
so
anyone else astounded that the NSA is sharing its hacking tools with the world?
Yeah.
That blew
Can't
my
wait
mind.
to try that out.
Yeah.
So the stream will remain available. So feel free to go back and rewatch things, and then that'll remain private for at least the next week. And then we'll post edited videos on our YouTube channel. Again, the Discord's open year round. So if you have questions for presenters, now's the time to post them. I know we didn't get to all the questions live, unfortunately. KansasFest is really run on volunteers. So if there's an opportunity for improvement that you see, something that you're passionate about, video production skills, interest in organizing, wrangling something, Hackfest, whatever it is, feel free to reach out. We need your help, however large or small. We also need donations, financial donations to help with all of this. What we charge for the virtual and the in-person KansasFest intentionally gets us in a spot where we break even. KansasFest isn't a good financial spot. We have money in the bank. We are breaking even most years, some a bit ahead, some a bit behind, but we're stable. However, all the things that we're doing, particularly with some of the archiving, museum pieces, the garage giveaway pieces, some of these larger projects take a huge amount of time, huge amount of money. I know Ron talked about renting trucks, driving across multiple states, and I appreciate, first of all, anybody who has time to help with those types of things, but if that doesn't work for you, financial help, however small, is useful.
I know we had several people that said, hey, what's going on with this this recovery effort? What's going on with, how do I lend a hand? And I always ask people, hey, how local are you to this thing we're doing? And a lot of people are, no, I'm 8 hours away. I wouldn't be able to get there. And so, yeah, just even a tank of gas or something to cover, another volunteer getting there, something like that. Those type of sponsorships, it means a lot. And it goes a long way to helping refuel things like garage giveaway, or if someone is in a bind, because there's lots of times where it's a family will reach out and just say, we don't know what to do with this stuff. We know that, he loved this community or she loved this community, and we don't know what to do with it. It helps get the people that can be there to do good.
Yeah. So the one thing in mentioning that, I was going to mention that the signed artwork that we had at I don't have any pictures of that. Obviously this is the one.
Yeah. If you know what last year's artwork looked like, what this year's artwork looked like.
Yeah, my daughter has some signed prints, and again, I donated those, so all the proceeds in purchasing them will go to KansasFest as a donation. So we'll have those up in the store, I believe Chris said, in a few weeks.
Yes.
But there are some left, and they are signed and numbered.
Yeah, thanks for the reminder. This last year, I really appreciate our successful return to UAS, the successful virtual event, the multiple efforts to collect, preserve, and organize our garage giveaway, storage, and museum. And there's always a lot more to do. Every time I think we've finished something, there's something else, some other angles, something else that needs investigation, time, preservation, archiving. A big part of the mission of KansasFest is to educate and preserve the Apple II.
History. Yep.
We are expecting to repeat this next summer, most likely July again. We will most likely return to UIS next summer, though we're waiting on feedback. We will send out a survey to in-person attendees, get feedback on how that venue went. We'll also send a separate survey about the virtual event so that we can continue to improve. Appreciate that each year we try to do something a bit better. Every change that we do is intentional. If it's not working for you, let us know. If you have ideas on how we could do better, again, let us know. We need that feedback.
The other thing that I'd like to mention is, and I think we've mentioned it a few times through here, is that the Discord keeps the whole KansasFest spirit going all year round. So don't just in a month shut off from that. Go there, look, I know I'm going to be posting things, all year round, especially on, my talk as I get more information and that on my talk, and look at the vendor fair and all of that. So keep that whole Kansas Fest spirit going all year round.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing having these speakers who, by the way, did an amazing job pulling together this great content for us to all enjoy today, but to have them in those Discord channels available to answer questions. And a lot of them are available all year to answer those questions. So, I mean, that's an amazing resource that we have.
Yep.
And there is one more thing on the schedule. We have the mega podcast coming up tomorrow. Ron, do you want to tell us what that is, who's going, how we join in?
Sure. There is a, let me get the link up here. There is a tradition in KansasFest where folks that have a podcast or a YouTube channel or things along those lines. Everybody gets together, people that attended the in-person, people that attended virtual, and just sort of get together and kind of talk about both events and things that they were excited about and stuff that they're looking forward to seeing in the next year, how to stay active in the community, neat projects and stuff that are coming up. And basically it's just sort of a way to, I know Ken always has like a fun little schedule of stuff to talk about. So we'll follow up with that. But in terms of guests this year, I'm fairly certain that it will be Ken Gagne, it'll be Megan Limerick, and I think Kat should be there, and possibly Joe from Joe's Computer Museum. There was a whole bunch of names of people that were like, I'm going to do my best to be there. So sometimes you tune in and you see who you see, but I promise whomever is there, it'll be a lively conversation, and there'll be a few laughs too.
Yeah, and one thing Chris just posted in the thing, just to make it clear that on those prints, there's no AI involved there. I can show you my daughter's carpal tunnel thing that it'll prove that. But yeah, she drew and painted every piece of that.
Yeah, they're really great. And actually, just recently I was talking with someone else about that. And so I was like, yeah, we have all these kind of intermediary pictures as the art kind of came together. And I posted that on Facebook and a couple of other places just to kind of show people that it's like, human artists are still out there doing amazing stuff. And if you give them a shot, they'll do some amazing things for you. So don't forget, we've got, outside of programming and things like that, we've got amazingly talented people in this community and community adjacent that are excited to help us with projects. We just have to ask them.
Yeah, absolutely.
I really appreciate it. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and we do have SlackFest going on in the SlackFest channel. So people have been submitting their work that they've been up to, and I'm pretty amazed. So definitely go check that out and see the cool projects that people have managed to pull off.
Nice.
Yeah, I really want to thank everyone who's contributed today, all of our presenters, everybody who's contributed their expertise in Discord and in chat, everyone who's taken most of their day to join and share and learn. So thank you to all of our presenters and to all of our attendees. Any closing thoughts from anybody?
I can't wait to do it. Yeah, I can't wait to do it again next year.
Yeah. Thank God the internet held out.
Yeah, that's always nice too.
Yeah, it mostly worked.
Mostly worked.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. Thanks.
Lastly, thanks to everyone who's on screen. I know you have also taken your entire day to help make this possible. So again, thank you to everybody, and thank Apple II forever.
Yeah, Apple II forever.
A2 forever.
See you next year.